You're not to leave the building." Out of the corner of my eye, I caught her jump off the stool.
"What? Why?"
I turned on her, because I said so. "You forget that I am the head of this family, and that includes you. Last night you fucked up and now you have to pay the price."
"But—"
"No fucking buts, Ophelia. Just as I told you last night, if you can even remember, your face is plastered all over every gossip website, magazine, and news show. You were even on this morning's news. I fucking had to fire the producer who put that through." She blinked at me.
"What?"
"We own the news station who plastered your drunken face. A station that knows any bad press against the DeLowrys is strictly forbidden. 5 people in total lost their jobs today because of you. And they won't be the only ones." Her face paled, eyes wide as she sat down.
"I didn't know."
"No, you didn't, because you've never fucking done the one thing I told you to do, read the binder. It's not just me in there, but the history of the family as well as every business we own. And at the back is a fucking basic code of public conduct. Fuck, why did she have to make me be an asshole to her? Actions have consequences, and when you're a DeLowry, it's other people who are hurt the most."
"You didn't have to fire—"
"Yes, I did!" My voice boomed out, echoing around the walls. She flinched at the sound and shrunk back. "You need to absorb the fact that you are no longer some girl from Brooklyn. You will never be her again. Even after this is all over, wherever you go, you will still be a DeLowry." Her eyes were filled with tears, and it tore at me. I fucking hated that it affected me so much, that she had me caring so much for her to feel guilt and anguish. But feel them I did, and it sliced at my heart, an organ I wasn't sure I even possessed. Nevertheless, if I had learned anything, it was not to discount the effect Ophelia had on me, undermining my hard-won control and revealing a tender center, even if only to me. Looking at her right now, into her large, wide doe eyes that beseeched me, I knew that I had to keep it that way. Now fucking do as you're told, and stay put so that I can do damage control. With that, I turned and headed back down the hall. I heard the scrape of the stool against the floor as she followed after me.
"Atticus!"
she called out. I stopped but didn't turn. "What?"
"He threatened me."
I snapped around to look at her. The tears that filled her eyes flowed freely down her cheeks, and she looked completely distraught. "Who?" I asked as the darkness came to the surface even more. Whomever threatened her was going to regret it.
"Lou, my stepfather."
"What did he want?"
$100,000.
I gave a curt nod. "Done." I continued on.
"Done? What do you mean, done?"
she asked, her feet tapping on the wood floors as she chased after me. "Meaning he will get his trivial money and keep his fucking mouth shut."
"He won't. You don't know him. He'll say it's done, but he'll just keep coming back."
"He will."
"Attic—"
I turned to her, jaw clenched. "He will? Because if he steps even the tiniest bit out of line, if he even breathes your name, he will wish he never met your mother."
"What do you mean?"
I stepped closer, my gaze connecting to hers. "You still have no understanding what lengths I take in order to safeguard the DeLowry family name. The lives I've ruined. I have a reputation as the Wicked King for a reason. By any means necessary, I destroy."
"Destroy?"
I loomed over her to drive my point home, my glare never leaving her eyes. I tear things apart bit by bit. Leave the corpse bleeding on the ground as they beg me for help, but I take the knife and continue to shred until there is nothing left. And if I am especially angry, I move on to the family and reputation. You do not cross me, Ophelia. Her lips parted, and if it hadn't happened earlier, it was happening before me now. I watched the switch in the way she looked upon me, the fear and confusion in regard to the man before her, a man she thought she knew at least a little. Any attachment to me broke. Any positive emotion she bestowed upon me leached out, leaving me cold and empty. There was no reason to wait for a verbal response that would alter the emotional one that just took place. It wasn't going to come. The elevator pinged and I stepped into the cab. "Don't leave. I'll be back later." The doors slid closed, but her eyes never found mine.
Chapter 22. Ophelia. It felt like the world stopped spinning, and everything came to a screeching halt. I wasn't sure how long I stared at the elevator doors after they closed. A numbness had spread through me, and the feeling of a large stone sat heavy in my stomach. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to think. The man that left me standing there after him, that was the real Atticus de Lowry. I knew he could be cold, harsh, but I thought I'd gotten to know him over the last month. I was dead wrong. That was the kid gloves version. But the man I woke to was the Wicked King. A remorseless man with a dangerous tongue. A dark ruler striking down any opponent. I stared at my reflection in the shiny steel doors, wondering how I'd gotten there, to that exact moment. What the fuck had I gotten myself into? While it was a question I'd been asking myself for over a month, it never rang as true as it did right at that moment. When he spoke, it was like a siren was going off inside, begging me not to proceed. The cold rolling off him surrounded me. But what froze me was the dangerous flare of anger that simmered below the surface, waiting to break free. The target wasn't me, but that eruption would engulf, spreading like fire until the surface was burned to ash. My chest clenched at the sudden loss, but I wasn't sure what the loss was. Of the man I thought I knew, of the life I thought I was living. One thing was abundantly clear. The situation was not what I signed up for, and I had to get away. I couldn't be with that man, with the one who just left me standing there feeling cold and more alone than I ever did before I met him. I couldn't live like that. I wouldn't. Running to my room, I pulled out my suitcase and an old duffel bag. In them, I began to toss in my clothes, leaving anything he had purchased where they were. I continued on, doing the same with my shoes and jewelry, toiletries, and anything else I could fit in the bags. Anything given to me by Atticus was left in place. Every article of clothing, makeup, pieces of jewelry, shoes, all of it was left, along with whatever I couldn't fit in my bags. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that I left the gilded halls of his palace. I didn't belong. I knew I didn't belong, yet still I tried, for him. But it was all a waste. I went in blind and naive, but I would leave with the rose-colored glasses shattered and the longing for him tattered on the ground. Agreeing was a mistake. One that I would rectify by doing what I did best, leaving as quickly as possible. My stomach twisted as I entered the kitchen. Many of the few good memories of him were there, including my birthday. I shook my head to clear my mind and continued with my goal of grabbing some bottles of water and a few snacks. It would get me by for a little while until I found a place to stay. That thought stopped me in my tracks. What was I going to do? Where was I going to go? I had nothing that wasn't from Atticus. My old bank account emptied and gone. Was my life really filled with so little? No friends to count on, no family, and no job. For a brief moment, I considered hopping on a bus down to my grandfather's house in Florida, but I didn't even know where he lived, or even if he was still alive. My mother cut off all contact with my father's family after the funeral, refusing to let me see them or even talk to them, to the point they eventually stopped trying. The only option I had was to pull some money off the credit card and use it to find a cash-only hotel. That would be the only thing I took from Atticus. And my phone. I considered leaving it, but then remembered I probably wouldn't be able to get out of the building without it, thanks to the tracking tech within the walls. With one last glance around, I let out a sigh and then headed for the elevator with my arms crammed with bags. My rolling suitcase, backpack, and 2 duffels. The lobby was my next hurdle. There was always someone at the concierge desk. "Good morning, Miss Evans," Amy said with a smile. At least, I thought her name was Amy. I gave a tight-lipped smile and a nod before continuing on. "Would you like me to call Michael for you?" "No," I said a little too forcefully. "Thank you, though." Once outside, the familiar hum of the city settled me, and I headed quickly across the street and as far away from Olympus Tower as I could get. A few blocks away, I pulled out a few $1,000s in cash, enough to help me along before I could find a place. I then pulled out the SIM card from my phone, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. Minutes later, I was struggling down the steps to the subway and boarding the first train that arrived. The destination didn't matter. The only important thing was distancing myself from the rule of the Wicked King.
Chapter 23. Atticus. The hoops and contracts every single employee had to go through were simple compared to those pertaining to people brought into the family. We hadn't even gotten to the complexity of our prenuptial agreement, but I'd already worked most of it out with Reese. Now I was forced to make it even more complicated. I'd been so giving, wanting to protect her, but there had to be consequences. She had to know. A slew of photos and video were scattered across my monitors. Hugo and Damien had the IT security team working on getting rid of all they could, but the damage was done. We hadn't even had our first public appearance, and now we would be entering society with a stigma. "How did it go?" Reese asked as he entered my office unannounced. I glared up at him. "How do you think it went?" He settled into one of the chairs in front of my desk. "She hates you then?" She would have eventually anyway. I was stupid to think I could keep her from seeing that side of me. The Wicked King strikes again, breaking hearts and lives. I shouldn't have chosen her. "No, you shouldn't have," Hamilton said as he entered, taking the chair next to Reese. "What is this?" I asked, surprised to see my little brother joining the conversation. "Do you actually have feelings for her?" he asked. "If I didn't, I would have gone the obvious route." At least Bridget and Antonia knew how to behave. But while I might not verbally acknowledge my feelings for Ophelia yet, I couldn't deny them. I was a good poker player, and everyone had to tell. If anyone knew mine, Reese did, and he wouldn't waste a single second calling me out, especially with Hamilton being the only audience. "She was too much trouble from the beginning. Just let her go." Reese remained quiet, seemingly interested in our volley. I clenched my fingers into a fist. "I can't. Can't or won't." I narrowed my gaze at Hamilton. "Both." Reese shook his head. "You never should have taken her to bed that night. It was only supposed to be one night, maybe 2. But then she became your waitress," Reese said with a smirk. Hamilton looked between us. "Waitress? What?" "You didn't notice him suddenly going to 130 degrees multiple times a week for lunch on his own?" Reese asked. Hamilton shook his head. "Why do I care where he goes to lunch?" "Well, he went there to see her." I quirked a brow at Reese. "Since when do you know so much of my business?" "Since I asked Hugo for information about the girl I was writing a contract for." I shook my head. Fucking Hugo. He shouldn't have. "He doesn't just work for you, cousin. Besides, I was curious why her name suddenly came back up after so long." "At this point, you should just let her go," Hamilton said with a wave of his hand. "Why the hell are you so dead set against her, Hamilton? Are you conspiring with Father, trying to push me to Amelia Harris?" Though I'd managed to kill that avenue, Amelia nor her father had contacted Hamilton or me since I threw her out of Stronghold. Granted, I had managed to convince many of their suppliers to discontinue working with them, and 6 of their 8 hotels in the works were all stopped dead mid-construction, all in a matter of hours, and weeks later they were still shut down. Hamilton's eyes shot wide, and he shook his head. "No, nothing like that. It's just, she's beneath you." "Not yet, she isn't," Reese snickered. I arched a brow at my cousin. "Really?" He shrugged. "That's part of why it got to this so quickly, isn't it?" "No." My anger began to flare again. "If Genevieve hadn't run into her, this wouldn't have happened." "It would have eventually," Hamilton countered. "She knows nothing of our world. It's like you've brought a toddler into the family." Reese narrowed his gaze on Hamilton. She's rough around the edges, I'll agree there, but toddler? Madeline is better behaved than her," Hamilton argued as he loosened his tie. Reese shook his head. "Do you not remember the family dinner at all?" Hamilton unknotted his tie, his aggravation growing, and pulled it from his neck before undoing the top buttons of his dress shirt. It was a tell of his. The tie was the first to go. He didn't like Ophelia, but I had yet to discern the real reason. "Yes, but you weren't there for the rest of the weekend, Reese." "She was nervous and unsure of herself," I cut in. I refused to let Hamilton cut into her any longer. None of you but Penn gave her a very warm welcome, and even that was a little frosty. But she held herself in check despite the insults being thrown at her. Hamilton shook his head. "Dress her up all you want, she's still a square peg, trying to fit in a round hole, and she always will be." "Maybe I like that." My voice was barely over a whisper. Hamilton's eyes narrowed on me. "Are you serious?" I blew out a breath and relaxed back into my chair. It doesn't matter anyway. What does matter is a man named Lou Milner. "Who's Lou Milner?" they asked in unison. "Someone I need to pay off and ruin?" Hamilton's lip twitched up, and excitement filled his eyes. The shark smelled blood. "What can we do? Pay him, then bury him in legal action?" Reese perked up at that, excited for a challenge. "Who is he that I get to make him bleed?" "Ophelia's stepfather. He threatened her, so I will end him. The mother is a piece of work as well, but he is the focus." "Won't that be more bad light shed on your bride-to-be?" Reese asked. I shook my head. "Not when he is arrested for extortion of his stepdaughter. Paint him as a monster." Reese quirked a brow. "And you as her knight in shining armor?" I nodded. "It will help tame the public opinion." "Why do we care about that again?" Hamilton asked with a groan. "Because gods only hold power because their subjects pay tribute to them," I said. "Even if we are all hit with bad press, it will hardly make a dent in the company," Hamilton argued. "True, but I refuse to let the DeLowry name fall like others. Names that are known to all but have disappeared. It was a common problem in those that rose in the industrial age. Shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. Through mistreatment of wealth," Reese pointed out. Hamilton nodded in agreement. "We are constantly growing and evolving. A little shadow can't hurt that. Look to Genevieve as an example." "She's the exception," I pointed out. "She's trained them over the years to the point that the only way to truly get her to straighten up is by revoking access to her trust." "I wield the pen and you wield the power, cousin." Reese grinned, a little too large for my liking, though I didn't disagree with his excitement. "Simply speak the words and it will be done." I sat back. "Let father handle her for the time being. Right now, I need to concentrate on destroying my soon-to-be stepfather-in-law." "We will leave you to it," Reese said as he stood. Hamilton didn't move, gaining our attention. "How did he threaten her?" "You said he threatened her. What did he have on her?" That piqued Reese's interest, and he looked back to me. "I'm not sure, but I've always suspected it might come to this." Hamilton gripped his tie in one hand as he stood. "I may not like her, but whatever you need, I'm here. She's yours, and that makes her a DeLowry. Nobody threatens us." My lip twitched. "Thank you." He gave a nod before turning. "Call me." "You know where to find me," Reese said as he followed Hamilton out. While it aggravated me that Hamilton didn't approve of Ophelia due to her upbringing and status, he was still willing to fight for her. Then again, he also loved to fight. None of that mattered. What mattered was their support in helping me rid the world of a cockroach. From the background check, I'd always known in my gut Lou Milner was going to be a disturbance in my plan. Born of blue collar, a drunk. Amy Milner, Ophelia's mother, wasn't much better. I combed over the information I had and pondered how different Ophelia's life would have been if her father had not died. Divorce papers had been filed, and in them he was asking for full custody of his daughter. It didn't get to judgment before a hit-and-run left him for dead. Something about that rubbed me wrong, and before I could stop myself, I texted Hugo to look into it. The police report called it an accident, but with the new development with Lou Milner and knowing he married Amy only a few short months later, there was something that didn't sit right. My hunches often worked out, and if I was correct, Lou Milner was about to be an easy one to bury. No one threatens a DeLowry. There was silence when I stepped off the elevator. That wasn't unusual, even with Ophelia sharing the space. We needed to talk, and instead of heading to my bedroom, I stepped across the hall into the library. After depositing my jacket, I moved to the bar and popped the top from the decanter before pouring a few fingers of whiskey. My neck ached from the tightness it held through the day, and I craned it from side to side in an attempt to loosen it. Once I had enough to take the edge off, I removed my tie, popped the top buttons of my shirt, and headed down the hall. The silence continued as I drew closer to her bedroom. While I was prepared to be civil and knock, the door to her room was open. My brow scrunched as I stepped in. "Ophelia?" I called out. She wasn't there, nor was she in her bathroom. There was also something off about her room, but I brushed it aside as I moved out of the bedroom and in search of her in the main living areas. "Ophelia!" I called out again. Once again there was nothing. Each room was the same, not a speck of evidence she was there. Anger boiled inside when I got to the last space and found it empty. I told her to stay. I told her not to leave, yet she defied me? Perhaps she was in the common levels. It was a solid idea, but that feeling of something amiss crawled in, and I rushed back to her bedroom. Quickly, I pulled out my phone and began a search for her. My stomach sank when the tracker couldn't find a signal in the building. My chest tightened when the last ping signaled over 8 hours before. What the fuck? A zing of cold zipped down my spine, and I rushed back to her bedroom. I scanned the room, and nothing seemed out of place until I checked the bathroom. While makeup and perfume remained, the room was devoid of toiletries. In her closet, the dress she wore the night we met was missing. Her dresser was the true tell. Her drawers were mostly empty. Drawers that had been filled with many of her clothes before we met, including her jeans, were empty, leaving behind only the designer ones Melanie had brought her. She left me? Anger rolled off me. I knew she was upset, but to the point of leaving before we could talk. My emotions oscillated, and I hated the swing that enveloped me. She needed to be found, returned. She couldn't leave me. I owned her. Yes, that was why. Not the lie that I desperately wanted her, that my heart ached for her. The thought that maybe someone could ever care about me was a lie to soothe my wretched soul, but I refused to give up on her. A single button on my phone was pressed, and after one ring, a deep voice answered. "Hugo, I need you to track down someone," I said. "Sure thing. Who am I looking for?" "Ophelia Evans." There was a pause. "Last seen?" "Penthouse, Olympus Tower, 7 this morning." There was the click of fingers on a keyboard. "Have you tracked her phone with yours?" "I tried, but it cut out a few blocks away, and I don't know why." There was a small pause that felt like hours, but only mere seconds passed. "Looks like she's pulled a couple grand off her credit card at a bank on Broadway." "A couple grand? What would she be doing with that kind of money? Did someone force her to do it, then kidnap her? Her stepfather?" The panic that set off inside my chest had me gripping the edge of the counter, my knuckles turning white from the force. "Find her, now." "Yes, sir." I hung up the phone and rubbed at my chest as harsh breaths left me. And then the wicked king fell, consumed by his grief from a situation he created. Almost poetic, but nothing about my life created such beauty. No, I was a destroyer, a conqueror, a king, but without my queen. Ophelia had taken over my heart without me even noticing, and my oversight was costing me and causing a pain I'd never encountered before. All night long I tossed and turned, the worst possible scenarios coming to mind. Closing in on 24 hours and she still hadn't returned, nor had she been found. What had I done? It was my fault. I showed her, and that pushed her away. Who would want to be with a man like me anyway? I wasn't some nice guy she could ever have feelings for, even if I couldn't understand my own. Love in any form was not a nurtured emotion in the DeLowry household. All I could comprehend was that I wanted Ophelia in a way I had never wanted another woman in my life. She pulled at something inside me, deep in my chest, that I wanted her near. The problem was that once she was, I had no clue what to do. Affection was for the weak, or so I had been told my entire childhood. Competition was cultivated from birth, and only winners were praised. That level of expectation of winning wasn't just in pure competition, but also pertained to sibling and cousin rivalry. It was a cycle I hated, because all it did was push me further and further away from people. The absolute need to be the best, to prove my worth, had me cutting off friend and foe at the knees. There was no room for failure, no room for second best. And I craved the win, not to gloat, but for the small, fleeting praise bestowed upon me. The more accolades I garnered, the more praise I received. It wasn't until Ophelia that I began to understand that praise did not equal love. I sat up, unable to take staring at the ceiling any longer, and rubbed my face. "What are you doing, Atticus? What do you want from her?" Her smile, the little smirk she would give, flashed into my mind. There was a light to her, and she drew me in, a moth to her flame, desperate to feel the warmth only she could provide. I wasn't getting any more sleep, and I pulled the covers from my body before settling my feet on the floor. There was no notification light blinking on my phone, and I'd been awake enough that the smallest vibration would have had me grabbing for it. None of that was enough to satiate the need for something to suddenly pop up, and when I woke the screen up, I was greeted with nothing. What made my nerves ramp into overdrive was not that she had run away from me, a reaction I could have predicted if I'd wished to indulge my worry instead of focusing on destroying her stepfather. It was that the signal from her phone had disappeared. That was what had my hand shaking. Me, the wicked king, supreme ruler of the heartless kingdom, was consumed with the fear that my fake fiancé was hurt and needed me. For all my fucking resources, they couldn't find her after nearly 24 hours. After a shower and still no notice, I dressed in simple slacks and a button-down with the sleeves rolled up. It was then I noted how my wardrobe consisted of mostly suits. With summer coming in, and with Ophelia in my life, more trips to the Hamptons would be had, and I would require more casual dress. I tasked Jack with contacting Melanie about a summer wardrobe. An odd thing to do at that moment, but for those few seconds my mind wandered from the anxiety that vibrated through me.
Chapter 24. Ophelia. What the hell are you going to do? It was the question that buzzed around in my brain, but no answers came. I ran away. It was an act of desperation, of sheer need to be away from anything De Lowry related, away from him. My mind was a whirlwind, and all I knew was that I couldn't stay. I had to go. So I did. I withdrew an amount that was pretty much pocket change to him and destroyed the SIM card in my phone. I needed space away from him, and I wasn't going to get it if he knew exactly where I was. To make it harder, I boarded the train and rode into the Bronx. But after many hours of sitting in some budget motel in a sketchy part of town, the adrenaline long ago having worn off, I began to question my rash plan of action. I couldn't hide forever, especially not in New York. He would find me in a heartbeat. If he was even looking. My chest clenched at that thought. What if, after my disappearance, he gave up on me? But didn't I want that? My mind was a massive rat's nest of contradictory confusion. Was that due to the feelings I had for him? The more space between us, the more I began to realize that as much as I was angry at him, it was my own fear that thrust me out the door. I was a flighty personality when things got too heavy, whether that was from an overbearing fear of a drunk or the emotional upheaval of being thrust into a spotlight. There was no real preparation for it, just a general warning of things that would happen. How could he be so blasé over firing others? He was like ice when he dictated that not only would they be fired, but it was my fault entirely. While I knew my actions at the club were on no one's shoulders but my own, I couldn't reconcile the thought that I'd never again be allowed out for a little breather, some fun. I should have predicted Lou's response to the announcement. His eyes were probably shining with dollar signs when he'd watched the news and concocted his plan. The amount wasn't much in the De Lowry world, but to Lou, it was riches beyond his dreams, and all he had to do was threaten me. When I grasped at straws before signing the contract with Atticus and mentioned skeletons, it was a true air grab. Anything to postpone the inevitable, but I didn't believe there was anything. My life had been standard, with the only thing hanging in the air being the identity of whomever killed my father. It was a mystery that was still unsolved 2 decades later. I suppose I could have declined his proposal, But there was something that stopped me from saying no, from just flipping him off and storming out. Yes, the money was part of it, but there was more. The promise of different, of not having to worry about so much, of spending time with Atticus. But the shiny had worn off, and I found that the life of the rich was harder than it looked. Rules and etiquette and an aching loneliness prevailed. I fell back down on the bed, my stomach choosing that moment to rumble. No surprise, since I hadn't eaten since I'd grabbed a sandwich before checking into the hotel. Since then, I'd lived off the snacks I snagged from his penthouse condo when I left. The problem I faced was that I finished off the last bottle of water and had to leave the security of the crappy walls that surrounded me. The temperature was near 90 out, so I slipped on some shorts and a tank top, then my flip-flops. My identity was out there all over the place, so I'd made sure to conceal my face beneath a hat and sunglasses. Even if someone thought I looked familiar, nobody would suspect a future DeLowry would be caught dead in an area like this dressed the way I was. After picking up a gyro and fries, I dipped into a corner bodega for drinks and an abundance of soul-nourishing chocolate. And a pint of Ben & Jerry's. When I was done, I rushed out and back down the street. In and out, avoid all people, just walk, get back to the hotel. Hurry. "Hey, lady, got any change?" a man asked. The hairs on the back of my neck rose. Ignore. Get back. "Hey, sweetheart, I'm talking to you." His voice lost its friendly edge. I picked up the pace, hoping the guy would move on to the next person. "Listen, bitch," he sneered. My arm was yanked, throwing off my balance and halting me. My leg kicked out to stop my fall. I was met with dark eyes that seemed to glow with anger. His pupils blown from whatever drugs he was on. "Let go," I said through clenched teeth. There were people everywhere, but nobody seemed to take notice of us. "Give me your money and maybe I will." I was just about to laugh at him when I heard the distinctive schnick of a switchblade. My stomach dropped, and my eyes peered around trying to catch anyone's glance. "Ain't nobody gonna help you. Not here." Fuck this. Fuck him. Fuck all the men who think they can control me and walk all over me. I said, "Leave me alone," I cried out, pulling my arm to wrench it from his grip, not caring if I was cut in the process. Suddenly, I flew back, my arm free. I stumbled briefly, but regained my balance in time to watch as a man slammed his fist into the druggie's face again and again until the man lay groaning on the ground. There was a small wave of applause, but everyone ignored the man lying in an outcome of his own making. I watched the heaving back of the man who saved me, a chill running down my spine. He turned, his blue eyes lit with anger, but also an edge of panic, as he raked his gaze across my skin. My heart thumped wildly in my chest. He came. He actually came. And I wasn't sure what scared me the most. The fact that I was bound to be in trouble, or the relief I felt that he found me. Glancing away, I fought my desire to flee and clenched my jaw to keep the tears at bay. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, while steadfastly refusing to look at him. It wasn't something Atticus would allow. Of course he wouldn't. Atticus would always be the one in the position of power, and he proved nothing had changed when his thumb and finger gripped my chin and simultaneously tilted my head back, while his other pulled my sunglasses off. "You left? I followed. I pulled away from him. Go away, Atticus. He arched a brow. And leave you here, in this shithole? His comment was as blasé as always, and only further solidified that my decision to leave was the right one. I understand this place more than I will ever understand your home, I said before stomping away. Am I that awful that you would prefer to be threatened by a drugged-up thief than sleep next to me in safety? I stopped in my tracks. Yes, because nothing about you is safe. My eyelids closed at the warmth that filled me, the electricity that continued to pass between us even now at his chest pressed to my back. You really want to break the contract? My eyes snapped open. Yes. No. Fuck, I hated that contract. Well, considering I'm pretty sure my addition was loopholed the fuck out, yes, I do. If I have to work 3 jobs to pay you back, I will. But I'm not going back with you. You know, then. I spun in his arms to face him, anger leaking out at being correct. It became pretty fucking obvious the day you pinned me to your childhood bed. I'm sure there were all sorts of wicked ways you schemed to have sex with me without breaking the contract. His gaze hardened, as did his jaw. After glancing around, he took hold of my arm and walked me down the sidewalk toward my hotel. Let's talk about this in private. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. When we entered my room, I set my bags down, lamenting the ruin of my appetite despite the vicinity of my delicious gyro. Pack your things. We're going home. I snapped around to him, noting the sour expression of his downturned mouth while he scanned the room, careful not to touch anything. Excuse me? No. No. You heard me. And why not? Tears welled in my eyes, and I fought them back by clenching my jaw. I can't go back to that. I can't. Why would I want to go back? I have 10 million reasons. I threw my hands up in the air. Screw the money. That seemed to startle him, and he blinked at me. What? I said, screw the money. No amount of money would ever be reason enough to put up with that life or with you. I'm not built for it. You chose wrong. He shook his head. No, I didn't. I'm telling you, you did. Why do you think that? Because I'm not DeLowry material. And who said this? The media? The trash simply loves gossip. And right now you are the juiciest bit to cross their desks. All will calm down soon. It may, but it will never be like it was. His lips formed a thin line. No, you're associated now. Even if you leave me, they'll come for you. I hated the strain in the deep timbre of his voice and the way it tugged at my heart. Why can't you just let me be? My gaze was glued to the floor, and in a few seconds the shiny surface of his crocodile-embossed loafers came into view. He gripped my chin, forcing me to look up at him, forcing me to see the tortured twist of his beautiful features. I'm different with you than I am with other people, he said lowly. If you're saying I got to see the good version of you, wow, you need some improvement. I kept the hard edge, not relenting. I wasn't someone he could just walk all over. We obviously learned 2 different versions of the word good in school. You didn't see the bad, he stated, releasing my chin and stepping away. I went from having lunch there once a month to twice a week when you started working there. I gasped at that. I'd always assumed it was normal. No one at the restaurant told me differently. But to go there so much just to see me? I didn't just pick you at random, Ophelia. You must understand that by now. After his dismissal of any knowledge of that night, I'd assumed I'd just been another notch in his very expensive bedpost. Then he asked me to marry him, but I still could never reconcile the two men I knew him to be. I don't know who you are, Atticus, I said in a whisper. Are you friend or foe? He paused, thinking it over, his head dropping before his spine straightened. I'm both. As the head of the De Lowrys, I don't have the luxury to choose one or the other. That was a sad revelation, but fit with what I'd witnessed. Were you... I trailed off, my nerve to ask him the one question I'd wondered for over a year. It wasn't the first time I asked, but I needed an answer. Were you ever going to call me? Or was that just a flippant remark you tell all the girls? He shook his head, and I bit back a tear. You act like I take every woman I meet to bed when that is far from the truth. With regard to the first part of your question, the easy answer is yes. Yes, I had every intention of calling you. However, after you left that morning, I was thrown back into work with many meetings the following week. When I was sitting at that table with all those men, it was in celebration of an $800 million acquisition of a sports team. The moment I saw you greeting us, I began to doubt the sheer coincidence of meeting you. By the time I'd dug far enough into your history, weeks had passed. And how was I supposed to ingratiate myself to you with the attitude I'd shown? I figured your ego wouldn't stop you. Perhaps if I was Reese or Hamilton, with the way I treated you those weeks, I felt there was no going back. Why would you want to deal with me? I didn't think you had any insecurities. Only one, he responded with a sad smile. One that, if I didn't know better, would be taken as a grimace, while our gazes remained locked. Only you. And yet, after our arrangement and living together, you continued to push me away when I can see what you hide from everyone else. And what is it you think you see? He asked. That you're lonely. That you're dying for any sort of affection, but have no idea how to ask for it. He stayed frozen in front of me. And you've made me lonely with you. All alone in that huge home, and the only person I have is you. But you ignore me because why? Because... He let out a frustrated sigh. There is no dark beast lurking in the shadows. It's just me, in broad daylight, standing in front of the cameras with a look of strength while I wipe the dirt from my hands. You have no idea the burdens of my position. You're right, I don't. But that doesn't mean I don't see the strain it puts on you. You don't have to shoulder it all. As the head of this family, yes, I do. I will be the final say in all regards. The king of the De Lowrys left to rot in the makings of my birthright. It was the most open he'd ever been by miles, and my heart hurt for the anguish in his voice. Had he ever done anything for himself? Even kings have advisors. Is that what you want to be? My advisor? All I know is that I want to be more than I am. Being treated like a person and not like an object. What if I'm not capable of that? He asked. The insecurity he spoke of was on full display. He felt for me, but didn't know what to do about it. But you are. I know you are. How? Because for one night, I couldn't stop looking at the most wonderful man I'd ever met. I still feel like that was a dream, but I know he was real. And he's in you, somewhere, buried under all the duty and loneliness. I pursed my lips and tilted my head as I stared at him. Have you ever been happy, Atticus? His brow furrowed, and he remained silent. It just seems sad to go through life never being happy. Work fulfills me. Do you even enjoy it? Or is that just the DeLowry brainwashing in effect? His silence held so much. The weight upon him was crushing, piling up around him so he couldn't move. I was happy once, he says after a few minutes, his voice so low and almost reverent. I cringed against the emotion, because it was obvious she touched him. For one night, I had happiness and peace and fun. Just one night? The furrow of his brow deepened. That was all we had. His eyes met mine, and shock rocked me. I was the one who touched him. Our one night was the same. You weren't chosen at random, Ophelia. You were chosen because I couldn't stop thinking about you. About that night. The one night in my life I felt like a regular man and not the head of a $500 billion company. With you, I wasn't a DeLowry. That was why I forbid anyone to tell you my last name, and why my credit card held no name at all. That was something I'd always wondered. I'd only ever seen prepaid credit cards like that, not personal ones. But it always went through, so there was no need to know, and Mitchell told me he was one of the investors. I wanted you to see me as a man, even if it was from the other side of the table. Even if I couldn't bring myself to even attempt to undo the damage of my silence and contempt. What would I have said to you? I felt like a schoolboy nursing a crush and unable to act upon it. You weaken me. Emotion isn't a crippling thing. It should set you free, not weigh you down. Your obligations to your family do that enough. Even if we're never anything more than a contract, I want you to find an ally in me. Someone to lean on. I'm not made to be a doll. I'm built to be a warrior. I don't know if I can open up like that. I reached up and cupped his face. It won't be easy at first, but once you let go, like you did then, it will flow from you with ease. You'll come back? He asked, a hopeful edge lacing his words. Would I? I was so vehement about it earlier. But then he opened up. My loneliness embraced his loneliness and bonded. For a few brief moments, he'd been so honest with me. More honest than I think he'd ever been with himself. And that was worth sticking around to see more of. I nodded. If you promise to try, I promise to be on my best DeLowry impersonator behavior. Outside the home. My lips curled up into a smile, liking that I still had freedom in our little haven in the sky. Outside the home. As long as you agree that inside the home, we can be more than strangers. He reached out and enveloped my hand with his. I think I'd like that very much. Good. We're in agreement. One last thing. I rolled my eyes. Of course there is.
Don't run again.
I blinked at him, my gaze flicking between his eyes and taking in the deep sorrow and pain reflected there. Without my thinking, I threw my arms around his shoulders and pulled him close. I'm sorry.
You should be apologizing for scaring me like that.
He pulled back and cupped my cheek, his thumb lightly stroking the skin beneath.
I'm sorry that I had to show you that side of me. I tried to shield you, hoping to not make you hate me.
I don't hate you, Atticus. We'll get past this. Just take it one day at a time. He held out his hand.
Come on, let's go home.
I smiled up at him and slipped my hand into his. Okay. Chapter 25. Ophelia. Atticus kept sneaking a peek at me, his gaze flipping toward me all through breakfast. I'd returned with him days ago, and his behavior had been similar since I'd taken his hand. Always watching, like he thinks I'm going to disappear. What? His brow furrowed.
You promise that you'll stay? That if you leave, it is with Michael and you will return with him?
I reached out and placed my hand on his, giving him a comforting smile. I promise. I bit down on my bottom lip as he returned to reading something on his tablet. With as closed off as he was emotionally, I had to admit I liked seeing the almost desperate desire for me. Maybe not the kind of desire that set me on fire, but the desire for me on another level. One that would make the next 5 years a lot easier on us both if it continued. More than just strangers with an arrangement, but a true relationship of sorts. I jumped at the sound that suddenly sprang from the speakers, my eyes widening while I froze. Last weekend, Atticus DeLowry, head of the DeLowry Corporation, was seen pulling his fiancée, Ophelia Evans, from the nightclub Stratus. Eyewitnesses recount the wild behavior of the soon-to-be wife caught drunk and partying with Atticus's sister, Genevieve. Since the event, the DeLowry family has remained silent, and there has been no sight of Ophelia. I glared at him, wondering why, for a brief moment, I was content. "Turn it off," I grumbled. He arched a perfect brow at me and turned the screen toward me.
You need thicker skin.
I looked away from the awful photo of me, and there I was, almost thinking he was sweet and a marshmallow on the inside. There was a softness there buried deep inside, but it wasn't sugary. Well, probably not going to happen.
A reminder, then. Behave how you want within these floors, but out there, you are a representative of my family now. Even if by name you aren't yet, you are a DeLowry.
Are you trying to scare me off again?
No, I'm simply trying to be more transparent. From now on, we need to be a united front.
I nodded in agreement. He grabbed my hand and raised it to his mouth to place a kiss on it, and topped it off with a lick. The atmosphere had thickened, and so had Atticus's touch. I loved seeing the different flashes in his eyes, and the darkness that was taking over excited me. It wasn't the cold detachment I'd seen so often.
Be a good girl, and perhaps I'll reward you,
he said as he stood. What kind of treat do I get? I asked.
Why does that matter?
Because I need to know if it's worth it.
Let's just say it's long and thick.
The corner of his mouth ticked. My gaze narrowed and I shook my head. Not happening.
I thought you wanted what was it called? Pool noodle?
I froze for a second and straightened. Well, yes,
but I have a feeling we're talking about two totally different things. I was surprised he remembered my offhand comment about one of those. Are we? By the near lecherous expression you're wearing, yes. He poured himself another cup of coffee and headed back my way, giving me a full view of his gray sweatpants and white t-shirt. Everything he wore fit him with perfection. And added with his natural swagger and confidence, and with the authoritative vibe that rolled off him. It was amazing women weren't constantly clinging to him like a koala. I knew I wanted to. Suddenly, I was shocked out of my imaginings by a swath of skin appearing in front of me. Almost innocently, Atticus inspected something on the hem of his shirt, drawing it up and exposing his abs. Something that I hadn't seen in a year. The unabashed sexiness in front of me was blinding. The clearing of a throat caught my attention, and my gaze snapped to his. A smirk played on his lips, and he had that look, that one that said, "Got you." Who has the lecherous expression now? Heat flamed my face. You did that on purpose. He stepped up next to me and reached out, his fingertips lightly caressing my collarbone, sending a shiver down my spine and causing heat to settle between my thighs. Of course. If I'm to suffer, you should burn with me. Once he was done torturing me, he took his seat again. My plate was clean with the exception of a few crumbs, but I wasn't ready to leave his presence. Since my return, we'd settled into a different pattern than before, one where we actually spent time together. I found I liked it. It wasn't as lonely as before. The atmosphere had been intimidating, with the museum-like stillness and pristine cleanliness. Somehow, since I'd returned, even with its large size, it had become a little more homey. Maybe I was relaxing a bit since his confession, but I enjoyed our simple times together. In order to continue our growth and to keep his walls from coming back up, I began texting him throughout the day. Responses weren't always prompt, but I didn't expect that they would be, so it made me appreciate when he did. Not in a badgering way, but simple, innocuous things. Today was not one of those days. Ophelia. Survey says? I was pleasantly surprised when his reply came moments later. Atticus. What survey? Ophelia. Sigh. Never mind. Atticus. Are you referring to the plans regarding your stepfather? Okay, now he's playing with me. Atticus had glossed over what he was going to do to Lou, not wanting me to worry, but how could I not? Lou had tried to blackmail me, and it would have worked under normal circumstances if my fiancé wasn't the wicked king. The king bowed to no man, and he was determined to make Lou feel his wrath. Ophelia. You did say there would be a meeting this morning. What happened? Atticus. Meet me for lunch at noon. You know where. I rolled my eyes. I guessed after a year of eating there multiple times a week, it was a hard habit to break. Being that it was already 10, I moved to the closet to find an ensemble that was DeLowry-worthy. While being cool, it was supposed to be in the upper 90s. There was so much in my closet, but I finally located an odd but pretty silk scarf wrap top in gold and blues that looked kind of like a halter but wasn't, some Versace pleated shorts, and my strappy Louboutins. The designers' names were something I never thought I would own, let alone feel comfortable enough going into a store to browse, knowing full well I couldn't buy anything. Even with everything, it was nice to be pampered and have someone coordinate your outfits, because there was no way I was up to the task. Some of the stuff Melanie brought was so out there and baggy in design that I couldn't believe it was considered fashionable. In the end, none of them stayed, thankfully, because she said they didn't meet the image someone in my position needed. At the time, I didn't understand what she meant, but I began to learn. I learned more about fashion and designers since I didn't go out much. I would create outfits with occasions in mind. Once dressed and ready, I headed down to the lobby. Atticus had a new SIM card created for my phone, glaring at me the whole time it was replaced, which was necessary to navigate the overly teched-out building. When I arrived in the lobby, there was an immediate, rigid response from the concierge and security. I blinked over at them. An oppressive aura that seemed to be made up of fear and worry emanated from them. "Good morning, Miss Evans. Shall I call Michael for you?" Amy asked, giving me a forced smile. I gave her a small nod. "Thank you." My response sent a wave of relief through her, and her smile brightened considerably. When the sedan pulled up to the pickup location, Michael got out and held open the door for me. "Thank you," I said as I slid into the back seat. Even his demeanor was strained, not relaxed like usual. "We will be stopping to pick up Mr. DeLowry today."
I nodded. "Is everything all right?"
"Shouldn't it be?
Everyone seems weird today."
"Perhaps it's because you ran away from Atticus DeLowry."
His steely eyes met mine in the rearview mirror.
"He is normally friendly, even in his curt attitude. But you released his dark side on the staff."
My mouth dropped open. When I left, it was for my own selfish reasons. I didn't really grasp what he'd said that morning. My actions have consequences for those around me. "I'm sorry." He let out a sigh.
"I'm the only one that saw where you came from. The change has had to be difficult for you, so I understand why you left after that night."
"How can I make it up to everyone?" I asked.
The guilt of having his rage directed at all the different employees didn't sit well. "Don't leave him again."
I nodded before turning to stare out the window. A few minutes later, the car slowed to a stop. The door clicked open, and I watched as Atticus slid into the seat beside me. He froze before he could close the door, his eyes glued to my legs. Heat from his gaze licked at my skin as he moved up to my shorts, then shirt, then meeting my eyes. Something deep and deliciously dark burned inside him, and I found it affecting me in an unexpected way. My nipples tightened, and my thighs clenched, rubbing against each other. I didn't even notice the slamming of the door or the acceleration of the car. He'd ensnared me, trapped me in an overpowering confusion of lust. I drew in a sharp breath when his hand rested against my thigh, his fingers drawing lazy circles.
"What are you wearing?"
he asked, his tone deeper than normal. Between that and his overpowering presence, I felt overwhelmed by him. "Shorts?" was his only response. My mind was completely focused on the light touches. I wasn't used to it, used to that level of affection, especially not from him. The car once again slowed to a stop, and I blinked at the familiar building in front of us. "Why are we here?" I asked as we got out of the car. Atticus held out his hand, waiting for mine.
"Because I like the privacy. You should know that by now."
Once again, his eyes raked over me. After all the gazes and whispers as we entered, I did understand to a degree. As we sat waiting for our drinks from his new waitress Allison to arrive,
We went over the menu, his hand once again landing on my thigh. Warmth flooded my face. Why do you keep doing that? I can't touch you? You can, but just... do you have to do it so intimately? How would you prefer I touch you? Especially when dressed like that. His hand left, and I blew out a breath. It suits you, though, even if I believe it's too short. Fashionable, but not overtly sexual. You mean not like Jen? I mean a dignified level of restraint, while still being so alluring I am having difficulty refraining from feeling your skin beneath my fingers. Butterflies kicked up in a torrent in my stomach. I wasn't used to this version of him. Had he been restraining himself the whole time? Our confusing relationship only grew more and more confusing. Not friends, not lovers, not even an odd employee-employer affinity. What were we, besides engaged? When I left, something snapped in Atticus. Well, maybe not snapped, but he definitely acknowledged something. His confession affected me as well. That, coupled with touches of genuine affection, and it was becoming harder and harder to resist him. Have you picked out a dress for this weekend? I blinked at him. Dress? For the charity gala. All the blood drained from my face. A charity function with no notice? He froze, giving me the most frightening side-eye that sent a shiver down my spine. If you had checked the calendar Jack has set up, it wouldn't be a surprise. Oh, that. What's it for? If you'd read the folio, you would have seen all the charities we are involved with. Most important are at the top. I rolled my eyes. If you'd read the folio, I mocked back at him, earning a glare that didn't affect me the same way it used to. No, the heat flashing through my body was definitely new. Even with his emerging softer side, he was still a hard-headed, overbearing ass at times. It is our first official event out in society as a couple, he said as he grabbed the glass Allison sat down and took a sip, waving her off to come back for our order. And? I asked as I took a large sip of my wine. And there are things you need to know. We need to come back from that debacle with Genevieve. Therefore, you will be on your best behavior. His aggravation grew as he spoke, the level of his voice growing as well. Take that tone down a notch. We'd spent the last few days without the Wicked King coming out, and I intended to keep him away. His jaw clenched, and he let out a growl of frustration. It was a PR disaster, and it is your duty to change the public's opinion of you. You will dress appropriately, and will present yourself with grace and elegance. You will be on my arm with your head held high, and give them no reason to tear you down. Yes, master. His fist slammed onto the table. This is a serious matter, Ophelia. I blew out a breath. I understand that, but put some warmth into your voice. You're like a fucking robot sometimes. I thought we pushed through this crap. He ground his teeth together. I'm trying, but you can't expect me to literally change overnight. I am simply trying to convey how I will look and act at our first public function, I said, cutting him off. I get it. I won't embarrass you. I will stand by your side like a good little prized pony, all primped and proper. Anger coursed through me, hating that he felt he needed to talk down to me like I was a child. He reached across the table and took my hand in his. I don't want to give them a reason to hurt you. The sincerity in his tone completely deflated me. See? Was that so hard? Yes, he said.
but his lip twitched up, and he let out a sigh as he relaxed back into his seat.
Be patient with me.
I grabbed his thumb with my own. Just keep admitting you were wrong and petting me and we'll be good. His lips pulled up into a grin, and I blanched at the sight of the hunter staring at his prey.
Petting? Do I get to pet you now? I assure you that will make me much more agreeable.
Heat rose to my face, and I looked away. You know, you tricked me with our contract, I said, pulling our attention away from the flames that grew around us.
Did I?
I shook my head. Don't play stupid. You dangled $10 million in my face and gave me only 24 hours to decide if it was worth it to marry you.
And have my child,
he added. I tried to ignore the silky smooth and sinful undercurrent, but it was almost impossible when all of his attention was centered on me. Something about the way he said it made my thighs clench and squeeze together. He was completely unraveling me. I cleared my throat. That was shady. You knew I'd take it. He shook his head and opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. Out with it, I said, prompting him to come clean. He hated when I did it, because he hated showing weakness, and somehow any affection toward me was a weakness. His jaw jutted forward, and he looked to the ceiling before that dispassionate glare was aimed at me.
You have a wildness about you. It was something that attracted me to you. That aspect sprinkled doubt. If you hadn't agreed, I didn't know what to do. Therefore, I gave you whatever you wanted so you'd agree. But until your name was scrawled across the bottom, part of me believed you would turn me down.
You're blaming your insecurity on me and twisted it to gain a deceitful hand?
Correct.
I pulled back and crossed my arms in front of me. Is this a tactic you use a lot?
Quite often.
The deceit? He let out a humming sound.
No. I do whatever is necessary to get what I want.
As long as it doesn't involve emotions.
I'm not above making concessions. But I knew then that spending 5 years next to you, there would be nothing to tame my thirst for you. In order to keep our agreement and still be able to feel your thighs clenching around my hips as you shatter around me, alternative wording was created.
And those would be? He leaned forward, his lips drawing up into a smirk, the intensity in his gaze making me squirm in my seat.
It would be a waste to share them with you, since you have no intent to allow me to utilize them.
I blinked at him. He took my stunned silence as an opening to lean in and run his lips against the column of my neck.
And you wouldn't want me to utilize them, would you?
Thankfully, that was the moment Allison parted the curtain to take our order, though I could tell my face was flushed. At least it got him to back up before he touched me more. In the end, he never did tell me what he did to Lou, and I think that was exactly what he wanted.
Chapter 26. Atticus. Of all the clothes in her closet, why did she have to choose something that would affect me so? I was behaving in a completely uncouth way. I also needed to speak to Melanie about why she brought shorts that showed off nearly every inch of her flawless legs. My attraction to her had never dwindled, and with the changes in our relationship, it had become even more difficult to keep my hands off her. Such is the situation I found myself in. My ability to rein my desire in had come loose. The wall of decorum was crumbling. The new waitress, Allison, was growing on me. She was more competent than that worm, whatever his name was. Still, she was nowhere as good as Ophelia. and I regretted every day I came that I made her quit. At the same time, I quite enjoyed having her sitting next to me in the half-circle booth, even if everything about her was driving me to distraction. Her brow was knitted as she stared down at her glass of wine. "What?" I asked, wondering what was amiss with her drink. She blinked at me.
What?
"You have a look on your face."
I was just thinking.
"Expand, please."
DeLowry Pharmaceuticals?
I set my phone down and focused all of my attention on her. "Yes?"
Did you know I worked for them?
I gave her a slow nod. "Your resume was one of many background check items."
Do you have to keep doing that?
She asked with a huff. I quirked a brow as I stared back at her.
I know you dug into me, but do you have to remind me that you dissected my life before you got to know me as a human being? Can we have a conversation where you don't have to hammer that fact out yet again? If you know something, just agree.
A harsh chuckle left me, and I nodded. "Forgive me, my dear. You are correct. I will do better." She straightened, though I did see her nose crinkle at the pet name I threw out.
Good.
DeLowry Pharmaceuticals.
Oh, right.
I couldn't help but chuckle when she was reminded about what she was thinking about.
Do you think I could work there again?
I froze as I attempted to process her thought path that brought her to that point, and was once again thwarted. "Why would you?" She shrugged.
I don't know, something to do.
"What about wedding planning?"
Your mom has that covered, right?
She asked. "You don't want to give any input at all into our celebration?"
Some, but...
She heaved a sigh. "My mother is a very intense presence."
You all are. I have no clue what she's already done, and I kind of feel like it's a sham wedding, and so what do I care?
I drew in a sharp breath. "Sham?" She rolled her eyes.
When I envisioned getting married, it was to a man I wanted to spend the rest of my life with and who thought the world of me, not some contract.
My chest constricted at her description. Love and marriage did not always coincide in my family, therefore I had difficulty imagining needing one for the other. I could admit that it wounded me hearing her talk about us in such a harsh manner. No, we weren't some doe-eyed couple in love, but 5 years wasn't going to be enough for me. I wanted Ophelia in ways I'd never wanted anyone. She filled something missing inside me. When she left me, I'd become a shell of a person again. A robot. Even if we don't have that kind of relationship, it doesn't mean the day can't be special. Make it what you want. Whatever dream you have, whatever dress you want. With regard to my mother, if you want your opinion heard, you need to state it loudly. Assert yourself, or she'll walk all over you. She blinked at me, pink spreading across her cheeks before nodding.
Okay.
She returned her attention to her plate.
Grr, you distracted me. I want to work. I don't want to be some rich housewife like on those shows. I'm not a socialite by any means.
That wasn't where I thought the conversation was going. Good, I hate socialites. I tolerated them. After growing up surrounded by them, Ophelia was a refreshing breeze. What about when we have a baby? I reminded her.
I could stop then and reassess, but until then, I'm tired of being bored out of my mind around here. I want to work, use my degree. I know I don't have a doctorate and I refuse to be a rep again, but there must be something somewhere I can work within some DeLowry company. It doesn't have to be in pharmaceuticals, just somewhere.
I thought it over. In a way, I wanted to hold her up at the top of the tower forever, but I knew I couldn't do that. I also knew what she was asking would not go the way she envisioned it. "You will be judged, whispered about." She pursed her lips.
I know. Trust me, I understand.
"I'm not against it. The last thing I want is for you to be miserable."
Really?
She seemed surprised. Really? However, I would be engaging in other avenues to pull her into. Perhaps calling Georgiana was in order.
Wow, I thought you'd be against it.
Why would I be against it? I asked. Had she seen through me?
I don't know. We didn't talk about it during the contract phase. And I've spent the last few months in a DeLowry crash course of what not to do, which is everything I've ever done in my life.
There is a position I know of.
Yeah?
I nodded, my lips drawing up. She stiffened and narrowed her gaze at me. I've always wanted a personal cock-warmer. Her head fell to the side with the most exaggerated eye roll I'd ever witnessed.
How do you say no in Italian?
No.
Exactly.
Her eyes sparkled, and I got lost in their warmth. Reaching out, I placed my hand on hers, my fingers wrapping around as I brushed my thumb across her knuckles. The light died down, but not in a bad way. My touch had replaced it with another emotion I quite enjoyed. "I like this," I said. Her fingers squeezed mine.
Me too.
The waiter, whatever his name was, arrived and set our food down, disrupting our moment.
"Thank you, Drake,"
Ophelia said, giving him a warm smile. Where did Allison go? I hated the twerp. As soon as the curtain closed, she reached over and pulled the broccolini from my plate, replacing it with her sautéed green beans. "Don't," was all she said as she did it. The dark marks on the green stems showed me what the issue was. They were heavily charred, and she knew I disliked that. If it wasn't correct, it should be fixed.
"Give the guy a break,"
she huffed. I quirked a brow at her. Do I look as though I'm about to spit fire at him?
"He's scared enough of you as it is."
Good. That is his problem, not mine.
"You should try smiling at him,"
she said as she cut her steak. It was an odd choice for her, a divergence from her normal salmon addiction. If I expose my teeth, he may believe I'm threatening him. She coughed on her bite, attempting not to laugh, but failing utterly.
"Maybe, but scowling at him constantly isn't doing any good."
"He's not up to my standards."
"Nobody is."
"You were." She looked up from her plate, and when our eyes met, all I wanted was to close the space between us and press my lips to hers.
"And now?"
she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tension in the air heightened, and I kept glancing between her lips and her eyes that were drawing me in. Now I find I may be below your standards.
"Not possible."
How so?
"Because there is no man that has ever come close to you."
A confession. A validation that I wasn't the only one being pulled in more and more with each day. In a fraction of a second, I held her head in my hands as my lips crashed to hers. The table clattered, drinks spilled, and glass broke as she fell down to the booth, taking me with her. But I only cared about the woman whose tongue was caressing mine, while soft mules vibrated beneath my hands. A tug on my back pulled me closer to her. A groan left me as I palmed her bare thigh, the overwhelming need to taste her, to have her, taking over my senses.
"How is
A voice called, and I snapped my gaze over to the curtain, scowling at the girl standing there. "Out!" I snarled. Ophelia's slight fingers brushed against my jaw, drawing my attention back to her. Delicious pink painted her skin, her eyes dark and lips swollen, and I wanted nothing more than to rip our clothes off and take her right there.
"Our lunch is getting cold,"
was all she said in response, lips brushing against mine. The interruption wasn't enough to tamp down the fire that burned brightly between us. I could give you a trial run today as my personal cockwarmer. As soon as we're done with lunch. She bit down on her lip, stifling a small moan, but I heard it nonetheless.
"No sex."
A groan left me, and I pressed my lips softly to hers. Yes, my dear. Making it through the remainder of lunch was going to be difficult with a stiff dick and a woman who continued to tease me in unexpected ways.
Chapter 27. Ophelia. It was amazing the amount of friends that came crawling out of the woodwork with the announcement that you were marrying the country's most eligible bachelor. A statistic I didn't even know about until the announcement came out. My social media, which I'd blanched and scrubbed the hell out of weeks before the announcement came out, was awash with notifications. People I hadn't had contact with in years except for social media exchanges, which I didn't consider contact really, had been bombarding my social media. The one good thing was that they didn't have my new number, which some of them noted as they'd tried to call. But it had been so long since we'd hung out or really talked. I felt like it was a feeler post, like they were throwing out a line to see if I'd take it. What surprised me the most was when an unknown number called, and I actually answered it almost on instinct, knowing the person on the other end was someone of importance, probably because so few people had my new number. "Hello? Leah?" I blinked as the voice was familiar and the nickname. "Brooke?" "And Andrea," a high-pitched voice called out. A smile spread on my face, and I leaned back against my bed. "How are you calling me?" I asked. Last I knew, she was stomping around throwing a tantrum about how she asked for a phone for Christmas and didn't get one. She was the only one in her class that didn't have one. "I used my part-time job to get a phone. Mom couldn't say anything about it, so save the number, okay?" "You got it. How are you? How's school?" It had been so long since I'd gotten to talk to her that I cherished every word. Talking at their house was always stunted, careful not to say the wrong thing, always guarded.
Leah, we miss you,
Andrea said with a whine.
Why don't you visit anymore?
You know why, Brooke hissed. Did they know? Really know? Brooke was obviously in her teenage rebellious phase, but I also believed that gave her an insight she didn't understand before. At least that was the vibe I got from her phone comment. What did Mom say? I asked, the curiosity too great to withstand.
She just says you're busy. When I asked why you never call, she said, why would she want to talk to her two bratty sisters?
My stomach sank, and I pulled my legs up against my chest. Such a horrible mother. You know that's a lie, right?
Of course,
Brooke cried.
If it were the truth, you wouldn't still give us gifts and hugs and smiles and come to school functions. Though it's been a while on that.
I'm sorry about that. I hated that their own parents didn't attend recitals and events and went when I could. I started a job where I often worked late into the night, and getting any info from Mom was impossible.
Dad says it's 'cause you don't like us, that you're an uptight, ungrateful,
Andrea trailed off before her voice dipped into a whisper.
B-word.
That doesn't surprise me, I grumbled.
Leah, when can we come see you?
Andrea asked in that pitiful tone. She was 14 and still sounded like she was 8 half the time. I'd long wondered if it was a defense mechanism. Why do you want to see where I live? I asked. Their response would be a huge tell, because as happy as I was to hear from them, I still doubted their intent.
Mom says you probably live at the top of a tower like a princess,
Andrea squealed. She may have been a teenager, but she'd never outgrown her princess obsession.
It's not that kind of tower, Dee,
Brooke said with an exasperated sigh. How do you know?
Because it's a condo, not a castle,
Brooke argued.
Anyway, yeah, Mom said you were living in a tower in Manhattan.
She and Dad? What? I prodded her to continue. They keep saying bad things about you, Leah. Do you believe them? No, Brooke said with more confidence than I expected. You've always been nice, and I know Dad has never been nice to you. Maybe Brooke really was coming into her own and seeing things as they were. Mom said you don't come around anymore because you don't want to see us, Andrea said, her sad little tone breaking my heart. We'd come back around to this, which made me realize how much my absence had hurt my little sisters, even though I hadn't lived with them in nearly a decade. It's not that, little Dee. It's Dad, Brooke said, a bit of venom lacing her tone. He's a stupid drunk. I hate living with him.
Shh, don't say that. What if he hears you?
Andrea said with a whimper. Fuck. Was he hitting them now, too? Why do you say it like that?
He gets mad and yells really, really loud.
Does he hurt you?
Yes,
Brooke growled, but then her voice broke. He's so much bigger and stronger. What does he do? He grabbed Dee the other day and threw her against the wall. There are bruises on her arm and a knot on her forehead. My fists clenched, and my anger fought against the tears that threatened to fall. You shouldn't have to stay with him. Can we come live with you? My chest clenched. I had to tell Atticus. There was no way they could stay there, and I knew he'd be able to help them. Things between us were not stable enough to add 2 teenage girls, but maybe they could stay with Aunt Stacy, Mom's sister. She was always sweet and loving,
and I knew she'd fought for us before. Somehow, some way, I was getting them out of there and into a loving environment. They were innocents who deserved more. No matter what, they were going to be safe. I'll get you out of there.
Really?
I don't know how or when or where, but I'll get you somewhere safe.
Anywhere is better than here,
Brooke whispered, and I could hear her break out into a sob. She'd been showing such strength for Andrea, but the hope of being free broke her resolve. I could hear Andrea in the background.
It's okay, sissy. Leah's gonna make it better, see? I told you, Leah will help.
What had he done to Brooke to make her break down like that? Text or call whenever you need something, but make sure to erase the messages so he doesn't see, okay? Hold tight. I love you both.
Love you, Leah.
Stay strong. My hands were shaking as I hung up. Guilt wrecked me. I'd fled, leaving them alone with that monster. All of her daughters had suffered at her husband's hands, even his blood daughters, and yet our mother did nothing. Once again, I was ecstatic that I didn't take after her. Letting out a shaky breath helped to steady me, and my fingers flew across the screen. Ophelia, I need my sisters away from Lou, now. I closed my eyes and wondered if we couldn't bring them here. What would he think of that? Atticus. Done. I blinked down at the screen. For one thing, I didn't expect such a prompt reply, as busy as he was. And I also wasn't expecting such a blanket response. It was similar to when I said Lou wanted $100,000. Ophelia. That's it? You don't want to know why? Atticus. If your concern is so great you use the word now as a single sentence. That tells me all I need to know. Ophelia.
Thank you.
I'd just hit send when the phone rang.
Hello?
This is too much to type. Atticus's voice hummed across the line. There was someone talking in the background, but I couldn't make it out. Until the business with Lou Milner is settled, I'll have them sent to your aunt. We've already been in contact with her, and she is prepared for whatever is necessary.
What do you mean you've contacted her?
After he threatened you, I started preparations to remove your sisters.
You did?
Tears welled in my eyes, and I covered my mouth to hold my sob in. That man will only get what he deserves from you and me, and nothing more. CPS will remove them by tomorrow night, and Lou and Amy will have no knowledge of their whereabouts.
But Stacy is in New Haven.
Do not worry. I'll be home in a few hours. We'll talk more then.
I nodded, not that he could see. Okay. See you when you get here.
However, I couldn't do as he asked, and I'd worried my thumbnails down to the quick. The sound of the door and footsteps against the hardwoods had my gaze snapping to the doorway of the family room where I'd moved hours before. Atticus's broad chest and perfect posture, along with his always standoffish demeanor, crossed the threshold into the room. The second his eyes met mine, I leapt from the couch and ran to him. I stopped in front of him, my hopeful gaze trained on him. I blinked at the feel of his fingers brushing lightly across my jaw, tickling my neck and sending a shiver through me. He tilted his head as he observed me. You seem expectant. I swallowed and nodded.
I'm worried.
He straightened, his warm touch leaving me. Didn't I tell you not to worry?
How can I not? He's hurting them.
Not anymore. I flicked my gaze between his eyes.
You mean?
They were pulled from the house 30 minutes ago and are on their way to New Haven. Without thought or reservation, I threw my arms around his shoulders and pulled him close.
"Thank you," I cried. Tears streamed down my face and I choked back a sob. His arms wrapped around my waist as he held me tightly against him. "I didn't know."
"It's okay,"
he said as he rubbed his hand up and down my back. The Wicked King was taking his anger out on Lou. But there was another side to him. The side that would tear a man's world apart to protect me. He'd set into motion so many things that I had no idea about. What else had he done? What else had he prepared for? Chapter 28. Ophelia. Early Saturday afternoon, Jack called me down to the salon for my first event makeover. It was unnerving seeing the team of people in the salon waiting for me. Penelope sat in one of the chairs, her large blue eyes meeting mine in her reflection. "Hello," she said as I sat in the chair next to her. "Hi. Are you going to the event tonight?" She nodded.
We all are.
"All?" "Mm-hmm." I tried to rack my brain about the night's fundraiser, and I couldn't seem to reconcile water safety with something that would call all the DeLowrys out. I'd only glanced at the invitation, and it was obvious I needed to learn more, because I was evidently wrong about something, right? I opened my mouth to ask something when someone grabbed my chin and started wiping something across my face. I blinked rapidly, realizing it was a facial cleansing cloth. Another person tugged at my hair, while a third held up different foundations against my skin, and even a fourth started on my nails. I was poked and prodded, different types of brushes flying everywhere. By the time I got my thoughts back, Penelope was gone. After an hour, I was moved from my seat to the dressing room where I was stripped of my clothing and slipped into a dress Melanie had picked out. It had some weight to it, thanks to the overwhelming amount of sapphire sequins that adorned it. The fabric draped over one shoulder with a cutout from the middle going from my shoulder to my cleavage. It wasn't enough to show anything off, but a little tease of skin and relief from the abundance of sequins. At the top, the fabric from the back slipped through the cutout and knotted at the top. A sash of fabric falling past my waist that gave it a very Grecian look. A thigh-high slit topped off the look and gave a subtle sexiness. Overall, it was a combination of elegance with a dash of modesty and sleek allure. I stared at my reflection and the stranger that stared back. Maybe one day I would get used to it, but for now, I remained amazed. My hair wasn't in my usual style of straight or textured curls. It was voluminous and sleek. The makeup was stunning, even if I hardly recognized myself. "For your first event, you need to be perfection," Atticus said, startling me as he stared at me via the mirror. I turned toward him, and a small smile drew up on his lips. "And you have attained it. You look gorgeous, my dear." I took in his navy three-piece suit with a light blue tie. The colors made his eyes almost glow, and I was entranced by them. I shook my head to clear my mind. "Damn suits are like lingerie," I mumbled as I stepped away to pick up my clutch. It was an understated flat black color, so as not to detract from the rock. He held out his arm, and I slipped mine in as we headed out. "I heard the whole family will be there," I said as Michael closed the door to the sedan. Another man I wasn't familiar with sat in the passenger seat.
"Yes."
"For water safety?"
"It provides swimming lessons for hundreds of thousands of people across the world, and also teaches about safety when in larger bodies of water."
Well, that made me understand a little more about why he pulled me away from the lake's edge like he did. Also the insistence of swim lessons. but where did the passion come from? And this is a De Lowry charity? He nodded.
Georgiana is one of the organizers.
So I'll meet her tonight?
Meet? Possibly. See? Definitely.
What does that mean?
It means she'll be hitting up big donors that are outside the family and will avoid us. Not out of spite, but that time is limited. She will give a speech, though.
But I'll meet the twins at least, right? He closed his eyes and let out a breath. Shh. I blinked at him, unsure of whether to be annoyed or not, but decided to drop it. I knew my constant questions grated on him, and he'd probably hit his fill for the moment. The rest of the drive was left in silence, giving my nerves time to ramp up. I'd never been to anything like what I was about to walk into. I was certain of that. I blew out a deep breath when we pulled in front of the venue. People trickled by, everyone decked out like they were going to a wedding or grand ball. It reminded me of my senior prom, though Atticus was a much more attractive date than Jeff Russell. I looped my arm into his as we made our way in.
Spine straight, shoulders back,
he whispered into my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. I nodded and adjusted my posture to match his. My eyes were wide as I looked around at all the different shades of blue created by lights coupled with draped fabrics. There were tables set up everywhere with more of the beautiful blues coupled with silver and gold, a stage at one end and a bar on the other. A banner held large, bold letters, the Adriana De Lowry Foundation. Adriana? I wanted to ask Atticus who Adriana was, because her name wasn't familiar. But I knew his answer. Read the folio. One day I was going to set fire to the binder of doom and laugh gleefully as it became a pile of ash. Now what? I whispered. He let out a sigh.
Now we be sociable.
Do we have to? A deep chuckle resonated in his chest, barely perceptible over the music thumping from the speakers and the dull roar of chatter.
Come, let's get a drink.
He pulled us toward the bar, but we were stopped by a familiar face. While I'd only met her once, there was no way I could forget Elizabeth. She smiled broadly at her brother. Atticus!
Good evening,
he said before leaning in and placing a kiss on her cheek. I thought you would end up being fashionably late as usual. I narrowed my gaze at him, which completely unaffected him. We could have been late?
No.
He could. You couldn't after that little upheaval. Elizabeth looked me up and then down before meeting my eyes. You look very nice, she said, and knowing her frankness, it was genuine. I smiled. Thank you. You as well. She pursed her lips and looked down to her stomach, which had grown quite a bit since I'd seen her at the family dinner. As well as one can look while imitating a whale. When are you due? I asked. I'd asked Atticus, but he'd only stared back at me with a blank look. Not soon enough. Just wait until it's your turn, and you'll understand. My turn. My turn that wasn't so far into the future. Though I was happy for the candid conversation, Elizabeth didn't scowl at me before ignoring me like last time. Boy or girl? Boy. She rubbed her stomach and smiled. My little baby Bennett.
Our little baby Bennett,
Preston said as he wrapped his arms around his wife, a huge smile on his face.
Atticus, Ophelia, how are you?
Ophelia was just telling me how she can't wait to be pregnant, Elizabeth said. I did? I glanced at Atticus, a small smirk playing on his lips.
You're going to seal our fate with this man in charge?
Preston said with a groan. Well, when he asked, I figured why not. Sorry. That got Preston to full-out laugh,
while Elizabeth shook her head and rolled her eyes. A flash of red caught my eye, and I turned to find Genevieve walking toward us in the most revealing and outrageous dress, made of red lace and red straps, while a few patches of cloth holding the skirt section together left little to the imagination. In fact, if she wasn't wearing panties, you'd be seeing all of her. The flat panel front barely held her nipples from view out of stripes of lace. "What the fuck are you wearing, Genevieve?" Atticus growled. A smile brightened her face, and she held her arms out before doing a little twirl, catching more than a few eyes. "Do you like it?" she asked, clearly happy with the reception she was getting from her brother. "I believe there are crucial elements missing. It is not appropriate for tonight." She pursed her lips and straightened her spine. "Mother said that the hem of my dress had to be to the floor, and it is." For all the time I'd spent with Genevieve, I hadn't really gotten to experience what made her earn the title of the Wild Princess. But between the dress and her obstinate behavior, I was beginning to see it. Atticus's hand rested on my hip, and he pulled me in closer, like he didn't want me getting too close to Genevieve. That, or he was extremely happy my soon-to-be sister-in-law didn't help pick out my outfit. The skin under his touch resonated with warmth. "Genevieve!" A deep voice boomed out, catching everyone's attention. I looked at her just in time to see the smirk form on her lips before she turned. "Yes, Father?" Charles and Vera appeared, oddly arm in arm. It occurred to me then that I'd never seen them actually standing together. But even now, there was nothing in their touch more than formality. They both looked regal, like royalty. The whole family looked so, but their posture was more rigid, and the air around them radiated with regality. Charles's gaze flashed to me, and the intensity of disgust that was aimed at me nearly had my knees giving out. I blinked at him and leaned in closer to Atticus. He seemed to understand, his grip tightening. "Father?" The unbearable weight of his scrutiny fell away as he regarded his son. "Atticus, refrain yourself from looking at my fiancé like that." Charles's eyes widened, and his muscles locked down while all the blood rushed to his face. An explosion felt imminent. "Ophelia, dear, we must get together soon to talk about the wedding," Vera said, ignoring the temper tantrum the man beside her seemed to be gearing up for. I gave her the best friendly smile that I could attempt under the pressure of Charles's mood. "That would be wonderful. Please contact me at any time." She gave me a polite smile before tugging on her husband's arm. "Come, Charles. I find I am quite thirsty." "Well, he seemed even more lovely today," I said as I watched them walk away. "He's angry with me," Atticus said. I turned back to look at him. "For?" "For completely derailing his plan to bring Harris Hotels into the family." Harris. It had been weeks since I'd even thought of Amelia Harris and her hopeless tricks. I'm surprised he's held a grudge this long. He's a DeLowry. He can hold a grudge forever. He'll never like me, will he? Though I wasn't sure I wanted something like that. Trust me, it's better that way. Because if he does like you, he'll try to bed you. And I am not interested in jail time. Jail time? He grabbed my chin and tilted my head back. Do you really think I'd let him touch what's mine? He leaned down, his lips ghosting mine. Ugh, could you please not do that? I might throw up. We turned to find Hamilton glaring at us. Do you have to start off the evening being a ruthless asshole? Jen asked. Do you have to start off the evening looking like a whore?
Excuse me?
Come. Atticus whispered into my ear, pulling me away from his siblings. Why is he always so hateful toward me? I mean, I get disinterested, but Hamilton seems to have a deep dislike of me. Every time I went to the office, he glared at me, and at the family dinner, he had some of the hard hits. I long ago stopped trying to understand Hamilton's pride. You think it's pride? I asked. Atticus, my boy, it's been a while, a man said, drawing my attention. His brown eyes were honed in on me, and I didn't miss his perusal of my body. He was decent-looking, with dark hair and a strong nose, but something about him bothered me, and I felt Atticus tense. Atticus's jaw clenched, and his grip on my hip tightened as he pulled me closer. It wasn't the first time, and I wondered if he would ever let go of me, but I had to admit that I liked it. Whitaker? He looked from me to Atticus. Well, aren't you going to introduce me to this beautiful morsel on your arm? Atticus gave a tight smile. Ophelia, this is my old friend Whitaker James. Whitaker, my fiancée, Ophelia. Ophelia, what a lovely name, he said as he reached for my hand. He drew it up and placed a kiss to the back of my hand. Pleasure. Atticus's fingers flexed and his jaw clenched as he glared at his friend. He did use that word, but the look of fury on his face told a different story. No date tonight? He glanced my way before meeting Atticus's gaze. I was thinking of picking up something tasty tonight. Well, we wouldn't want to hinder your search. If you will excuse us, I need to speak to Reese. Whitaker nodded and smiled, and I shuddered as he looked me over again. I will await seeing you again. Atticus pulled me away, heading straight for Reese, who was standing on the edge of the mass of people. I'm not a criminal lawyer, so wipe that look off your face, Reese said as we approached. I glanced up and blinked in surprise at the dark expression that had overtaken Atticus's handsome features. I thought he was your friend, I said in confusion. He'd been on the defensive from the moment he'd heard that man's voice. Who? Reese asked. Whitaker, Atticus bit out. Reese's eyes widened, then a smirk drew his lips up. Ah, I see now. See what? I asked. Reese's gaze met mine. Whitaker is a bit of a ladies' man, known to make women stray from their husbands. Therefore, I don't trust him within a 10-foot radius of you, Atticus grumbled. Oh, so he was a player who had a penchant for taken women. Do you think I'm so gullible and pliable? I asked. You agreed to marry me with little thought, so yes, Atticus said. I rolled my eyes. That was different. How so? I reached up and cupped his cheek. Once upon a time, you showed me a wonderful evening, and I wanted to meet that man again. Reese let out a laugh. Then you shouldn't have insisted on, you know. I narrowed my gaze on Reese before wrapping my arm around Atticus's and pulling. Away, ye snake! That lightened Atticus's mood, and a chuckle left him. A glance back showed Reese's amusement as well. While the lethal lawyer had always made me edgy, he was also the only one to be nice to me from the moment we'd met. I wouldn't do that, you know, I said. Atticus stopped and looked down at me. Do what? Cheat. I know our relationship isn't conventional, but still. I'm yours, I said, feeling my cheeks suddenly flame. I hadn't meant for it to come out like that, but it did, and I refused to look anywhere near him for fear I'd embarrass myself more. His warm hand cupped my jaw,
and tilted my head back to look at him. The softness in his eyes caught me off guard.
Just as I am yours.
My heart began beating wildly in my chest, and it felt like I was going to explode. Leaning down, his lips brushed lightly against mine before pressing down, adding a heat that seeped into me. It coiled and flowed, invading every inch of me. When he pulled back, what felt like minutes had only been seconds, and I followed his lips, searching for more.
Come.
We continued our circuit around the space, Atticus introducing me to so many people I couldn't keep track. It was hard enough with the DeLowrys that were everywhere we turned. Anyone else from the evening was in one ear and out the other. An hour later, I glanced around and spotted Reese arguing with the twins. He looked thoroughly sloshed.
Damn it,
Atticus grumbled, obviously seeing the same thing.
Stay here, I'll be back.
With each step from me, my inadequacies grew louder and louder that I didn't belong. I stood out, earning my attention, and I no longer had the shield that Atticus's larger-than-life reputation afforded. I watched as he approached Reese. Something about Reese's behavior struck me, and not in the rage-fueled drunkenness of Lou kind of way. There was a darkness in Reese, a pain so deep that leached out when his walls were down. Most people were preoccupied, too stuck in their own bubble to notice, but a few caught a glimpse. I tried to seem inconspicuous, but it was difficult when I had no idea how to act and knew hardly anyone. Jen was the only one I was even remotely close to, but if I went near her, I'd face the wrath of Atticus, and I really didn't want to disappoint him again.
You seem out of place,
a deep voice called, and I turned to find a stunning man with blonde hair and the face of a god. Why did everyone in this world have to be so beautiful? "Hello," I said. An awkward feeling rolled in my stomach. I was certain Atticus would know who he was, and I desperately wished he'd return.
I'm not sure I've seen you at one of these gatherings. You look out of place, and I feel it is my duty to make sure you are well taken care of. She is.
The deep timbre of Atticus's voice sent a shiver down my spine that was electrified when his hand rested on my hip and he pulled me back into him. The man blinked.
Mr. DeLowry, what a pleasure it is to see you tonight. Go away, you toad, before I have you thrown out.
He nodded, then sauntered away. I turned in his arms and was met by that dark look again. My brow furrowed as I reached up and poked his cheek. His gaze angled down, directing his glare at me. That's scary. I like how you called him a toad, though.
Why was he over here?
I shrugged. He just appeared.
Next time, turn and walk away.
I furrowed my brow. That would be rude.
Then be rude.
Is that proper DeLowry behavior? The crease in his brow deepened and he scowled at me. That look is definitely not DeLowry approved. A small laugh left me, but as he looked at me with that overbearing intensity, it died away. Why would he look at me like that? Are you jealous? His gaze narrowed, and I would truly be frightened of the expression he wore if I didn't sense that my intuition was correct. You are, aren't you? He looked away, refusing to answer.
Come, we need to find our table.
What was that about with Reese? He looked like he was hurt.
Reese has his demons, like we all do. He just hides his very well until he can't anymore.
A gasp left me. While Atticus's description left much out, it told me all I needed to know. There was so much to each member of the family that it would take years to understand them all. As we approached our table, a familiar blonde was heading toward us. Penelope and Elizabeth were the siblings I'd seen the least of. She held a quietness about her, but that silence wasn't due to shyness. She had a confidence and air along with a wall, much like her brother. The long-sleeved, high-neck, short black dress covered in rhinestones with knee-high boots was another indication of her bold fashion sense. "Pen," Atticus said as he leaned down and kissed her cheek. At? It wasn't the first time I'd ever heard a nickname for Atticus. Little Madeline had called him that, but I assumed that was due to her young age. The name felt weird and very informal for a man like him. "Your dress seems short." She gave him the same neutral expression he wore. "My boots are tall." "Have you seen Jen?" She nodded. "And when she tried to throw a fit, I pointed out that I was showing far less skin than she. Even Mother couldn't complain." "Yes?" "It's very you." She gave her brother a slight smile. "Thank you." Most of the time a smile so small would seem disingenuous, but the reserved air that surrounded Penelope made it a beaming expression. It made me curious what had stunted the younger DeLowry. Was she always so silent in her presence? Or did it have to do with the title I'd heard, the Tainted Princess? None of my research had pointed out why or how she received such a brand. Then again, the binder of doom was focused on Atticus. Another beautiful creature with dark hair and a soft, glowing smile stepped in our direction. She wore a mermaid-style dress, covered in a smattering of blue, green, and gold that reminded me of the ocean. The blue in her dress made her matching eyes almost glow. "Georgiana, you are looking stunning, as always," Atticus said, earning the sweetest, most beautiful smile I'd ever seen. "So kind of you, Atticus." She turned her stunning blue eyes to me, nearly knocking me over. Atticus was regal like a lion, but Georgiana was regal like a goddess. "And you must be Ophelia. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." She took my hand in hers. "Are you enjoying yourselves?" I nodded. "Very much. You've done a beautiful job on everything." "It isn't all me. I'm merely the face. There are dozens of volunteers that put in tireless hours to our cause." She turned on a laser beam of a smile, a conspiratorial glint in her eye. It was the look of a salesman hooking their next target. "You know, we are always looking for volunteers if you're interested." My mouth popped open, and I blinked at her. It was an idea I'd had, and this was my perfect opportunity. "Yes, I would be." I glanced to Atticus and blinked at the confusion etched across his face. "Would that be okay?" I asked, doubting myself. He swallowed and nodded, pulling my hand up to his lips. "I think that would be wonderful." My reaction seemed to make him happy, and that made me happy. Plus, it would give me something to do other than waiting for the hours to pass. "Wonderful," Georgiana said with that dazzling smile. Once again, a DeLowry I didn't understand. Her expression seemed completely pure, so unless she was a top-rate actress, Georgiana really was happy about me joining. "Oh, there is my cue. Excuse me," she said before popping away. "She is perfect," I said to Atticus after she stepped away. Atticus chuckled. "Georgiana, our little debutante, the only one that doesn't cause me problems." I opened my mouth to say something, then quickly closed it.
You were going to say something along the lines of they can't all be that bad, weren't you?
How did you know? A chuckle left him.
Your naivete of my family amuses me.
It's just a very different type of family than I'm used to. My expression fell. And in that brief fraction of a second, my dad's face popped into my mind. I missed him, and the family I was cut off from when he died.
They're your family now as well, you know.
Dozens of DeLowry names and faces tumbled in my mind, burying me. From a family of 5 to one of nearly 500 with all the cousins, it would definitely be an adjustment. But at the same time, I kind of liked it. They were dysfunctional and all had issues, but they were Atticus's, and now mine. He pulled out my chair before taking the one beside me. I'm looking forward to getting involved with this charity and others, I said, smiling at him. It was the truth. If I was going to be part of the family, I couldn't be sitting on the sidelines, hiding at the top of the tower with Atticus.
Knowing that something this important to me matters to you. Thank you,
he said, his voice gruff. It held emotion that I wasn't used to, and I loved every single speck he showed to me. I loved even more that they were coming out more and more frequently. Thank you all so very much for being here and to support our cause. Georgiana's voice floated through the speakers. As you all may know, this charity is close to all DeLowry hearts after the tragic death of my sister Adriana. Accidental drowning takes thousands of lives a year. For every person we educate and encourage, it's the chance of one less family having to go through what we were forced to face. Once again, I tried to recall where I'd seen or heard about her before. Her name sparked a memory, but I couldn't understand why. In all my reading of the family, had I only seen it in passing? Such a tragic event would have been highlighted, but maybe I hadn't gotten to it. Your cousin drowned? I whispered to Atticus. He only nodded, a solemn expression clouding his handsome features. I didn't press for more. I couldn't. I felt like it would only push him away, and that was the last thing we needed. For now, I would let it rest. For now.
Chapter 29. Atticus. The charity dinner was a success, and not just for the foundation. Ophelia was seen as more than what was portrayed on her night out with Jen. I was proud of her. Shutting myself away had only created a friction that held her back from accepting my family. But I felt like she had opened up. The disconnect faded away as our connection tightened. Being in a relationship, even one as undefined as ours, took more effort than I imagined. But somehow, with her, it almost felt effortless. The more time we spent together, the more attached to her I became, to the point she had me texting her just to keep a connection throughout the day. Atticus, I'm going to be about an hour late. Will you wait and have dinner with me? Ophelia.
What do I get in return?
Atticus, I didn't realize this was a negotiating request. Ophelia.
I mean, foot rub? Watch a movie with me? Maybe, just maybe, sit next to me on the couch?
A small chuckle left me. If that was what she wanted, I'd give it all to her. Not that I would tell her that. Atticus, that's asking an awful lot. Ophelia.
No, asking a lot would be for me to ask you to cuddle me against your body while we watch a movie. But don't worry, I won't request your strong arms to hold me tight. I wouldn't want to ask the Wicked King for affection.
She topped it off with the kissy face emoji, but I ignored her sarcastic flirtation. We'd been getting closer since she came back. I enjoyed our dinners together, and every day I found myself even more entranced by her than I was the day before. Sitting on the couch with her as we talk about our days had become the highlight of my evenings. Simple yet comforting in a way I had never experienced before. Over the last few weeks, I had enjoyed our breakfasts together. She didn't have to get up with me as it was often as the sun crested the horizon, but it warmed me to see her smiling face over the mug of coffee her hands were always wrapped around. The nectar of the gods, she called it. When I entered the great room the night before, I'd faltered in my step, struck by the smile on her face. It was so large and genuine and lit up her face. My cold, dead heart thawed a little more each time she looked at me like that.
"You're in an uncharacteristically good mood,"
Holly said with narrowed eyes as she stared down at me. I schooled my expression to my negative neutral position. I don't know what you're talking about. She rolled her eyes at me before hopping onto the edge of my desk.
"Things are going better, huh?"
"With?" She rolled her eyes.
"Do I have to play dentist with you? Just admit to me you have feelings for her."
"And I should admit that to you because—"
"Because I'm Holly."
"And that gets you special favors?"
"Come on,
She whined and stomped her feet. A small chuckle left me. "Fine. I want her. Truly want her. Is that what you wanted to hear?" She hemmed and hawed before giving me a stink eye.
"What I wanted was to hear you say how much you're in love with her and how much you want her forever and ever."
I stared at her in her twinkling, hopeful expression. "No." The elation fell from her face, and she grabbed my shoulders and gave me a light shake.
"Why do you have to be such a suck?"
"Because what is between Ophelia and myself is between us."
"But I'm me."
"Yes, and if one day I have the feelings you spoke of, I will tell her before anyone else."
"You're a party pooper, Atticus de Lowry."
"Am I supposed to be offended by that?" A sigh left her.
"And by the way, your 10 o'clock is here."
I glanced to the clock. It was 10 after. Normally it would have angered me if an appointment was late to start, but I didn't mind for him. "You're just now telling me." She smiled and nodded.
"I'm letting him stew."
"Why are you doing that?"
"Because he's in trouble."
I narrowed my eyes on her. "How do you know that?"
"Because unless it is Hamilton, Reese, Elizabeth, or your father, they've done something wrong and are about to get their ass handed to them by their king."
I scoffed at that. She wasn't wrong. Not often did a member of the family come to me for anything other than to be reprimanded in some form. "Show 'em in."
"You got it, boss,"
she said as she pushed off the edge of my desk. My jaw twitched, and I was not looking forward to having to deal with this bullshit. Hugo had gotten another indication that Preston was looking to have a rendezvous with a woman that wasn't his wife. Elizabeth could take care of herself, but I didn't want to see her hurt because her husband was attempting to fuck another woman. Knowing her, what I was about to say to him would be a walk in the park compared to what she would do. "Atticus, how are you today?" Preston said with a smile as he stepped in. I refused to even look up from my desk, letting discomfort continue to climb. "I would like to remind you of your vows to my sister," I said, wasting not a precious second with frivolities, getting to the point. There was no time for dancing around issues. His expression was hidden due to my ignoring his presence, but his silence spoke volumes. "I don't know if you've broken them yet, but do know your hotel reservation has been canceled." "Atticus, My gaze snapped to him and he froze, his brown eyes widening at my expression. "Not another word," I seethed. "Don't forget, brother, there are consequences for certain actions. I'm giving you this one warning. There will not be another before I rip your wife and children from you and ruin every single person in your family. You are not to speak to this girl again. Her name and number have already been stripped from your phone." "Atticus," I stopped him. "Don't. Go home and spend some time with your pregnant wife." "I'm not under your control," he shouted. "You have no right to interfere with my life." I narrowed my gaze at him, taking note of how he froze again, and the fight drained from him, his throat bobbing in a hard swallow. Preston held the confidence of most aristocrats. The thought that he could get away with whatever he wanted and was untouchable, to be told what to do, went against every fiber of his being. It made no difference that he was not a de Lowry by name or blood. He married into the family. The blood of the de Lowrys ran through his children's veins. Do not speak to me with that self-righteous indignation. Did you think because I am not my grandfather or father, that because we have been friends our whole life, that I will not cut you down? You married into this family. It was explained to you that actions have consequences. We are not some family that lets frivolous egos run rampant. "You're a bunch of stuck-up cold bastards," he spat back. His hits had so little force his will was easy to bend. "And you're a spoiled little boy. Man the fuck up and take responsibility for your family. Do one more thing out of line and I will destroy you." I seethed in warning. I would not forgive another outburst. His teeth mashed together, but he remained silent. Rage shook in his hands, but it seemed his brain was holding back his ego before the consequences became dire. Have you fallen out of love with your wife? Is that why you seek comfort in a younger pussy? No? Good. Then either seek that comfort with your wife or use your fucking hand until she's ready. But do not make the mistake again of looking for something outside of your marriage. I'm always watching you, Preston. Never forget that. He gave a curt nod, anger radiating off him, but he swallowed his defeat and fled from my presence. With a sigh, I threw my pen down and rocked back in the chair. Elizabeth would be devastated if she knew, but she was never going to know her husband was even looking at another woman. My way was also better for Preston in the long run because I knew my sister, especially in her current state, would have no issue castrating him. I spent the next few hours in a string of meetings and conference calls. It was late in the afternoon when Damien, my head of security, called. Damien? So the Milner guy. Yes? In jail for extortion and various other infractions. A small sense of relief shed some of the tension from my body. Good. And he's been fired from his job. Bail has been set, but I made sure it was high enough to be a hurdle. I'd kept Ophelia as far away from her stepfather as best I could, even going so far as to make sure there was no way he could get in contact with her. She'd expressed her trepidation when her sisters called, thinking they might have been put up to it by their parents, since I'd blocked their numbers, but she said her youngest sister couldn't fake the fear she heard in her voice. The moment she said that, I knew he'd found a new target for his anger, and I ripped those children from his care. Ophelia's happiness over her sisters being safely away from that piece of shit had flowed out of her. That level of relief told me one thing. I was going to bury the man. It wasn't something she talked about, but more than once she told me he'd hit her before, and my investigation revealed it wasn't an uncommon thing. She was too strong to be broken, especially by a weak drunk of a man, but still, it fractured her. Knowing your mother chose a man over her own child had to be devastating, but she'd persevered. My own mother may not have had a high degree of affection, but she'd put the 5 of us above everything. Even with all the nannies, she'd been highly devoted to her children, even if her expression of love was different than most. I didn't want our children to have either of our upbringings. I was going to shower them with affection and show their mother the same care. They would learn what love was from the moment they came into the world, even if their father was still learning himself.
Chapter 30. Ophelia. I stared down at my buzzing phone and the name that flashed across the screen. Panic shot through me, and I quickly fumbled with the phone to answer, then drew in a deep breath to settle myself. "Hello?" I answered, hoping I came across as calm and collected when I was a bundle of knots. "As reluctant as I am that my son has chosen you, it does not change the fact that in 7 short months you will be married," Vera said. Her tone was just as terse and clipped as when we'd first met, and I wondered if that was just a DeLowry trait. "That being said, I have already reserved venues." "Already? But I haven't even gotten to look at any." In truth, the wedding had been far from my mind. There are few places that can hold an event of this size, so options are limited. Of what size? The largest wedding I'd ever attended was around 200. 1,000. I choked on my sip of water, nearly spitting it out all over my computer. I coughed to clear my throat, my voice coming out coarse and stunted. 1,000? Over 300 are DeLowry's. 300? Honestly, Ophelia, must you parrot everything I say? I'm sorry, I'm just stunned. I didn't think we'd even have 300 total. An amused laugh danced across the line. She was laughing at me, at my naivete. Sadly, outside of a horrid sports arena, our options are limited, and nothing will hold the current total. I have no idea how I'm to cull the list down to only 500. Only. I was flabbergasted. I knew we were getting married. I just hadn't thought about the actual wedding. Atticus said January, and I thought nothing more of it. But it was obvious by her call she wanted some input. Or to tell me what my colors were going to be.
With her take-charge attitude on the event, that was a possibility. And where is this enormous ceremony being held? Atticus didn't tell you? No. She made a humph sound. Not surprising. The plaza, dear. We've reserved the entire hotel. Like all their spaces? No, the entire hotel. My mouth dropped open. You can do that? Of course we can. We're de Lowry's. All I had to do was reserve every room for wedding guests as well as utilize the grand ballroom and all the other rentable spaces. What happened to the people who had reservations already? Another scoffing sound. They were compensated. Why? I asked. Why would she do all of that for just a wedding? The head of the family will only marry once. It will be the grandest occasion the city has seen in decades. An event to rival the weddings of British royals in people's minds. My son is, after all, the king of our family, and the de Lowrys are U.S. royalty. My mind skipped over the second part of what she said, instead sticking on the first. The head of the family will only marry once. I'm sending you some papers to look over for your opinion. We will talk later, she said before the line went dead. The head of the family will only marry once. It echoed in my mind, repeating over and over. A sudden burst of desperation had me clawing for my laptop. I pulled up the internet and typed in my question. Have any de Lowrys divorced? I clicked on the first article. It was a history of the family. The family is known for a low divorce rate. Only 3 divorces have happened since the first in 1965. None of the divorces happened within those in the upper echelon of the company and family. It is said that divorce is forbidden in the core group, especially the head of the family. Forbidden? What did that mean, then? I'm home, my dear, Atticus called out as I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through wedding ideas. I wasn't hating it as much as before, probably due to my growing affection for the brooding man. I glared at him as he rounded the corner, earning a smirk. He knew I couldn't stand his overly proper and sardonic pet name. Do you do that just to see my eye twitch? Do what? He asked with the most innocent expression I'd ever seen on his face. His eyes were wide, eyebrows raised, but he had trouble hiding his mirth. My lips formed a thin line, and I rolled my eyes. He surprised me by sitting on the couch, and even more so when he leaned over and grabbed my ankle. I cried out, my eyes wide as I watched him pull my leg out from under me until I'd twisted from my position, with my legs out straight and sitting on his lap. I blinked at him in stunned silence. Not only did he pull an affectionate move, but he put my feet on his expensive suit. They were clean and all. As I hadn't done anything but walk around the condo after my shower, and the maids made certain there wasn't a speck of dirt or dust anywhere, let alone on the floors. It was more than a small victory. A hum rumbled in his chest and he closed his eyes, his thumb making small circles on my ankle. After a few deep breaths, he looked over to me. Better. I felt the heat rise in my cheeks, and I nodded. My text had been a half joke, thinking he would never do any of it. And he did. What I think surprised us both was the obvious effect it had on him. Better? I asked in return. His other hand ran up my bare leg just past my knee, leaving a trail of heat as his hand rested on my thigh. A groan left him. You and fucking shorts. What? It's summer and hot as hell out there. You are in a perfectly climate-controlled interior. I shrugged.
I like shorts. He ran his hand higher, dipping between my thighs on his way back to my knee, making me gasp at the electricity that zipped through me.
I appreciate your shorts as well, especially these little cotton things that are easily discarded.
Meaning? His lip twitched.
Are you not following my mood?
He asked as his fingers skimmed the inside of my thigh again. You'd destroy my clothing? He grinned, and I was forced to swat his hand away before I began squirming and giving away how much he was affecting me. Your mother called me today. As I said the word mother with regard to Vera, I suddenly understood why her children opted for the more formal title over the simple mom. If there was a motherly bone in her body, I hadn't seen even the slightest hint of it. Then again, she was a DeLowry and Atticus's mother. They seemed similar in many regards. That seemed to be a cold water equivalent, and the heat that encircled us receded.
Are you to begin working on the wedding?
Did you ask her to call me? He shook his head.
Why would I thrust you into such a position?
To give me something to do, since you blew off my work request.
I agreed, didn't I?
And yet, no calls or contacts.
Do you want the position due to my name or your own merit?
He asked. My lips formed a thin line. My own, of course.
Then apply as everyone else does.
Fine, I huffed. I really did want to do it the hard way. But I also knew one word from Atticus and I could be working as early as next week.
What did she say?
He asked. His posture had stiffened since I mentioned she'd called, and he almost seemed frozen, as if he were on guard. That we're getting married at the plaza and you should have told me. He hummed, some of the tension leaving him.
I suppose I failed to convey that information. She had it set weeks before our contract.
Seriously? He nodded.
I think my mother is in desperate need for something new and exciting.
She told me some things.
Things?
Why did you... I trailed off, trying to form my thoughts into a coherent question. Why did you agree to divorce me if the head of the family is forbidden to divorce? He arched a brow at me.
No one forbids me anything.
Except me. He nodded and squeezed my ankle.
Except you.
I was just reading something, and it said...
It's nothing more than conjecture mixed with the knowledge that no head of the DeLowry family has ever divorced. It's not forbidden. It simply isn't done.
Your mom said that the head of the family will only marry once.
Because lasting marriages have preceded.
Will you marry again after we divorce? Even saying that word in conjecture to my relationship with Atticus felt wrong on every level. Even if my head knew that we were a contract, a business agreement, my heart still felt more for him than I was willing to acknowledge. His gaze met mine, and I could feel him shutting down on me. The lazy touch was gone, and his jaw was clenched tight.
No.
Why? He glared at me.
Before we're even married, you want to talk about me marrying someone else?
It's just that you seem so set on it. Once I'm gone, you'll be free to find someone to love.
Once you're gone, you'll still be here.
He roared. I pulled back in surprise. What do you mean?
What I mean is that you will have a condo in this building. Our children will remain close to me. No matter what, you will still always be there, haunting me.
His voice broke on the last words, and a vice gripped my chest. I reached out, but he pulled away before I could touch him. There was no way I was going to let that go so easily, and I straddled his legs, trapping him in place, not letting him run from me again. I cupped his face as he pulled away and snarled at me, his eyes focusing on anywhere but me. "Hey, calm down. It's okay. It's okay," I said lowly as I smoothed my thumbs against his cheeks. It was like trying to soothe a wounded animal. Fear and a lack of trust had him lashing out against me. Exposing his emotions was difficult and left him feeling open and vulnerable. He glared viciously at me, and I couldn't help but smile, then laugh, before leaning in and pressing my lips to his. It had been a move born purely from instinct, a moment where we were both relaxed with our walls down, our flaws laid out. For a moment, it was just Ophelia and Atticus, a man and a woman. His arms wrapped around me as the kiss deepened, pulling me as close as possible. Maybe he was as reluctant for me to leave one day as I was. Maybe one day we could be bound by more than signatures on a contract.
Chapter 31. Atticus.
This is torture! Inhumane!
I pinched the bridge of my nose. "I'm hanging up now, Jen."
Seriously? How can you do this?
She whined. Not surprisingly, Genevieve's bank account was near empty, depleted of her monthly allowance. Her issue was that she'd just been informed that she would not be getting her usual deposit, meaning she was forced to subsist on what she had for another month. How? Because per usual, you were only thinking about yourself. The media backlash against Ophelia for that night is egregious. She was fresh meat, and you threw her to the wolves. Genevieve had gotten away with much more in her life than most, partly because she was the salutatorian of her high school class and she graduated from Yale with a 3.87, but I knew she never got the praise she was searching for. None of us did.
I didn't mean for that to happen. I was just trying to help.
Help?
She was so upset about something and lonely. I like her, and I didn't want to see her like that, so I thought going out would cheer her up,
she said, her voice lowering. I could hear the sincerity in her tone. There was nothing malicious about her intent, but in the end, someone was hurt. Cheer her up. "Do you even know why she was upset?" I asked. Despite the care she had for Ophelia, I could not back down due to that.
Because of the rush of fame, I think?
Because her stepfather was blackmailing her, and then you ruined her public image just as she was exposed to the world as my fiancé.
Well, I didn't think...
"No, you didn't," I said, cutting her off. "And therein lies the problem. I'm being generous because you were accepting of her, but you are not absolved from punishment."
"But 6 weeks?"
"Nothing. And all family members have been advised not to give you a single penny, or else I will come after them next."
"Atticus,"
she whined. "You want 2 months?" If she was in front of me, I could just imagine the spoiled little stomp of her foot. "Also, stay away from her."
"But..."
"I mean it. Repairing her image is going to take time. The charity for Adriana helped, but right now, I don't need her associated with you in any way."
"I really do like her."
Her voice was low, repentant. "I know, but for now, go back to ignoring her like everyone else." Ophelia had been told not to interact with Genevieve, and after that night, she was falling into line there. It helped that things were improving between us. "Be good."
"Yeah, right,"
she said, her boisterous voice returning.
"I'm the wild princess, remember?"
"I still remember when you were on the dean's list."
"Don't ruin my image."
A chuckle left me. "If you gave me any harder of a time, I was going to kick you out of the tower and put you up in Ophelia's old apartment." A sharp gasp left her.
"Fine, I'll deal with it. It's not like I have any other choice."
"I'm sure as smart as you are, you can come up with some way to make money on your own."
"Whatever, bye,"
she said, clearly sulking before the line went dead. The conversation went better than I'd anticipated, but I could hear the guilt in her voice. She really was trying to be Ophelia's friend, but that was the problem, wasn't it? Did any of us know how to be friends with anyone? Ophelia wasn't after Genevieve's status or money, only her company. That was the refreshing part about her. Despite how much money I spent on her, what she wanted was my time. It was a foreign concept to me, but I was beginning to understand her desire for it. A longing to be near her had settled inside me. She was infecting my thoughts and had me racing home to spend time with her. Being around her was calming, and that calmness was like a drug in my system, making me itch for more and more every day. I didn't ever want to part from her. The door to my office slammed open, and I groaned as I wondered why the fuck I was paying to have assistants if they couldn't stop people from barging in. My father's larger-than-life ego waltzed in. "How is it dealing with a fiancé that embarrasses the entire family?" he asked. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and I had fought off interacting with him so not to deal with his bullshit. I ground my teeth together. "I don't know. Perhaps I shall speak with Mother, since you embarrass her often?" The usual quick temper had anger rolling through him, and fire sparked in his eyes. "Watch how you speak to me, son." Once upon a time, his overbearing presence kept me in line, afraid of his ire, but I wasn't a child any longer, and he still had not come to accept that I had surpassed him. His anger no longer had me freezing and trying to please him in hopes of praise. Those were emotional hang-ups I no longer had with him. They'd long been gone. No, now his anger served to stoke my own. His ego forgot who was in charge. I am the king. "What power do you hold over me that I should tuck my tail for you?" I asked. "I'm your father," he boomed. "That only gets you so far. The issue has been dealt with, the punishment administered." "Do you even have it in you to punish the girl?" he asked, speaking about Ophelia. "Are you testing my ability to lead? I can assure you, if you continue to attempt to throw heiresses at me, I will make certain to show you how apt I am at controlling and administering punishments." "You should have taken the Harris girl. I do not wish to continue speaking of that piece of trash whore." His eyes widened. "You told her to throw herself at me, didn't you?" I asked, already knowing the answer. It had been confirmed by Harris himself, as he'd begged me to stop destroying his company. "She was a better match. By whose standards? Ophelia is the best match for me. All aspects of me. She's making you weak. On the contrary, she's making me stronger. Now, if you wish to continue bashing my fiancé, get the fuck out. If you have business to speak of, then use your words for that, because I will not tolerate any further verbal griping or attacks against Ophelia." Once I was done, silence stretched between us as electricity crackled. He didn't want to give up the power, even though it was already done.
Atticus, have you seen...
Elizabeth stepped in. Her thought ended as she blinked at the tense situation before her. Her expression flattened into one of disdain mixed with disinterest, often described as the De Lowry default setting.
With this tense atmosphere, I take it that Ophelia is the subject?
"You should talk some sense into your brother, Eliza." She folded her arms across her chest, which had them resting awkwardly on her baby bump.
"The one who needs sense knocked into them is you, Father. You seem to be lacking that in spades."
"Excuse me? I taught you to have more respect than what you are both showing." "Respect is earned, and you lost ours ages ago. If you'd like to regain some, accept Ophelia into the family with open arms. She has quite a sunny disposition, an asset to this family. She is an albatross around this family's neck. You're just too blinded by pussy to see it." The anger rose up in me like a tidal wave, fierce and fast and ready to destroy everything in its path. "Go home, Father. Back to Stronghold, and stay there. If you say one more fucking word at this moment, I will not be held responsible for my actions against you." His eyes widened, and finally, for the first time, I could see the spark of acceptance. The sharp edge of his gaze flicked from Elizabeth, then back to me. His posture was rigid, unwilling to back down, but he knew he'd pushed me too far and wasn't prepared to fight back. With a reluctant nod, he headed for the door, slamming it as he went.
"You showed great restraint,"
Elizabeth said once he was gone. "At a time I shouldn't have," I seethed, my muscles coiled tightly, desperate for an outlet.
"Perhaps, but you were able to exert your dominance without bashing his face in. That, in and of itself, is a massive accomplishment."
With a whip of my hand, I picked the phone up from my desk and slammed it against the wall with a roar. The explosion of plastic shattered the red from my vision and settled the burning need to smash his face into a manageable level. "Why does he test me so?" I growled. Elizabeth took my hand in hers.
"Because he is greedy for control. Losing the responsibility of being the head of the family took a burden from his shoulders, but I don't think he anticipated the complete loss of power, control, and obedience. We are not in his court any longer. We are in yours."
"You are much more diplomatic than I am." She gave me a slight smile.
"Not that much. I simply use my temper with a piercing tongue instead of a brash fist."
"I appreciate your praise of Ophelia, thank you." Her smile spread and her gaze softened. It was almost nostalgic. I hadn't seen a look like that cross her face in years.
"She's good for you. I could see that plainly at the charity dinner. I know I wasn't the most receptive toward her at the family dinner, but perceptions change. Anything that is good for you is good for us all."
She stepped forward and stretched up to place a kiss to my cheek.
Open your heart to her. Don't keep yourself locked away.
When did you become so wise?
What are you talking about? I was always wise. You're just a stubborn man.
A chuckle left me, and I leaned down to kiss her cheek. I will heed your advice, counselor.
Good. Now I'm going to waddle back to my office and put my feet up.
You know you can take maternity leave at any time. Her nose scrunched at that thought.
I prefer to keep busy.
You should go down to Haven for a week or two to relax before the baby comes. A hum left her.
That's not a bad idea. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well. As I sat, I was surprised to note how calm I was. After a normal visit from my father, I was a fuming disaster of bottled anger. But after letting off a small bit of steam, Elizabeth's presence and backing of Ophelia tamed me. True, I had lost it for a moment, but normally I would still be stewing. Instead, I opened up my phone to read a missed text from Ophelia. Ophelia.
I was sitting on the piano when this little friend came to visit.
Attached was a photo with a wide-eyed, huge smile selfie of Ophelia pointing over her shoulder to a small black and white bird with a bright yellow head sitting on the chair's back. I couldn't help but smile at the childlike giddiness of her expression. It was just as I'd seen on the dock with the fish. A different kind of warmth spread through me as I looked at her. It wasn't the intense desire that I was accustomed to, but a burning ember deep in my chest. A groan left me as I glanced up at the clock. I'd lost track of time again, and it had gotten past 6. There was still work to be done, but I could get to it at home after dinner. It was nearly 7 when I entered the condo. Loreno and Amara could be heard in the kitchen, but no other sound. The great room was empty, and from my vantage point I could tell the terrace was as well. Turning back down the hall, I headed toward Ophelia's bedroom, but it was also vacant. I stopped by my bedroom to drop off my jacket, tie, and cufflinks, leaving my vest on and rolling up my sleeves. I'd noticed the way she stared just a bit longer when my forearms were exposed. Continuing on my circuitous path to the kitchen, I entered to find Loreno and Amara, but still no Ophelia. "Ah, my friend, how are you?" "Well, and you?" "Good, good." "Have you seen Ophelia?" I asked. Amara looked to her husband, then back to me.
No, she didn't greet us when we arrived.
I furrowed my brow. "She greets you?" Amara smiles.
Oh, yes, nearly every day. Such a sweet woman.
I ground my teeth together as a nagging sensation settled in my chest. It was akin to the panic I'd felt when I realized she'd left me weeks ago. I swallowed it down and pulled up my phone to locate hers. A wave of relief moved through me. She was 22 stories below me in the theater room. The tech team had managed to link the phone-finding application with the building's internal location system. It didn't matter what floor she was on. If the phone hadn't exited the building, it was still there. She's downstairs. I'll go collect her for dinner," I said before turning and heading back toward the elevator.
Dinner will be ready in 30 minutes.
Amara called after me. After I'd shown her the theater room on her birthday and the excitement she exhibited, I'd expected to find her down there more often, but it was the first time. It was very possible that she spent time there during the day, but I was curious what had captured her so much that she was still down there. The sounds of something playing hit my ears as I slid through the doors. Even the clunk of the door couldn't pull her attention from the screen, and she failed to notice me. I was completely enamored watching her screen-highlighted features that I paid no attention to anything other than her. The recliner legs were up, exposing the way her tight-clad hips were grinding against the leather. My gaze flicked to the screen, and I was shocked watching a man grab the back of a woman's neck and turn her back to him. They were naked in a shower, and it surprised me to see her so captivated by such a film, but soon realized it was not one of pornographic nature. A groan left me, thinking about how she was grinding against her seat, and my cock began to harden, desperate to fill her ache. I moved toward her, and the movement caught her eye, causing her head to snap toward me. She froze as she stared at me while I took the seat next to her. An alluring siren drawing me in without even realizing it. The pink of her cheeks and the way she clenched and rubbed her thighs was coiling me tighter and tighter. She was a delectable snack, and I wanted a taste. I leaned forward, my lips ghosting her ear, and I grinned at her shuddered intake of breath. "That feeling you have right now? The fire in your blood and the heat between your thighs. That's lust." She turned to me, our lips almost touching. Her wide eyes met my lust-laden ones. I perused her body, noting how close her hand had gotten to her clit between her thighs. Her pert nipples were next, followed by those sinful lips I'd dreamt about stretching around my cock for over a year. Take off your shirt, I ordered.
No.
Your nipples are already stretching against the fabric in such a lewd manner. I flicked my fingers across the small bumps, earning a sharp moan that moved straight to my dick. Show me how aroused you are.
Chapter 32. Ophelia.
Show me how aroused you are.
Atticus had shown up so suddenly that I was still trying to process what was going on. When did he get home? What time was it? All questions that should have been burning through my mind, but instead, all I could think about were his lips and hands. The movie had pulled me in, and I'd lost track of all senses except for the heat pooling between my thighs.
Do you want help?
My heart jumped and I stared at him. Yes, I wanted him to touch me so badly, but I'd made the rule in the contract. At that moment, I didn't care. I needed him to touch me. And touching wasn't sex. Yes, I whispered, my breath hitching. A low rumble of approval resonated in his chest, and he moved to loom over me. The anticipation only amped up my desire. Inches apart, and I could feel the soft tickle of his breath against my neck before I jumped at the sudden electric shock of his touch on my thigh. A low chuckle left him as he slowly moved his fingers inward until they were running along the seam of my leggings.
Such heat,
he whispered as he pressed his fingertips in. My heartbeat sped up and a moan ripped through me. It was the first time in a year that anyone had touched me, and the blood in my veins seemed to explode upon contact, even with the cloth barrier between us.
I like that sound.
His touch remained strong as he moved up to my waistband. Our eyes locked as his fingers slipped between the waistband and my skin. It was incredibly hard to keep myself from grabbing hold of him, because I knew if I did, I would give in. My eyelids drifted closed as he skimmed my clit and down to my lips.
You're incredibly wet, my dear. Just what kind of movie is this,
Uncontrollably, my hips moved against his hand, and I stared up at the ceiling, lost in the feel of his fingers curled inside me. I fisted the arm of the chair, my body moving against the one spot he was touching.
Look at me,
he said lowly. A shudder rolled through me at his words and the commanding tone. It was the same tone from that night, the one that I'd recalled over and over. When our eyes met, every muscle clenched. The powerful darkness of his eyes drew me in, and I cursed as my body begged to break. Just a little more.
What are you doing to me?
He whispered against my lips. Aren't I the one that's supposed to be asking that? That earned me a growl and the palm of his hand to rub my clit harder. His fingers curled in the perfect spot. A whimper fled from me, and I grabbed onto his arm, resisting the urge to take hold of his shoulders. A sudden tug on my waistband with his free hand drew my attention, watching as he pushed my leggings down my hips, then down my thighs. I didn't even protest, my body so needy for his touch.
Spread your legs.
Electricity pulsed everywhere he touched me, and even a single glance set me on fire. I stood no chance, and my legs, still tangled in my leggings, drew up as my thighs opened, exposing where his fingers were still buried. A groan left him, and he pulled his fingers out, spreading my juices across my skin. My hips rocked and a whimper left me. When did I become such a desperate woman driven by her pussy? Look at that beautiful pussy, he said, his tone low and gravelly, sending a shiver down my spine. He was entranced, watching his fingers move in and out. You have no idea how much I want to be buried inside you. Something about the desperation in his tone and the way the words slipped from his lips made me come undone. I needed them as much as I needed his eyes burning into my soul, as much as his touch scorching every inch of my skin. Look at me, he growled. His hand gripped my jaw, just like it had that night, and forced my gaze to meet him. The fingers inside me began to move deeper and harder, chasing a purpose while his grip tightened. My back arched, unable to handle his onslaught, every muscle locking down. His lips ghosted mine as he began snarling, his force growing. I could do nothing but feel him, his desire and lust that he held by a fraying cord ready to snap at the slightest. His lips crashed to mine, and a whimper left me as my lips parted, his tongue brushing against mine, pushing me into the cushion of my chair. The grip on my jaw released, and he took hold of my hand and pulled it to him, pressing my palm against the hard, hot outline of his cock. Tell me you want it. I locked my jaw down so that my mouth wouldn't betray me and shook my head. Tell me, and I'll let you come. Beg for my cock. My mouth fell open, a scream leaving me as my body convulsed against the recliner, gripping his arm as I held his hand in place, riding out my orgasm. I collapsed down, aftershocks rocking my body as nerves fired off. I was faced with the terrifying fact that Atticus had given me the hardest orgasm I'd had since the last time he touched me like that over a year before. A shock rocked through me as his fingers slipped out. I glanced up in time to watch as his tongue lapped at his fingers, licking up my juices. My face flamed as my senses began to return, and I was ready to bolt when his knee settled between my thighs. Startled by the intensity in which he stared at me, I'd forgotten that my hand was still softly stroking him through his slacks. My turn, he said as he pulled the zipper down. Deftly, he freed himself by simply pulling his length through the hole his zipper made. I stared at it, having forgotten how large he was. My pussy pulsed in longing, wanting to feel him fill me again. I wrapped my hand around him, lost in the reality of what my fantasies could not do justice to. His low moans were a sweet symphony of longing and desire I knew all too well. He watched silently on as I caressed him, slowly jerking him off. The urge to take him into my mouth, to feel the hot, silky weight of his cock on my tongue was so strong. But I knew if I did that, it would no longer be a period of mutual masturbation and would cross the line, blurring them until they were gone altogether. He caged me against the recliner, hands on either side of me locked down onto the frame, while his hips rolled his cock through my hands. With yet another sexy sound, he ripped my shirt up so that it rested above my breasts. I wasn't wearing a bra. Push them together, he instructed in that tone that left no room for argument. My breasts were not very big, quite small actually, and I had to use my fingers to bridge across the top. I loved the deep groan that resonated in his chest, and the clouded look in his eyes as he thrust between my breasts. Without warning,
I felt a warm splash beneath my jaw before a deep growl left him, and another splash hit my chin and bottom lip. More warm ropes of cum landed on my chest and pooled at my collarbone and the hollow of my throat, before a final flex of his hips and the last drops released. He was breathing heavily as he pulled back. Reaching up, he swiped the droplets that landed on my lips away before leaning in for a kiss.
Dinner should be ready by now.
I blinked at him. After all that, those were his next words? That's it? His brow arched.
What would you have me say?
I'm covered in your cum. Doesn't that evoke some response?
I forgot how soft your skin felt. If you find yourself in this state of arousal again, please don't hesitate to ask me for my assistance.
I narrowed my eyes at him and glared. His lips drew up into a smirk, and he pressed another kiss to my lips.
Thank you for the spirited welcome home, my dear.
I pushed him away and sat up. Yeah, that's not happening again. I felt the cooling liquid start to slide, and I pulled my shirt off to catch it before it was everywhere. However, when I was done, it hit me. Ah, crap. I glanced at him, just then noticing his rolled-up sleeves, my gaze stopping at them. Why did the man have to look that good in a suit? After he finished tucking himself away, he glanced over. He began to undo the buttons to his vest before sliding it off his shoulders and onto mine. Too big. He helped me pull my arms through, then buttoned it up the front.
It will do until you get back upstairs.
With a swipe to the tablet, the movie stopped and the lights came on. He set it back in its charging spot and held out his hand.
Come.
I think I just did, I said as I slipped my hand in his. A moan slipped past his lips.
Are you sure I can't?
No sex, I said, cutting off what I knew was going to be another attempt to convince me.
Yes, my dear,
he replied as we walked toward the elevator and back up to our floor. From then on, I decided not to watch any more sexy romance movies right before he got home. I couldn't take a repeat, because I knew another encounter would break my clause in the contract. I wouldn't be able to hold back the need to feel him inside me again. The tenuous thread of my desire would snap, and I would give everything to him. Chapter 33. Ophelia. Staring out across the buildings at the river, I focused on my reflection, my fingers running across my lips. I could still feel the tingle, the overpowering explosion of his lips on mine. Ever since his fingers were inside of me, I'd thought of nothing more than having him between my thighs, filling me with his cock. How many times had I rocked on my vibrator until I passed out over the last few days? I was constantly chasing that high he gave me, but always unable to get there, and I knew why. It was all Atticus. It wasn't just lust and attraction that drove us together. That was just a catalyst. My need for him grew every day. And not just physically. Emotionally, I'd become attached. I enjoyed our time together, even if it was just spent lounging on the couch or having dinner. We didn't often go out together, but I found I didn't mind that, even though cabin fever was becoming a real problem. In fact, I couldn't stay there another minute. I had to get out, because working out or masturbating wasn't helping to calm the overpowering itch anymore.
A vicious vibration pulsed through my veins. It was a cross between anxiety and craving. A withdrawal symptom that begged for just one more touch, one more kiss.
Look at me.
A shudder rolled through me. When he said that, I was transported back to that night and nearly lost all sense of self-control. I wanted to see him, outside of the condo, outside of family matters and events. I wanted to go out with him. He was my fiancé, after all. What stopped me from going to his office and pulling him away for lunch? We'd gotten closer and proven there was more between us than attraction. I no longer felt like we were strangers, but two people trying to make something more concrete work. A real relationship was in the realm of possibility. All we had to do was make a conscious effort to give it a shot. If it didn't work, we still had the contract to fall back on. As much as the Wicked King had frightened me, that wasn't all there was to Atticus. He was multifaceted and hard to understand, but he wasn't the cold man I thought him to be. And I wanted to know all sides of him, including physically. Maybe that was my out-of-control hormones, but couldn't we be more? Be real? Did we have to be the type of relationship drawn up in the contract that was written up when we were strangers? We didn't have to have a test tube baby. I hadn't really wanted that then, and I didn't now. It was the only card I held, and I used it to keep a small increment of power in a heavily weighted arena. First order of business when it came to entering the De Lowry Tower was my battle armor. To be with Atticus, anytime I exited the building, I had to exude confidence and elegance, even if I was shaking in self-doubt on the inside. But I was learning to be both myself and a De Lowry. It was all about balance. In order to not lose myself entirely, I was absolutely and completely me as soon as I entered the condo. T-shirt, shorts, tank tops, leggings, no makeup, shoes optional, hair maybe brushed. Relaxed Ophelia. De Lowry Ophelia was decked out in high-end everything. Even all my makeup was thrown away and replaced. Nothing could even look like it had the possibility of any wear on it unless it was made that way. Once my hair and makeup were done, I pulled on a white pair of capris and a sky blue flutter-sleeved top. All of the pieces came together and were crowned by the rock. As I gave myself a once-over in the mirror, I was halted by my reflection. Evolution stared back at me. It was no longer a painted-on mask, but a new part of me. I recognized the woman that stared back, even if I did think she was outclassing me. With each step out of the building toward the waiting car, my confidence grew. I understood the steps, no longer floundering around, stumbling like a newborn calf, knocking things over. The feeling coursing through me continued as I made my way across the lobby of the De Lowry Tower, stopping at the private executive elevator. When I arrived at the top floor, the purposeful, confident strides slowed as I grew closer to his closed door. Holly's chair was empty. The door was closed. Another glance at Holly's empty seat and my stomach sank as wild imaginations began to fly around. After that look she'd given me the last time, I'd been on edge about what their relationship entailed. They seemed too close, and a sudden shot of anger and jealousy pierced my chest. None of the other assistants batted an eye at me, and I didn't even bother knocking as I wrapped my hand around the knob. I drew in a deep breath to steel myself, then turned the handle and stepped through the threshold into his office.
while none of my wild imaginings of Holly draped over his desk naked appeared before me. I wasn't fond of the way she was draped over his shoulder. He turned to smile at her, neither noticing the door had opened, their lips mere inches from each other. It was intimate, much too intimate for a subordinate, one I'd witnessed before. A spark of anger ignited in my chest, and my teeth mashed together as I glared at them. Just what was going on between them? "Ophelia?" Atticus called, breaking me away from my turbulent emotions. I caught Holly's eye and she straightened, taking a file with her. "I'll get this sent out with the noon courier." He nodded. "Remind me later." "To talk to Silas about the Harrington integration." "You got it, At." I flinched at the nickname, my fists clenching at my side. Holly smiled at me as she approached. "You look beautiful today, Ophelia." Her smile faltered at my glare as she passed. Once the door was closed, it was just the two of us. That powerful need to have him touch me was replaced by the equally powerful urge to punch something, preferably him. "I wasn't expecting you." My gaze snapped to him. "What the fuck is going on, Atticus?" His brow scrunched. "Whatever do you mean?" I stomped forward and stopped in front of his desk. "What is going on with you and Holly? Are you fucking her?" His gaze narrowed, and the warmth seeped from him, replaced with the coldness of the Wicked King. "I'm not fucking my assistant, Ophelia. If anyone was to have an affair with Holly, it would be you." "Me?" He nodded. "You're more her type." My jaw dropped open as understanding flooded in. "Oh. Do my ears detect jealousy?" he asked as he smirked at me. "Jealousy? No. I'm protecting my image." I knew he totally saw through my cover-up. Are you sure that's it? You barged into my office on a rampage to accuse me of fucking outside of our arrangement, didn't you? I chewed on my bottom lip. Crap. Was that why I was so worked up? "You aren't fucking anybody." "Only you, my dear." "Exactly," I agreed, then blinked at him. "What? I mean, no, nobody." His tongue slid out between his lips as he stared at me with an intensity that caused the hair on my neck to stand up and my nipples to harden. I swallowed hard and adjusted my arm to try to hide my reaction, but he caught the movement. His lip twitched up. "Is that all, my dear?" I glared at him, hating that stupid term of endearment that held no real emotion to it. "Yes." I turned to stomp back out. Whatever my motive was for seeking him out had been completely ruined by both my accusation and the lingering anger, even though nothing was going on. Maybe I was jealous, because Holly got to see a side of Atticus that I dreamed of and hoped one day I would meet. "I'd think you'd want me breaking the contract." I ground to a stop, nearly losing my balance at the force as I whipped around to look at him again. "What I want is to come out of this with my reputation intact." "And a lot of money." "Of course." "That's all you're here for anyway." I didn't like the venom in his tone, and I headed back over to him. Each anger-filled step amped up the tension in the air. What the hell was with the sudden attitude? "Isn't that what this is? A business arrangement? You pay me to be the dutiful wife and mother of your child?" "You're lacking in your dutiful wife responsibilities." "How so?" He stepped closer, and I noticed how hard we were both breathing. I also took in the spice of his cologne, hating the way it made me want to lean forward and lick his neck. We were so close together and every muscle was tight, ready and waiting for something to happen, but I didn't know what that was. "Why don't you get on your knees and I'll show you?" he spat. My eyes widened before narrowing. "Sorry, no sex, remember?" "No vaginal sex." He leaned forward as I froze. "It never specified no oral sex." His hands took hold of my waist and pulled me tightly against him. A gasp left me as I felt the hard line of his cock pressed against my abdomen. My thighs squeezed together and I blinked up at him. "I'd settle for setting you on my desk and rutting against your covered pussy for now." The sound of a slap resonated around the walls, and it wasn't until it settled that I realized my arm had swung out and connected with the side of his face. His eyes were slits, and my stomach dropped at the realization of what I'd done. In one quick movement, one of his hands cupped my jaw, his fingers pulling at the back of my neck as his lips crashed to mine. A squeak left me, and a shock tore through me as he held me tight. I pushed against his chest until there was some amount of space between us, before whipping my hand across his face again. His eyes darkened and he backed me up, pinning me to the wall. "Stop doing that," he growled. A shudder rolled through me, but what surprised me most was that it wasn't from fear, but lust. It didn't matter that I'd risked waking the wicked king, because I realized how intoxicating that destructive energy was. Seductive and alluring as I imagined how he would touch me when he was so worked up. His lips met mine again, and his thumb pulled at my jaw. My lips parted, and when his tongue brushed against mine, I was overwhelmed by the electric shocks that pulsed through me. There was no stopping my moans of pleasure, or the way I bowed into him as I wrapped my arms around his shoulders. He groaned and reached down, grabbing my ass as he lifted me up. The move had my legs around his waist and pulling him closer. A groan left him, and he deepened the kiss. This was what I needed. His lips attacked my neck, and I felt him chuckle against my skin. "If this is how you react, I should make you jealous more often." Jerk! His hips flexed, pressing his hard length against my clit. A low keening slipped out as his lips ghosted mine. "Only for you, Ophelia. All of me is only for you." My heart beat wildly and my eyes pricked with tears. The man before me reminded me so much of the way he was the night we met. I was hanging at a dangerous precipice. "Asshole," I whimpered as I pressed my forehead to his. A deep chuckle vibrated as his piercing blue eyes tore into my soul. One hand slipped under my shirt as he continued to rock his hips. A wake of electric fire ignited upon every inch of skin he came in contact with. "You are mine, Ophelia, and I—" The door suddenly clicked open. "Are you ready yet?" Hamilton asked as he stormed in. I froze, my eyes locked with Atticus's as I watched them morph from a smoldering lust into a flame of anger. "Oh, she's here." Atticus's muscles tensed and he retreated from me, slowly lowering me until my feet were stable on the ground. "Yes. My fiancé came to see me, and we were in the middle of something, so what do you want?" "We have a meeting, remember? Stop messing with your little pet. We'll be late. Do you mind?" "Yes, I mind," he sneered, his predatory eyes locked on me. "You're fucking around with that alley cat who shouldn't even be here." Atticus swept me behind him with his arm. "Family or not, you will not talk to her that way." I put my hand on Atticus's chest and stepped in front of him. "It's okay. I don't need you to shield me from him." I locked eyes with Hamilton to show him that his attitude didn't affect me. In our life, women come and go. You're just here for the moment, and I can't wait until you're gone, Hamilton said. His glare was almost as frightening as Atticus's. But if I was going to be part of this family, I wasn't about to let Hamilton bully me. I don't know. 5 years is a pretty long moment. And I gotta say, I'm settling in nicely, I said. My spine was straight and my eyes were locked with his, making certain he understood I wasn't going anywhere. Atticus's hands rested on my hips before yanking me back to him, his arms wrapping around me as he placed a kiss to my neck. Very nicely. I don't know what your problem is, Hamilton, but I do believe in karma. I'll be sitting here with popcorn waiting for the day you eat those words. Then you'll be waiting until you're in your grave, he spat. Go ahead to the meeting, Atticus said. He gripped my chin and turned my head back to him. I wasn't finished playing yet. Hamilton tisked, his teeth flashing before turning and stomping out of the room. I barely heard the door click because Atticus's lips were firmly pressed to mine, and he was devouring me again. I could get used to this. The strong, possessive grip and overflowing desire that poured out of him was intoxicating. I wanted to drink more of it until I was entirely consumed by him. When did his lips against mine become so natural, so perfectly right? A low groan rumbled in his chest. Keep teasing me like this, and I won't be held responsible for my actions. No sex. He bit down on my bottom lip and pulled. You're entirely too infuriating. I'll be in a rage all afternoon, and it's your fault. He turned me in his arms. Are you ever going to tell me why you came by? I bit down on my lip. Well, I was thinking of taking a reprieve from my busy schedule and taking my fiancé to lunch. His lips twitched. Lunch, huh? I have not eaten today. What were you thinking? A special little place I know. I'm in good with the owner, so we'll have no problem getting in. His lips brushed against the column of my neck, leaving a low, humming vibration against my skin. I heard the owner was a little frustrated right now. Perhaps a dark, secluded hiding spot isn't the best. I'm hungry, Ophelia, and food will not satiate me. Then I guess I should be heading back. I don't want to tempt you too much. You should take responsibility for the state I'm in. After all, you barged into my office and accused me of cheating, remember? No, I didn't, because every single thought in my brain had been completely overridden by him. His touch, his scent, his domination. All things that set me on fire and had me craving for more. Chapter 34. Ophelia. We're having an engagement party? I asked, my eyes wide as I stared at Atticus. Yes, next month. We were sitting on the couch when he dropped that bomb on me. Though over the last few weeks, our position had gone from my feet on his lap and worked my way up. Currently, my head was resting on his lap, while his fingers made slow circles around my exposed midriff, and I really liked it. Here's a question that has been bugging me for a while now. If there is a time limit on when you need to be married by, why is there such a long wait? Why didn't we just elope? The word elope felt weird to say, even though I was marrying Atticus. Elopement always seemed like a rash execution of love by need, due to either opposition or heightened emotions. Because things have to be done in a certain order. First was the announcement, now the engagement party. You should have adapted enough to know that our wedding will be highly publicized.
You mean your wedding? I'm just the girl in the white dress. They don't care about me.
Perhaps. Still, they will all want to know the woman who tamed me. Don't you want them all to see who I belong to?
That was the second time he mentioned him belonging to me this week, and I liked it. Do I get any say in this engagement party?
Of course. Mother will talk with you more about it this weekend while dress shopping. She's thinking either at Stronghold or the Asylum.
Asylum? The Hamptons house, right?
I received a rare smile. Yes, our reprieve from the city.
Never mind. He seemed to sense my reason for hesitation.
It was a fair bit of wordplay on Elizabeth's part, no?
Elizabeth named it?
He nodded. A name that encompassed both the inhabitants and the reprieve from the city. She was 12. We started calling it that, and it stuck so much that it is now commonplace.
I can't wait to see it one day.
I'll take you wherever you want to go,
he said. My gaze found his, and a shiver rolled through me. It had been happening more and more when we were together. A growing desire every time when he was close. I tilted my head. Do you even take vacations? His brow furrowed.
Not really. Long weekends to Haven on occasion, but besides the New York properties, that's about it.
Haven. I'd seen the photos of the DeLowry private island in the Bahamas, complete with its own airstrip and customs that would come out to them. I'd never been much outside of New York, and not that far afield. New Haven, Connecticut for my aunt and grandparents, Jersey because of friends, but outside of that, I'd never left that couple 100-mile radius. Would he have time off that we could go? I'd gotten to be a better swimmer, stronger, so we could, right? I froze when it hit me. I wasn't thinking about me going and spending a few days, but of us together. Atticus and I alone in paradise. My face flamed, and I covered my face in my hands.
What are you hiding from me?
Atticus asked as he pulled my hands away. His blue eyes pinned me down. Nothing.
By the enticing blush that is spreading across your beautiful skin, it isn't nothing.
I was just thinking about Haven.
What about it?
You and me, alone, together, in paradise. He chuckled as he leaned down and grasped my jaw, pulling me closer.
What did I say before about enticing me? I won't be held accountable.
He pressed his lips to mine before pulling back. The heat in my face burned hotter. So, engagement party.
Yes. You're dress shopping this week with my mother, correct?
I nodded. Yes.
I know that our marriage is a contract, but I hope you're looking forward to the wedding, because I know I am. That being said, don't let Vera steamroll you. This is your wedding, and you have the right to say yes or no. But I will also say that society at this level is new to you. Please listen to what Mother suggests. If it is something you are adamantly against, I will support you.
His lips twitched and his eyes narrowed.
Drinking with Jen aside.
I reached up and cupped his cheek. Thank you. The truth was that I hadn't let myself get excited about the wedding. How could I? Yes, I'd given Vera my opinion on many things, but I had failed to let my inner child dreaming of her wedding to Prince Charming run wild. Atticus was a prince,
But charming was up for debate. He also hadn't fallen for me after one night. That thought stopped me, and I froze. But in a way, he had, hadn't he? We had one fairy tale night, but afterward, he wasn't walking around the streets of New York carrying a glass slipper. He was, however, carrying longing and regret. For a year, he searched me out multiple times a week, and when he needed a wife, he said all he could see was me beside him. So why was I reserved, cautious almost, in my excitement to be walking down the aisle to him? "You've gone far away," he said as he brushed a lock of hair from my forehead. "Do you want to marry me? Are you excited?" He cupped my face and leaned down to press his lips to mine. "There is no other I want to call my wife." "Not even Bridget or Antonia?" I asked, my jealousy flaring up. For years he'd seen them, even if it was casually. I still worried that he might want them. "I have no feelings for them." "You've had sex with them?" "Attraction is different. They've been on my arm for many events, but they were just convenient decoration." His hand moved farther up under my shirt, and his eyes locked with mine. "Look at me." It felt like a bolt of lightning had come down from the heavens and struck me. I jolted in his arms. "There it is." "What?" "Why, I could not even consider them. Never once have I wanted a woman to look at me like that. Only you." I blinked at him, my heart thumping wildly in my chest. "If you keep that expression, I'm going to try to do very bad things to you." His hand moved farther up until his fingertips skimmed the underside of my breasts, then brushed across my nipples. I drew in a ragged, shuddered breath, my nipples hardening and sending jolts of pleasure straight to my clit. "No sex," I said, but even I could hear my lack of conviction. He leaned down and pressed his lips to mine. "Your weakness is showing." He was absolutely right, because he was my weakness, and my resolve was crumbling to pieces. "Stand up straight, Ophelia," Vera said in her sharp tone, leaving no room for argument. Spending the day with my soon-to-be mother-in-law was not in my top 100 things I wanted to do at any time, but I had no choice. Almost 2 months had passed, and I had done very little for my upcoming wedding. A wedding Vera had planned for January before she even knew about me. One she had already hired caterers for and sent out announcements. Granted, it was for her oldest son, but so far it was very much Vera's wedding and not mine. Things were changing between me and Atticus, and I was starting to come around to the idea that we weren't just a business contract, that we could be more. And that actually made me more interested in our upcoming nuptials, but I was steamrolled at every turn. Not that I let her walk all over me, but I'd shown so little interest in the first month or so that she'd done whatever she wanted. I blew a stray curl from my face. Vera scrutinized my appearance the moment she stepped foot into our home. While the outfit I chose was passable, she balked at my hair. What was with the DeLowrys and my hair? I ended up in the salon with some frazzled-looking woman huffing as she attempted to catch her breath. It looked like she'd run from wherever she'd been. There was sweat beaded on her forehead, but she still managed to give me a smile, even if it was a bit strained. And that was how my normally straight blonde hair
that was almost to the top of my shoulders was now curly and pissing me off. My hand felt heavy due to not being used to the weight of the hunk of rock that sat on my finger. It was over the top, much like everything the DeLowrys touched, but even so, it was gorgeous. Yes, I loved the rock, but why did it have to weigh so much? My phone went off, which was odd. My phone hardly ever went off. Atticus. Just remember to breathe and make sure to get what you want. I stared down at the screen, my chest clenching as I read the words. He was worried about me, soothing me from afar. How did he know I needed him? Ophelia. Thank you. I needed that. Atticus. I know. It felt like a very Han Solo response, but still, him responding, him even thinking about texting me, was a hard hit to my emotions, and I had to blink back tears. Being with Atticus was overwhelming in itself, but falling for him was worse. It was all-encompassing and frightening. The car slowed to a stop outside of a large building. Why didn't we just do this at the tower? I asked, to which Vera scoffed. There simply isn't enough room in that tiny dressing room. Tiny? It easily held 6 racks of clothing, a personal shopper and her 2 assistants, me, and there was still plenty of room. Besides, we're only gauging style, designer, and fabric. It will then be tailored to our design preferences down to the stitch. You mean your design preferences? That didn't answer my question. Her steely eyes narrowed on me. Ophelia, your wedding is the wedding of the century. More than any royalty, the world will be looking at you, standing next to my son. I think you forget at times just whom you are marrying. Atticus isn't some common CEO. He is CEO of the DeLowry Corporation, one of the largest, wealthiest companies in the world. He is the leader of one of the wealthiest families in the world. Your children will one day take his place. You will be the mother to the wealthiest child ever born. And I still haven't the slightest clue as to why my son chose you. My eyes were wide as I took in everything she said. A cold strike of fear rushed through me. It seemed so simple on paper that I never really took into consideration the depth of the pool I was jumping into. I'd seen bits of it after the announcement, and Atticus had mentioned it before. But it wasn't until Vera put it into perspective that I really started to understand why there had to be a wedding. Vera huffed and wrapped one of her talons around my wrist, dragging me into the building. Come. As soon as we stepped in, we were ushered into a private room. The building was empty, and even the doors were locked after us. I was going to ask what was going on, but then I remembered who I was with. It was a DeLowry thing. People threw out the red carpet for them. Maybe royalty wasn't a bad description. Hello, Mrs. DeLowry. We are so pleased to be graced with your presence, a flamboyant man said as he entered. For a moment, I was envious of him, because he had way more style than I ever would have, no matter what Melanie put in my closet. While flattery is appreciated, it is wasting time. Vera turned to me. Philip, this is my son's fiancée, Ophelia. He aimed his beaming smile at me and reached for my hand. Ophelia, what a pleasure. Come, let's have a look at you. I slipped my hand in his and he raised it, using it to twirl me around in circles. Did you receive the letter with some of the specifications? He turned his attention back to her. Yes, and I have a large selection ready.
But after seeing her figure, some styles will have to be weeded out. We need something to make it appear that her boyish figure has hips. I twitched at that and looked down. Was that why my closet was filled with a lot of peplum tops? To give some dimension to my straight up and down figure. You have no hips or breasts, Vera said in agreement. What does he see in your curveless body? He likes my ass, I said, then slapped my hand over my mouth. Vera's stern eyes widened, and she tilted her head to look behind me. Well, at least you're curvy somewhere. Philip disappeared into another room while we were seated, then came back and handed me a glass of what I thought was orange juice, but I quickly found it to be a mimosa. My phone went off, and I pulled it from my purse to find another message from Atticus. Atticus, take photos of the dresses. I smiled, my chest filling with warmth. Ophelia, you know the groom isn't supposed to see the dress before the wedding. Atticus, then send photos without the dresses on. Wink emoji. Ophelia, are you encouraging me to send nudes? Shocked. Atticus, not at all, my dear. Ophelia, cheeky bastard. Are you talking to my son? Vera asked. I straightened and focused on the room again. Yes, sorry. No need to apologize if you're wearing that expression while thinking of him. Oh. I'm a bit envious, to tell the truth. Of? You? That look? I married out of obligation. An arranged marriage like his father was trying to thrust upon him. At the will reading, when he stood up to Charles and refused an arranged marriage, I'm not sure I had ever been that proud before. Then you ended up with me instead. Her expression fell. Yes, well, she fluffed up her hair and continued staring straight ahead. I can make something of you. You have spirit and strength, and with a lot of guidance, I believe you will make a fine matriarch of the family. For a moment I was filled with happiness, but then she dropped a bomb on me. Matriarch? She turned to me. Ophelia, you are marrying our ruler, our king. Despite his age, he is the patriarch of the family. That is why there is such discord between him and his father. You are to be his queen, and therefore mother to all. I slumped down, hiding my face in my hands. Mother to all? For months, I'd studied the Binder of Doom, multiple books written on the family, gone through the extensive family tree, and was lucky enough to remember Atticus Charles de Lowry's descendants. But to be mother to all de Lowrys? I signed up, quite literally, to be the mother of one child. How did I not foresee this? The first model walked out, pulling me from the weight settling in my chest, forcing me to focus on the task at hand. What I thought would be hours of trying on dresses turned into hours of looking at dresses. Model after model came out, and Vera took notes. She immediately dismissed some, and others she kept to the side. It was overwhelming, and I had a hard time saying much more than, I like that. Perhaps because it wasn't on me? There were aspects I liked about the different dresses, and all of them were so regal and elegant that I felt undeserving of wearing such beauty. Is this really my life? Finally, I was taken back and was stuffed into undergarments and the first dress I'd see on myself. When I stepped out, Vera's eyes widened, and she straightened as she watched me walk in. I stepped onto the platform and took in my reflection in the large mirrors.
It was an A-line gown with a deep sweetheart neckline and scalloped cap-sleeved detail. The skirt was full and flared out. There was embroidery and beading coupled with tulle and satin. It fit and accentuated my body perfectly. I felt like a princess. "That is what we will build on," Vera said. "What do you think?" "It's beautiful," I answered honestly. And it was. Tears pooled in my eyes, and I had to bite them back. I never thought I would wear something so beautiful. And I couldn't wait to see the expression on Atticus's face when he saw me. Chapter 35. Ophelia. Once again, I was wearing more money in my outfit than I probably made in a year. Scratch that. With the rock on, I constantly surpassed that. Even without the rock, even taking out the other jewelry that was on loan. I knew I was wearing at least 6 months' rent of my old apartment just between the dress, shoes, and purse alone. The metallic black and gold seemed to almost flow with every movement. I was entranced by the mirror when Atticus's voice called out. I turned just as he walked into the dressing room. His eyes raked over me, his fingers brushing against his lips as a groan slipped out.
"You need to stop looking more beautiful every time I see you. I don't think I can handle much more."
I blinked at him. It didn't happen often, but when he told me I was beautiful, I got embarrassed. My face flamed, and I had to look away from him. In a few steps, he was in front of me, and he gripped my chin, tilting my head back.
"Don't hide yourself from me."
See, I knew that charmer was in you somewhere. With his hands on my hips, he pulled me closer.
"You bring it out in me."
He leaned in closer and pressed his lips to mine.
"And you know I only say what I mean."
We headed out to my second ever charity event, and I was about as nervous as I was at the first. The difference was the calm that moved through me from his touch. Knowing he was beside me set me at ease. The charity dinner for the Adriana DeLowry Foundation seemed almost small in comparison to the event we walked into. Maybe the atmosphere was just different, but the first I went to was all I had to draw on for comparison. It felt like we were walking into a wedding reception with the dim lighting and sparkles, not to mention the music. The room was already at a steady hum of conversation. I was overwhelmed, and we'd just walked in the door.
"Remember, spine straight, shoulders back. Hold your head high, and remember who you belong to."
His last words had my abdomen tightening and caused heat to flush my cheeks. They reminded me of the other night, his fingers deep in my pussy as he held me close, driving me at lightning speed to an orgasm. I was his. My orgasms were his.
"You belong to me,"
he'd growled, sending me over the edge, shaking in his arms. A small chuckle brushed against my ear.
"Did I say something to disturb you?"
I rolled my shoulders back and held myself as straight as I could. "Not at all." He leaned in again.
"Your nipples say otherwise."
I glanced down and sure enough, straining against the liquid-looking black and gold metallic fabric were my nipples. A gasp left.
Let this short interlude serve as a reminder that rest is not a delay. It's a part of the story, too. Thanks for being part of this peaceful journey.
me, and I abruptly turned into him, hiding myself from the prying eyes of the room. Oh my God! With no bra, there was nothing to even attempt to hold them back. In fact, I wasn't wearing any undergarments, because the fabric picked up any hitch, and even though the dress flared out at the waist, I wasn't taking any chances. Unfortunately, I wasn't thinking about what happened if my fiancé decided to turn me on in the middle of a very upscale party. His chest rumbled beneath my hand, and I gave him a small smack against his pec. Not funny!
Yes, it is. But I also don't want anyone seeing them. I'm having a hard enough time not slipping my fingers over them.
They tightened again, stiffer than ever. Pressing against him. Stop, I begged, embarrassment coloring my face.
I quite like seeing you so flustered. It's adorable.
It is not adorable at a 10,000 a plate charity dinner for children, I hissed. He hummed.
I suppose you're correct.
I know I am.
Georgiana,
Atticus called out to the brunette approaching us. Her hair was pinned back in dark waves, and her blue eyes sparkled as much as the diamonds circling her neck and adorning her ears. A wide smile spread across her face. Atticus? She held her hand out and he took it, drawing it to his lips and placing a kiss.
You look absolutely beautiful, as always.
She glanced to me and smiled. Good to see you again, Ophelia. Her demeanor was as gentle and soothing with the air of a princess as the last time I saw her. She was entirely too nice, and had been the warmest welcome I'd received from any of the De Lowry family. So good to see you again. I smiled back and held out my hand. She took it and started to say something, but her eyes widened as she stared at my chest. Oh, my. Insecurity surged through me, and I turned into Atticus again. Really, cousin, she said to Atticus. My brow furrowed as I looked up to him, but the puzzled expression he wore told me he was as clueless as I was. Georgiana sighed, then caught my eye. Men, they just don't understand these things. She held out her hand and beckoned me with her fingers. Come, let's see what we can do about that. I pulled away and reached for her, using my other arm to try and cover myself. A groan left Atticus.
Wait,
he called. I turned back to him, watching as he pulled his jacket from his shoulders.
Since I am partially to blame.
He grinned as he wrapped the jacket around my shoulders. Thanks. He leaned down and pressed his lips to my forehead, giving my hand a squeeze before I stepped away. That was interesting, Georgiana said once we were out of earshot. Interesting good or interesting bad? I asked before glancing back to Atticus.
Oh, it was very good, trust me.
I simply never expected the king to bow to a commoner. I flinched at the term. It wasn't the first time I'd been called that, but it still stung. She noticed and patted my hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that in offense. By your reaction, my cousins, aunt, and uncle have probably used those terms or worse. You would be correct. I'm afraid if I say anything more, I will only make you feel worse, and that isn't what I want to do. What I will say is that in my entire life, I have never seen Atticus that relaxed, charming, or considerate of another person. Really? He would never admit it to any of us, but I know his position is incredibly lonely. He comes across as hard and brash because he has to. In order to be the king, sacrifices are made, and he's made many. What she said wasn't anything I hadn't already observed myself. The air around Atticus, the look I sometimes caught in his eyes, was nothing short of cold, dark loneliness. We entered the bathroom. earning a few wide-eyed looks as we entered. Georgiana pulled me into one of the large stalls. Once the door was locked, she rifled through her small clutch and pulled out something slim wrapped in plastic. I usually carry a spare set with me. This isn't what I normally use, but it will help. May I? She asked, motioning to my dress. I held out my hand. I can do it. She sighed and smiled at me. Please, Ophelia, we're both women. I swallowed and turned, pulling Atticus's jacket from my shoulders and placing it on the hook. Her delicate fingers were cool against my skin as she dragged the zipper down. Turn around. I held onto the front of my dress as I shimmied back around. Gently, she tugged at the straps, and I let it fall until my breasts were exposed. Awkward, I said as I looked anywhere but at Georgiana. Think of it as bonding time, she giggled. Ah. Her voice caught, and I looked down to find her a bit embarrassed. It was odd. She said we were both women. Then I noticed the dark kiss mark on my breast Atticus had left the other day. All of my blood filled my face, and I couldn't even look at her. I'm glad to see you two are getting along, she said in a gentle but serious tone. It did me in, and my embarrassment turned to laughter that she joined in on. Once we settled down, she stuck round discs over my nipples, pushing them back down. The things we girls do to make these dresses look fabulous, boys just don't understand. She smiled and helped pull my dress back up. They aren't the only ones, I said as I looked down. Thank you. You're more than welcome. I mean, for more than just this. She squeezed my arm. We're a lot to take in, but I promise not everyone is a complete jerk. I'll take your word for it. Besides, it doesn't matter what any of us thinks, only what Atticus does. I grabbed Atticus's jacket and we stepped out of the bathroom. As we did, Georgiana's phone went off. She glanced down at it, then to me. I'm sorry, Ophelia. Do you think you can find your way back to Atticus? I'm sure I can. I'll see you soon. I nodded and waved as she headed off in the opposite direction. The path we took was obscured thanks to the growing crowd, so I meandered through, searching the faces for anyone familiar, though there was just one I was looking for. I found Atticus on the outside of the crowd. I expected him to be mingling with his people, but when he pushed off the wall and his eyes met mine, I realized he was waiting for me. Better? He asked when I approached. I held my arms out and he gave a nod. I think I have a girl crush on your cousin, I said as I handed him back his jacket. His eyes widened. Really? I'm also pretty sure she is the best person of all of you. I'm beginning to think you may like her more than me, he said in a teasing tone. I leaned forward, my breath hot against his neck. You have something she never will. When I pulled back, his eyes had darkened. You shouldn't say such tempting things to me. Were my 6 little words tempting? I thought they were quite innocent. Say the word, my dear, and you will have what she never will. I will drag you from the building across the street to the same hotel I dragged you to a year ago, and do the same unspeakable things as then, with my very large something she will never have. I let out a shaky breath. It was tempting, very tempting. There was nobody near us. It would be nothing to slip out the exit door just feet from us and disappear into the night. The problem was that I hadn't given in yet, hadn't given him the one thing I knew we were both desperate for. I had to step back to cool us both off, or I knew I'd be the one dragging him. Atticus?
A feminine voice called out, breaking us from our heated bubble. When his eyes left mine, the heat flooded away as a cold bucket of ice chilled the air around us.
Antonia, Bridget, lovely to see you too.
The women before me were everything one thought of when talking about high society women. Antonia's skin was a light brown olive coloration, with black hair and brilliant crystal green-gray eyes. Beautiful wasn't a strong enough word to describe her. She was unearthly. Bridget had the poise and grace of someone born to money, much like Joanna, with perfect features, piercing light brown eyes, and long brunette waves that cascaded down her back. They didn't seem to either notice or care, I wasn't sure which, that I was standing next to him. It seemed I was invisible to them.
"It's been many months, Atticus, darling. I've missed you,"
Bridget said seductively as she reached out and placed her hand on his chest. Antonia stepped forward and settled herself into his side, wrapping her arm around his waist.
"It's been too long since we've spent time together."
I stiffened next to him as I watched them drape themselves over my fiancé. These were the women I compared myself to, the ones that were his acquaintances with benefits, the women that graced his arm when he needed it and tended to his cock when he wanted it. Atticus shifted, his hand wrapping around Antonia's arm, pushing her from him before doing the same to Bridget. He stepped back and wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me into his side.
"Didn't you read the papers? I'm engaged."
Both sets of eyes dialed in on me, and I straightened my spine.
"Her? Atticus, baby, you can't be serious."
"Very serious,"
he said. His tone was like ice, and both women stared at him in shock. They seemed completely confused that he was pushing them away both literally and figuratively. Antonia's lip quivered, her jaw tight.
"After everything, you choose a nobody over me?"
"You suck cock very well, Antonia, but I need more than a human vacuum that will take it up the ass."
Antonia's mouth dropped open, her body shaking, looking like she was ready to slap him. But something held her back. Then again, I supposed hitting a DeLowry was not a wise idea, no matter how distasteful his comment was.
"I've known you since I was 12,
Bridget screeched.
"We've been sleeping together for a decade, and some waitress gets the ring? The help?"
The aura coming off Atticus grew even colder and darker. I couldn't decide if it scared me or turned me on, but it was strong.
"I made neither of you a single promise. You both knew the stakes. I told you both multiple times that I didn't want a relationship with you. I kept you around for events and to warm my cock. Our relationship was nothing more than an exchange of goods and service. Nothing more."
The indignation that boiled up in both of them was entertaining to watch, basically referring to them as high-class whores. For a moment, I thought at least one of them would explode, but with the cold glare Atticus was giving them, neither woman seemed inclined to incur his wrath. It was ice, and it froze them in place.
"You did your job, but my wife will fulfill my needs from now on."
My heart thumped hard when he called me his wife. I knew that was what was going to happen. It was the deal we made. But the way he said it made me swoon. If I was just a contract, he would have been more accommodating to them. But the way he shut them down and laid claim to me left no room for hope. Somehow, I felt vindicated. All of the buried insecurities involving them was brushed away. He removed them with his firm words and dark aura. With a squeeze to my hip, we pulled away, leaving them wallowing in their misery together. "Wife, huh?" His eyes were dark when they met mine.
"Fiancé doesn't sound as resolute. Wife is sound."
"Your father doesn't think so. A wedding ring doesn't stop people from cheating." He stopped and turned me to him.
"I don't cheat."
"You wanted to have mistresses." His gaze narrowed on me.
"That was when you didn't want me to touch you, and I wanted you to relent."
"Wait. So you tried to threaten me with them in order to get me to forget my claws?"
"Yes, but it backfired."
I couldn't decide if I wanted to slap him or kiss him. He didn't care about them. Only me. Even when he made me think he'd stay with them. "You've never talked to them since the contract, have you?"
And months before that, I was consumed by another woman. One that was stubborn and strong-willed.
It wasn't until he revealed how long it had been since he'd even had contact with them that I realized I'd assumed he'd slept with one of them before we signed. That jealousy had been sitting so close to the surface over women I didn't even know. Was it because of the binder? That I saw their names within the pages, giving them some sort of significance, some permanence in his life? "You've burned all bridges with them. I don't think they'll take you back in 5 years," I said, as I berated myself for the passive-aggressive comment. While he erected a steel wall with his words, there was still that doubt. I knew why. I just wasn't ready to admit it. He tilted my chin back, his eyes dark as they locked onto mine.
"I don't want them. Not today, not in 5 years.
"What do you want?" I asked in a whisper.
"What are you fishing for, Ophelia?"
I blinked and swallowed, backing up. My insecurity was the cause of my timid questioning. Atticus was direct, and he expected everyone else to be direct as well, even if I didn't feel he was being the most direct at that moment. I tried to calm my racing heart as I formed words for the heaviness in my chest. There was only one thing I wanted to know. "Will you want me in 5 years?" The magnetism between us kicked up 100-fold, and my breath sped up as he pulled me until we were chest to chest. No words passed as he cupped my face, his finger deftly sliding down my neck, resting on my collarbone before sliding down to my shoulder. The fire in his eyes died down to a smolder as he released me.
"We should get to our table."
Disappointment shot through me and I swallowed, looking down as I turned from him. I had to blink back a tear. For a moment, I'd been so sure he was going to say yes. But it was fleeting. Still, I knew he had difficulty with expressing his emotions, even with the progress he'd made. My own realizations only highlighted that I was the same. I'd been protecting myself from him for over a year. And suddenly I was laid bare before him, my chest open, heart beating, begging for a connection. With each step, I stuffed my emotions down, released my insecurities as his voice rang in my head.
"Spine straight, shoulders back."
I was chosen to be his wife above all others. That knowledge brought strength, and I exuded it, refusing to falter again. We drew closer to the tables, Atticus greeting many people as we went. It amazed me how he knew everyone's name. Occasionally that professional smile, the one that didn't reach his eyes, popped up, but it was all a polite mask for the sake of business. It wasn't real. A real smile was special, reserved, and precious, and all mine.
You must be Ophelia. It's a pleasure to meet you, dear.
An older woman with a kind smile said. I returned her smile, realizing I'd spaced out at her name. Thank you so much. The pleasure is all mine. She looked to Atticus with a smile.
She's so sweet. However did you manage such a fine creature?
The words that wish to pass my lips are not suited for your delicate ears, Miriam.
A blush spread across her cheeks.
Oh, my.
He gave a nod.
Have a good evening,
he said, leaving the poor old woman to stare at us. What perverted thoughts did you put into her mind? I asked once we were clear of her. He smirked at me.
Only whatever her imagination conjured.
Laughter cascaded from a few feet away, a sound I was very familiar with. Oh, fuck, I hissed low.
What is it?
Jennifer. It had been months since I'd run into her while shopping, but after years of friendship, I'd recognize that sound anywhere. Suddenly, her brown eyes lifted. The shock when she recognized me was unmistakable. She pulled at her fiancé Luther's hand, their skin in contrast.
Well, hey, Ophelia, how are you doing?
Luther asked with a big, genuine smile. I returned his friendliness, remembering why I liked him more than the woman on his arm. Very well. How's the season going? He nodded and opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off. Ophelia, I'm so surprised to see you here. Are you working? Jennifer asked. My teeth clenched together, but I had to keep my cool. Come on, didn't she even look at me? Or was I just so inferior to her that she refused to acknowledge anything about me? I put on my best DeLowry fraudulent smile. No, I'm not waitressing anymore. What are you doing, then? She asked as she scanned my attire, her eyes widening. Is that a Givenchy? I looked down, smoothing the dress, then met her eyes. I'm honestly not sure.
You were wearing a Givenchy t-shirt the other day, so it's entirely possible,
Atticus said, his hand squeezing my waist. That small gesture was more reassuring than any words ever could be. Oh, yeah, I said, remembering the t-shirt I'd been wearing. It was such a basic white that I didn't think anything about the name printed across the fabric. A Givenchy t-shirt costs hundreds of dollars. Where did you get that kind of money? She seethed. Luther leaned back from his fiancé, shock written in the furrow of his brow as he stared at her. I turned to Atticus. Hundreds for a t-shirt? He gave a small shrug.
The shopping bill was a few $100,000. I just paid it.
Before I could question him more, Jennifer grabbed my hand, pulling it to her. Oh, my God. She turned my ring in the light. Is this real? Atticus scoffed.
For nearly $1 million, it would be an impressive fake.
Jennifer's eyes were wide, and for the first time she seemed to notice the man beside me who was throwing out enormous numbers, which was odd for him. Atticus didn't talk about the cost of anything, except Genevieve's allowance, so the only thing I could think of was that he was doing it for my benefit. I told you I didn't want to know how much it cost, I cried out, trying to forget what he just said about The Rock. He shrugged, and that calculating gaze was locked on Jennifer.
Her face was frozen. That was when I understood why. He saw Jennifer for what she really was, and he wanted to destroy her like any other foe that attacked me. He was standing up for me, beside me, ready to set fire and lay waste to anyone. The Wicked King was at play, and he wouldn't let anyone hurt his queen in any way. "This has to be at least 6 carats," Jennifer said, her hand shaking against mine.
9 carat, cushion cut,"
Atticus clarified. Jennifer's jaw clenched. "What the hell is going on, Ophelia?" Her anger was amusing. The fire in her eyes showed me that our friendship was only of convenience. She liked feeling that she was better than me. I was beneath her. On my birthday that fateful night, she probably decided she didn't want to associate with me, and that was why she didn't come. I should have thanked her for that, because her dismissal of me was an opening for Atticus to approach me. Without that, we might not have spent that night together, leading us to where we were now. "I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce you to my fiancé." By the way she was acting, I had to wonder if she was so self-absorbed she didn't see the news or any of the announcements. Then again, even if she did, it was possible she didn't notice or recognize me. She probably never thought of me except when she needed to feel better about herself. Atticus held out his hand.
"Atticus de Lowry. Pleasure, miss."
Jennifer paled, her eyes wide as she stared at him in disbelief, then gaped back at me. Luther took his hand.
"Pleased to meet you, Mr. de Lowry. Or should I just call you boss?"
he asked with a chuckle, then turned to me.
"Small world, huh?"
"How so?" I asked.
"Your fiancé owns the team I play for."
Atticus smiled back.
"You're very talented, Luther, and I'm excited to see what you'll do for us for a full season."
A groan left me. "You own the team." A chuckle left him, and he leaned in.
"Read the binder, Ophelia."
I turned, our lips ghosting. "I have, my dear. There's just a lot of information to remember." A high-pitched screech broke through our friendly conversation, and we all stopped to stare at Jennifer, as did anyone within a 15-foot radius. Her eyes were wide, and anger twisted her features as she shook with fists clenched. "I can't believe you would use such underhanded means to get a man. Are you that good of a fuck?"
"Jennifer,"
Luther trailed off. "No!" she screeched. "It's not supposed to be this way." She glared at me, teeth bared while tears filled her eyes. "You're nothing but a—"
"That's enough,"
Atticus said. The volume was the same, but the power backing his words shut her down quickly.
"You seem to be under the impression Ophelia cheated her way into my life by using unscrupulous persuasion."
"How else?" Jennifer seethed. Atticus stepped forward and leaned in, a smirk on his lips.
"That wicked deed belongs solely to me. I am the one who used everything at my disposal to make her mine. I don't take kindly to those who try to belittle my precious flower."
Jennifer was shaking with anger, and by Luther's wide eyes, he'd never seen his fiancée in such an ugly state. She may have been gorgeous on the outside, but inside was a very different matter. With a tight expression and pursed lips, she turned away and stomped off.
"I'm sorry about all this, Mr. de Lowry, Ophelia,"
Luther said, before turning and following after her. "You were a bit brutal there," I said as we took our seats.
"Are you saying she didn't deserve to be put into her place? I could read the writing on the wall, Ophelia.
She thought she was better than you because you were a waitress. You think you're better than everyone. Because I am. That doesn't mean I treat those below me with blatant disrespect because of an unearned ego.
You do have an ego. I couldn't say much about the disrespect part, because for the most part, he was very respectful of those who worked for him. Sure, he was hard and harsh to deal with, but I'd seen him with Jack and Loreno and Holly, not to mention countless other staff. He was a demanding boss, but there was no revolving door of personal employees. There was a loyalty to him that was only earned through respect, but not an unearned one. Why do you have to be so devilishly handsome, incredibly rich, and have a big cock? He chuckled.
Simply blessed.
An hour later, dinner had been concluded and the presentation had been conducted. All that was left was the silent auction and more socializing. The social aspect had worn off, and I found myself at the silent auction display. My head spun at the collection of items I could never even think of bidding on. Being part of the De Lowrys meant anything was within my grasp, but it was something I had never really utilized myself. Up for bid were a wide assortment of trips, antiques, and fragile-looking things.
See anything interesting?
A familiar voice said. I jumped at the closeness, my hand flying to my chest as I turned. You scared me, Jen. She giggled at that.
Sorry, it was too easy.
She appeared more refined than her normal party girl attitude, and I wondered if it wasn't a De Lowry decree that she actually followed. I didn't know you would be here. She glanced around the room.
Yeah, but with so many people, it's impossible to see everyone. But I did catch a glimpse of you two earlier. You look so happy with him. Way different from last time.
I paused as I pondered her words. Happy? Actually, I was. The night had been wonderful in so many different ways, and I felt closer to Atticus than I had when the night began. I am.
Except for the damn folio.
I blanched and stared at her. He didn't.
Oh yes, he fucking did.
I shook my head, and we both began to laugh.
What has you two so amused over here?
I waved my hand in front of my face in an attempt to dry the tears. Nothing. It's nothing at all. He pulled me back into his chest and stepped away.
Genevieve?
Atticus?
I'm taking my fiancé home.
Bade her well. We both froze and stared at her.
What? It's obvious you two are finally sleeping together.
Heat rose in my cheeks, and I looked away.
We will see you another time,
Atticus said as he spun me around so that my face was buried in his chest.
Good night.
The evening was not what I expected it to be. Boring, mind-numbingly so, with rich assholes flaunting their wealth. And while there were some of those, one evening opened my eyes to so much about my fiancé. If I hadn't already been falling in love with him, I would have been now. Fears of his ex-lovers were buried. Catty ex-friends were humbled. The Lowrys were nicer. And my connection with Atticus had grown stronger. We were a true couple throughout the night. His hands rarely left my body, and when they did, moments later I was soothed by his touch again. At first, I thought he was simply trying to calm my nerves, but halfway through, I realized it was also me calming him. Chapter 36. Ophelia. The tension in the air was thick as we rode the elevator up to the penthouse. After a night of affection, We were on opposite sides of the elevator, not out of anger, but out of something else that was crawling and swirling around us, something strong, a force that was pulling us closer together, and if we collided, the explosion would be earth-shattering.
Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
I'll eat you up, Ophelia.
The elevator doors slid open, and we headed out and down the hall. I swallowed hard as we reached my room, his blue eyes meeting mine, before I stepped into my bedroom and closed the door behind me. I slumped back against the hard wood as I stared up at the ceiling, willing my blood to calm down. The tension between us grew heavier every day, and despite the hiccups of the night, despite feeling inferior to every woman we encountered, including the two that knew him more intimately than I did, all I wanted were his hands all over me. The question was, did I jump, or did I hold on to the butterflies in my stomach with everything I had? If I didn't succumb tonight, when would I? It was inevitable. I knew it, and so did he. My skin begged for him, my pussy ached for him, and my heart yearned for him. I'd already come to the conclusion that I was going to cave, so why, after such a wonderful night, was I hesitating? I wanted him. I debated showing up to his room naked, but then realized I had the perfect excuse to walk to his bedroom. First, I kicked off my heels and peeled the pasties from my nipples. I wasn't letting anything hinder finally getting what I'd been wanting for so long. My dress swished against the wood floors as I padded down the hall. When I reached his door, I took a deep breath before knocking. A moment later, Atticus stood before me. I'd caught him in a half-undressed state, and it took a ton of effort to not just reach forward and tear open his shirt.
Yes?
He asked, his voice deeper than usual. I stepped in past him, entering his room for the first time, and glanced over my shoulder. "Can you help me?" There was a flash in his eyes, and his nostrils flared. I could feel the heat radiating off him, feel the static charge that was building between us with each inch of space that dissolved between us. His gaze boring into me was so strong, but nothing compared to the soft caress of his fingers against my skin. I drew in a breath, and goosebumps erupted across my flesh. He gripped the zipper and slowly drew it down. Each inch felt like a supercharged heat that grew as he went. His fingers caressed as he went, sending a trail of fire across my skin. He stepped closer, and when the zipper couldn't move farther, my back was against his chest. The warmth of his breath swept across my neck. I couldn't move, completely trapped in his gravity. His lips pressed against my shoulder, and a small moan left me. One arm wrapped around me, tugging me until there was no air between us.
"You're playing with fire, Ophelia."
"I know." He pushed the straps of the dress over the edge of my shoulders, the weight of the dress causing it to slide until the straps caught on my bent arms. A low moan escaped me at the feel of his warm hand running along the exposed skin. Hands that I'd longed for swept across my skin. One cupped my breast and tweaked my nipple, making me cry out.
"Tell me what you want,"
he whispered against my ear. I want you."
"Beg for it."
"What?"
You wanted to know the loopholes.
His fingers flexed against my skin.
Beg for me to fuck you.
He growled. Even though I was throwing myself at him, he was still lucid enough to think about the contract. I could feel how strong his desire was pressed against my backside. But he refrained. So I threw his words back at him from that night at Stronghold. "Give in to me," I said, then turned in his arms. His eyes were darker than I'd ever seen them. "Please fuck me. I need you to fuck me." His lips curled up into a snarl, and he leaned down, his lips crashing to mine. I melted into the possessiveness of his tongue, bent to the will of his greed. My veins flamed, fire moving through me with each frantic beat of my heart. He released me to pull his shirt off, followed by his belt and slacks. I relaxed my arms, freeing the straps and allowing the weight of the fabric to pull it to the ground. A groan left him as I stood naked before him, a smirk on my lips as I dropped to my knees before him. His abs tensed as my fingers slipped beneath the waistband of his boxer briefs. I wanted to tease him, to make him beg as he made me. My movements were slow, precise, slowly exposing skin until the head of his cock appeared. It was resting near his hip bone, and I leaned in, wrapping my mouth around it. He cursed as I ran my tongue around the sensitive tip. I continued exposing little by little, taking more and more. His fingers fisted my hair and pulled me back. Dark eyes glared down at me.
Quit playing and suck.
I made sure to keep my eyes locked on his as I leaned forward again and ran my tongue up the underside. "Are you sure my mouth is where you want to come this time?" I closed my lips around the tip. A growl vibrated in his chest, and I pushed his underwear the rest of the way off. His cock was heavy as it slapped against my face. I turned and continued my tease with my mouth.
I'm not coming until you are exactly where you are supposed to be.
"And where is that?" I gasped in surprise as he pulled me from the floor and grabbed hold of my waist. He stepped forward and my feet left the floor. The sudden flip of my center of gravity confused me until I fell against the softness of his bed. He climbed up. His arms caged me in while his hips pinned me down.
Right here, in my bed with your thighs open and waiting.
I drew in a sharp breath that quickly morphed into a low moan at the feel of his hard length pressing against my core.
The symphony of your pleasure is my favorite music of all. I've waited over a year to be inside you again. I'm not waiting a moment longer.
With that, he slammed into me. I cried out as a delirious pleasure ripped through me. My head fell back against the bed, my legs clenching around his hips, drawing him deeper. Low moans left him as he pressed all the way in.
"Fuck, so good,"
he hissed.
"So tight and wet wrapped around me."
His words sent a wave of electric excitement through me. He set up a slow, steady pace of long, hard strokes. Every one of them filled me, flaming the electric sparks that went off with each thrust. I rocked my hips with his, driving myself closer and closer to ecstasy.
"Look at me."
My vision focused, and the lust-heavy gaze that I met only served to excite me more. "Harder,"
I whispered. His lips crashed to mine as his hips pulled back and slammed in, making me cry out. It was no longer slow and sensual, but mind-numbing euphoria. My body tensed, focused on the mounting pleasure that filled me until I fell. I couldn't tear my gaze away from him as I came in his arms, my body shaking, my pussy pulsing around him. I hadn't even come down when he pulled out, a cry of protest leaving me at the sudden emptiness. He flipped my lax body over and pulled my ass up. I cried out as he slammed all the way in. He let out a hiss, his fingers digging into my flesh. The new angle allowed him to get deeper, and each time he bottomed out, my mind lost all thought. He cupped my throat and pulled back, forcing my back to arch, his other hand sliding across my torso to rest on top of my breast, holding me in place.
"I'm going to fill your pussy with my cum,"
he said into my ear, his voice gruff. My body lit up again, tightening around him.
"My first time ever raw. Remember it. Crave it. Because I'll never fuck you any other way again."
His thrusts became harder and faster, amping me up for another orgasm primed to rip from me, forcing my body to respond to his.
"You are mine," he growled into my ear. "Your pussy is mine."
"Yes," I cried out as my muscles shook. A high-pitched whine left me as I clenched around him.
"Mine,"
he yelled out as his hips slammed against me for one last thrust. I could feel him twitching inside me, letting his cum out deep within, nestled against my cervix. He fell back to his haunches, still holding me to him, my head resting on his shoulder. After a moment, he pulled out, groaning as he stared at me.
"There is something highly primal and erotic about that view."
He lay down next to me and pulled me into his arms, his chest heaving as he regained his breath. Wow. That night a year ago paled in comparison to this one. There was no going back to how things had been, because I was going to crave him constantly. We lay there for a few minutes, calming down, nestled in each other's warmth, basking in the shift of our relationship.
"And that is how we're going to make our children,"
he said. It startled me, and I realized I'd begun to doze off. "Okay," I replied, my head falling back to look at him, a smile on my lips. I was stunned at the smile that met me, at the softness in his eyes that I'd never seen before. His hand slipped up to cup my face, his thumb tracing my bottom lip.
"You are so beautiful that I can't look away."
"Who said you had to?" He gripped my jaw and pulled me closer until our lips met.
"How do you feel?"
"Boneless," I said with a giggle. "You?"
"I wish this moment would never end. And invigorated."
I blinked at him. "Invigorated?" I glanced down and drew in a sharp breath at the sight of his hard cock resting against his abdomen. Already? He bit down on my shoulder, and I let out a moan from the electric shock that pulsed through me.
"You've teased me for more than a year. I find myself with a lot of pent-up hunger, and once will not satisfy me."
I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and pulled him down to me. "Then have your fill."
Chapter 37. Atticus. Pulling myself out from underneath Ophelia's warmth as the sun crested the horizon was torture. All I wanted to do was spend the day in bed exploring every inch of her body, finding every erogenous zone, every spot that heated her up, and every millimeter that drove her wild. Duty and obligation pulled me from her arms. Responsibilities that I couldn't put off. The acquisition of a major South Korean electronics company would ensure our growth for more years to come. They would only entertain our offer in a face-to-face meeting, which put me on a plane instead of between her thighs. After a shower, I slipped on a pair of slacks and a polo before slipping on some loafers. For an over 15-hour flight, I wanted a little more comfort. When I stepped out of the bathroom, a groan left me at the side on my bed. Ophelia had turned, the sheet slipping down, exposing her perfect breast, the nipple tight from the cooler air. Never had a woman slept in my bed, and I'd never wanted nor allowed it. I wasn't counting my bedded stronghold. Ophelia looked like she belonged there, wrapped in my scent, naked, a goddess for me to worship, one that I had to leave. Leaning down, I pressed my lips to her forehead. "I'll see you soon, my dear," I whispered. I brushed a lock of hair from her face, completely mesmerized as I stared at her. "How do you do this to me?" I was unable to resist kissing her, to resist the need to feel her lips against mine before I would be without for days. As I did, her arms wrapped around me, pulling me closer. It was a shock, and I drank in the warmth she enveloped me with. Her eyes fluttered open, a small smile on her lips before her grip lessened and released as she returned to sleep. I resisted the urge to play with her teasing nipple and covered it back up with the sheet before reluctantly heading for the door. With a last glance, I memorized the sight before me to keep me company until I returned. A quick stop to my office allowed me to slip my laptop into my briefcase, along with a few files. When I got into the elevator, I waited for one last sound that maybe she was up, but I was met with silence. In moments, I was on the rooftop, walking out into the warm summer air. "Good morning, Mr. DeLaury," Carlo greeted as I neared the helicopter. "Good morning, Carlo." I held out my hand and gave him a smile. "Who do you have with you today?" "Vincent, we should have you to the airport in 10 minutes. They already have the jet ready and waiting for you." "Thank you." He shut the door and we took off. I hated watching the building grow farther away, knowing soon she would wake up and I wouldn't be there. Minutes later, we landed and I was ushered into the hangar where on the other side, one of the smaller of our aircraft waited. The DeLaury Aviation Express seated 10 and held a bed at the rear. Being the only one going on the trip, it was the perfect size for the journey. "Morning, sir," Damien said as he stepped up beside me. "Should be an easy few days," I said. "How is she doing?" "Well, thank you. And thank you for the in-home help, sir. The least I can do for stealing you away when your wife is in need of extra care." Damien was my personal guard, and his wife had just undergone surgery to fix a broken leg. While normally another guard would easily take his place on a trip, Damien was fluent in Korean. The only one of our security team who was, and it was a huge asset. Most thought the 6'4" burly man was all brawn, instead of the most intelligent member in the guard and fluent in multiple languages.
"Good morning, Mr. DeLaury, Damien."
"Brandy, how are you today?" I greeted with a smile as I entered, placing my bag on one of the seats before dropping into the one across from it. Damien stowed his bag before selecting the seat up one and across the aisle from my location.
"I'm well, sir. How about you?"
she asked. "Tired."
"Would you like me to get the bedroom ready for once we reach cruising altitude?"
"I've got some work to do, but eventually, yes." She nodded.
"Coffee?"
"Please." "Atticus, good morning." John smiled as he exited the cockpit. "Captain, how are the kids?" Teenagers are a handful." He chuckled to say that explained it all. "Just to let you know, we will be stopping in Anchorage for refueling today, but we've adjusted the course, and it should only add about half an hour onto our flight time. That's going to be a long flight either way." "It sure is. We're just finishing up the pre-flight checklist, and we'll be on our way shortly." "Thank you." Brandy set the coffee down next to me just as he headed back to the front.
"Is there anything else I can get you right now?"
"No, thank you, Brandy."
Jack selected a few options for meals, and he put your suitcase in the closet.
I gave her a curt nod, then turned my attention to the phone in my hands to dial one of the many pains in my ass. "It's Sunday. What do you want?" Hamilton growled into the phone. "Had a fabulous night, did you?" Hamilton groaned. "She's still here. Did you take someone home last night?" Taking a one-night stand or anyone to the tower was an almost unheard-of move. "Hell no. I took her to the hotel." His voice lowered. "But she's still fucking here. Just leave." I'm thinking about it. I'm also thinking about having her suck me off one last time, mouth like a fucking Hoover. Images of last night, of Ophelia's lips stretched around the head of my cock filled my mind, stirring my dick. Did you take anyone home last night? Ophelia? A grumble came over the line. She doesn't count. You're not fucking her. I wasn't about to divulge to Hamilton or anyone else what had transpired the night before. Well, she is the only one I will be taking home for a long time. Why did you call? I'm on the plane getting ready to take off, and I wanted to make sure you had the offer ready by the time I land. I sent the information to Reese on Wednesday. Check your email. I haven't checked it since I left the office on Friday, so it could be there. I'm doing a little more research, but I want to make sure you get a good look at their R&D section before you have them sign. The information was vague and threw up some red flags. I'll make sure. How long will I be graced with silence? He asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. I should be back on Wednesday or Thursday, but don't think there will be silence. With my absence, you know he will be in the office more often. There was a groan on the line. Didn't he get a new assistant? Shouldn't he be off fucking her or something? He's probably going to pressure you on some other heiress up his sleeve again. Just marry one of his girls and end my suffering, okay? So I should suffer the rest of my life? I asked. Better than the sexless marriage you're going to have. Debatable. Besides, I put the fear of God into him, so he should be behaving, even if he does meddle. Brandy caught my eye. She closed and latched the door. Time to go, I said. Let me know when you land. Hamilton, do I detect an ounce of care for my well-being? He scoffed. Yes, because I've decided I don't want to be king. I'm happy being a prince, so come back. A chuckle left me and I hung up. Normally, my conversations with Hamilton were not filled with idle chatter because I didn't have time for it. Since Ophelia had entered my life, I found myself opening up to my siblings a bit more. She was right. I didn't know them. Genevieve and I had more than a decade that separated us, causing our rift. Even the 5-year gap with Hamilton kept us from getting close. Elizabeth was the only sibling I was close with, and even then, I was closer to Reese. Then again, Reese and I were only separated by a year and a half and grew up running down the halls of Stronghold together. As the jet rocketed down the runway, my mind returned to the beautiful blonde I was leaving behind. It was only for a few days, but with the progress we'd made, I didn't want to risk fucking it up. Everything changed last night. No longer did we dance around each other, fighting the attraction that constantly overwhelmed the space we occupied. I was reminded why I chose her. Every reason I couldn't get her off my mind for a year was exponentially clear. The taste of her skin, each sound that passed through her lips. Her body was a temple I wanted to worship for the rest of my life. I couldn't answer her last night because it wasn't until this moment that I understood. I wouldn't just want her in 5 years. I knew I would want her at 10 and 20, 30 and 40. Until my last breath, I would want her. It's always been her. None other. The center of my chest burned. Emotions I'd never experienced bombarded me. What started out as a contract, a way to get closer to her, had morphed into a feeling I couldn't put into words. In my entire life, I'd never felt the overwhelming need to be with someone that I did with Ophelia. I wanted to be with her forever.
Chapter 38. Ophelia. My eyes strained against the sunlight, fighting to stay closed and to return to the comfort of sleep. In my half-awake state, memories of the night flooded in, and I smiled. From the words that spilled from his lips to his hands that excited every inch of my skin, and his gaze that possessed my soul. The culmination of months burned bright in the night, forever altered and owned by him. It wasn't just physical. My whole heart and soul had been captured by the wicked king. After months of strife and struggle, my wish from a year ago had become a reality. While those initial dreams were of a man I knew little about, not even his last name, that feeling of possibility had nagged at me relentlessly. When he first told me he wanted me to marry him, those dreams came back to me. But dreams and reality were two totally different worlds. The real Atticus was emotionally sealed until he cracked, and his affection came spilling out of him unrestrained.
That affection was the manifestation of emotions he had difficulty processing and forming words for. The depth of blue in his eyes was endless like the ocean, with its rough seas, calm waves, and tsunamis. Powerful, alluring, and impossible to control. That was Atticus. A smile spread, and I reached for him. But as I woke more and comprehended my surroundings, I found myself alone. The sheets were cold. "Atticus?" I called out and waited, but not a single sound resonated. I sat up and took in the room. The view out of the large windows was almost the same as from my own, but the size was stunningly larger. Straining my hearing, I listened for any hint of him, but I was met with nothing but silence. He left the room without waking me? It was Sunday. I expected to wake up in his arms with him holding me close before he filled me again. A shower, then food, then again on the island or table, taking our fill of each other after months of resisting. Instead, silence surrounded me. Emptiness invaded me. My chest clenched, and I swallowed before slipping my feet over the edge of the bed. I ran my hand through my hair, working out some knots. Flashes of the night before danced across my mind. I'd forgotten how possessive his touch was, how demanding. His lips were intoxicating as he kissed me like he was trying to devour me. My name a litany that fell from his lips like a prayer. Maybe he was in the kitchen? I moved to stand and fell back to the bed, my legs giving out on me. It took another try to get my legs under me, but my steps were unsteady. My body throbbed in the best way. Atticus wasn't the only man I'd been with, but none before had ever left me so completely satisfied. A perfect synchronicity, as if we'd been together for years instead of one night long ago. He read me in ways that never ceased to amaze me. Something I couldn't ever let my husband-to-be ever know, because he already had a god complex. There was no need to increase his ego further. A smile drew up on my face. He really did a number on me. I put my hand on the door handle to open it, but stopped. Looking down, I was completely naked. And while I would normally walk around my home in whatever state I wanted to, that was because I was always alone. That was not the case in the tower. There were always people popping in and out without notice, silent and stealthy like ninjas, which was why I couldn't be sure there wasn't anyone right outside of the door. Our clothes were still strewn about the floor, and I picked up Atticus's dress shirt, slipping it on and buttoned it up. It was long enough that it covered everything. Tentatively, I opened the door and moved down the hall, paying attention for the slightest sign of life. Each room I encountered was empty. As I passed my bedroom, I grabbed my phone, but there were no notifications. My brow furrowed, and I made my way back to the kitchen. Nothing was out of place. Not even a coffee cup sat in the sink. The clack of shoes echoed in the hall, and I turned, the excitement in finding him filling me. But it wasn't a scowling, tall, brooding blonde that entered the kitchen. Jack stopped as he entered and saw me. "Good morning, Ophelia," he said with a friendly smile. "Jack? Have you seen Atticus?" "Atticus is on a plane right now." I blinked at him as I tried to remember him talking about a trip. "A plane?" I asked, completely confused. "Yes, he has a meeting in Seoul on Monday." Seoul?
He was going to South Korea? Why didn't he tell me? More importantly, why didn't he say goodbye?
He asked me to give this to you,
he said as he handed an envelope over. My brows scrunched as I took it from him. What's this? I asked.
He didn't say.
He turned to leave.
I'll be downstairs if you need anything.
Thank you, I said, watching him leave. The envelope was thick, and my brow furrowed deeper as I slipped my finger under the edge. I froze, feeling the familiar edge of a stack of bills. I pulled a few out, noting the denomination. $100 bills. There had to be 40 or 50 of them. What is this? My stomach dropped and a wave of nausea washed through me. Was it a payment? What I'd earned for the night? The envelope slipped from my fingers, bills spilling out across the floor as my worst fear seemingly came true. I really was just a whore. He won. Got what he wanted. He didn't really want me, just sex. Because if he did, he would have stayed. And even if he couldn't stay, he would have woken me up. But no, he'd just left. It didn't mean anything to him. I didn't mean anything to him, at least not past our contract. So stupid, Ophelia. My face scrunched up as the pain in my chest threatened to erupt in a sob. Every insecurity toppled me, and the urge to run screamed inside my head while my heart began to crumble. I promised Atticus I wouldn't run again, but the urge was growing in intensity. When I made that promise, I never thought I would find myself in this position. I believed he had feelings for me. Convinced myself that maybe we could be a real couple. But it seemed those emotions were completely one-sided. He only considered me a doll, to stand prettily next to him and warm his bed, to warm his cock. Oh, God. Just as he'd said to me when we met before the contract was signed. I'd always been a runner. To protect myself, I ran from that which caused me pain. My flight response was strong. That was why I lived in dorms from the first moment I could, to get away from Lou. Months ago, I tried to leave Atticus. And the pain in my chest told me I should have kept going, but he pulled me back in. And I fell even harder for the man. So hard it silenced the warnings, subdued my gut instinct, and overrode my fears with empty promises. It was time to run again, to save my heart from more of the pain that was overwhelming my system. This time I needed help. Things had changed, and I couldn't just run like I had before. I entered my room and slipped on some leggings before grabbing my phone again and getting onto the elevator. After a few floors, the doors opened and I slammed on the door to Genevieve's condo. "Ophelia?" she said, her eyes wide as she stared at me. Did I look that pitiful? "I need your help." "What's going on?" she asked as she let me in. I choked on a sob, fresh tears streaming down my cheeks. "I can't stay here. I can't stay with him." "Calm down and tell me what happened." It all spilled out as the tears fell, releasing my pain and sharing my struggle, cathartic at the core. But when I was done, my confidant wasn't as convinced that I'd been duped. I'd never seen Genevieve so contemplative, worried almost. What was she afraid of? "Are you sure that was a payment?" What else could he have meant? "It's just..." she trailed off. "What?"
She gave me a sad smile, an uncommon sight for the notorious party princess. We've all noticed the difference, especially last night. I think Atticus really does care for you. I'm not so sure it means what you think it means. A couple grand is like lunch money to us. Maybe he just wanted to make sure you were taken care of while he was away.
You are defending him?
I asked incredulously. Don't get me wrong, Atticus is harsh, hard, and cold. But I also know how lonely he's been.
You do?
She gave me a sad smile. It's a family trait. Jen had always been so full of life. But as I looked at her, I saw the most surprising thing. The same darkness that often shadowed Atticus's eyes clouded hers. Why don't you call him? I shook my head.
He's on a plane.
She made a humming sound as she tapped her finger against her bottom lip. Okay, I have an idea. Leave him.
Isn't that what I said?
She waved her hand in front of her. Your flight response is incredibly strong, so use that. But don't leave him. Not really. Just go on a personal vacation. Don't contact him. Disappear. His reaction when he gets back will tell you everything you need to know.
And if it's not the right reaction?
Then I'll help you get away from him for good. Her words sliced at my chest.
Away from him for good? The thought alone brought the tears back.
Go get your stuff and meet me back here when you're done. I've got to arrange a ride and we'll go.
Go where?
Leave it to me. I nodded before heading toward the elevator.
Thank you. I know we haven't talked much lately, but...
Atticus, trust me, I get it. When I returned to the penthouse, I began packing up my bags. Just like last time, I took only my things. Because despite what Genevieve said, there was a chance I wasn't returning. Anything De Lowry purchased was left except for the clothes I was wearing. I didn't want to tip off the front desk or security. The bags would be enough of a giveaway, but with Genevieve beside me, hopefully they wouldn't scrutinize me too hard. Don't leave him again. Michael had said that, and I was going against it. I needed the break to think, to get my emotions in check because they were all over the place. Even with Jen's assurance, I couldn't trust it. I couldn't trust him. I clenched my jaw to hold back more tears. What was wrong with me?
You know the answer to that, Ophelia. You're in love with him.
That was why I had to go. I wouldn't be a convenient pussy for him. I was numb as I set the De Lowry cards from my wallet onto the kitchen island, also setting the rock beside them. They were a sign, a symbol, that I wasn't there, and that if he wanted me, he needed to find me. I did the one thing I shouldn't have. I fell in love with him. There was no way I could spend the next 5 years with him not reciprocating. It would kill my soul to be beside the man I loved, only to be his contract wife. At that moment, I really hated our contract. It felt wrong to say goodbye as the elevator doors closed, and I felt sick when I knocked on Genevieve's door. Deep in my core, I prayed that it was all a misunderstanding, that Jen was correct. But until he returned, I needed to be away from the tower. When she answered, she was ready to go, her hand held out. Leave your phone.
Why?
I asked as I handed it to her. He can track you in no time. They're all linked. In minutes he'll find you. I knew that for a fact, but didn't I want him to once he returned? Make him chase you.
I don't know.
I said as I chewed on my bottom lip. You want him to prove himself, right? Why not try? Because I'm scared that every fear is truth. I didn't really want to leave him. Use this time to get away from him. A much-needed Ophelia break. Time to think with a clear head and no DeLowry influence, because you'll never get it here. Even now, I'm influencing you. It was better than just running away entirely, but still. My hands shook as anxiety ran rampant through my system. A breather, an escape from the heavy atmosphere of the tower and to center myself. Let's go, Jen said, grabbing one of my bags and heading to the elevator. Time to hide you.
Chapter 39. Atticus. 4 days, 8 hours, 36 minutes. That was how long it had been since I'd left Ophelia in my bed. Since I used every ounce of strength to pull away from her warm, soft skin. Away from the only thing in the world that I had ever wanted to cherish. That amount of time was also the last time I had any contact whatsoever with my fiancée. By day 3, I'd employed Hugo to check in on her, but I had yet to hear any positive news. There was a cold dread that had settled over me with each unanswered text or straight-to-voicemail call. "Where is she?" I asked the moment Hugo's name flashed on my screen. "I don't know." I froze and threw my head back against the headrest. "What do you mean you don't know?" "We've just confirmed a few places she's not. We're going to go over and check out the penthouse and talk with the staff. Keep me informed. We're still a few hours out." My heart was beating hard in my chest, and my foot wouldn't stop tapping. The anxiety was to a level I'd never experienced. Every dastardly scenario my brain could come up with swirled around, making me nearly choke at made-up horrors. I knew nothing, but that didn't stop my imagination from running rampant. Was she kidnapped? Is someone torturing her? Hurting her? I never should have left her. It didn't feel right, and I should have trusted my gut. Now I had no idea where she was or if she was all right. Was she hurt? Calling for help and nobody was there? Taken off the street and nobody noticed? All the worry confirmed one thing. I was never leaving her again. On any and all future trips, she would be sitting next to me on the plane.
Mr. DeLowry, the captain wanted me to let you know we will be landing in 30 minutes and that there is a helicopter standing by to transport you to Olympus Tower.
Thank you, Brandy. There was no pause. The moment we were on the ground and the door was opened, I was running for the chopper. Seconds later, we were back in the air. We'd barely gotten off the ground when a call came through. "Hugo, what do you have?" "You're not going to like it," he said. The cold seeped in deeper, taking over every inch of me. "What?" "Everything points to her still being at the tower, but she's not there." I clenched my fist to keep my hand from shaking. "She has to be." "I'm sorry, boss, she's not. Me and 3 guys and Jack checked every corner. Concierge hasn't seen her since you got back from the charity dinner." "Was her phone there?" I asked as my mind tried to understand, to process. "No, funny thing is it shows it in the building, but we haven't been able to locate it." "Have you checked the common floors?" "Inside and out." "I'm in the heli now. I'll be there in 10. "Want me to meet you?" he asked. "No, keep digging. She has to be somewhere." "Right, boss. Damien's heading down to the garage to be at the ready at a moment's notice." "Thank you." "Please, Ophelia, where are you?" The metal steps clanged beneath my feet as I ran to the elevator. Every second I wasn't moving was another second she was missing. "Ophelia!" I called out as soon as I entered. I threw my laptop bag into the office before running around. There was nothing but dead silence, a stillness that was familiar but also foreign. It had only been a few months, but in those months I'd gotten used to having her near, used to not being alone, used to her warmth and light that radiated off her. I ran through the rooms, but nothing. There was no sign of a single thing out of place. In her room, a sense of déjà vu took over. Again, nothing was amiss, but there was a lack of Ophelia in the room. Did Hugo notice as well? Or did he even think anything was amiss? In my room, everything was in place, the maid having cleaned at some point after she left. Upon entering the kitchen, nothing looked out of place, but something sitting on the island caught my eye. Lying in contrast against the white granite counter were 2 square black items. I cautiously approached, recognizing the first one as her DeLowry black credit card, and directly beneath it, the black card with the DeLowry family crest. My hands shook as I picked up the small black box, and when I popped the button, her engagement ring was nestled inside. She left me. Again. I doubled over from the pain. A soul-crushing yell burst from my lungs, the pain unlike anything I'd felt in my life. Why? What happened? What did I do that would make her run from me again? And how did she get out of the building? I pulled up the locator app for her phone. The last ping was 5 flights down. Genevieve. In seconds, I was in the elevator, and a minute later, my fist was slamming on her door. "Open up!" I growled. The anger coursing through my veins was at destructive levels. I would set the city on fire to find her, and my sister was in on it. It took a few minutes, but eventually a bed-headed Genevieve opened the door. I pushed past her, my eyes searching. "Where is she?"
Calm down, Atticus.
I turned on her. "Tell me, where the fuck is she?" I was shaking, barely hanging on by a thread. She swallowed hard.
I don't know.
"Fucking lies!" I spat at her and made sure her eyes were on mine. "Her phone is here, Jen." Her eyes widened, knowing I'd caught her in a lie. "You know it's here. Tell me this instant where she is, or I swear I will cut you off without a penny to your name and revoke access to every single DeLowry property." There was no time for negotiation. If Genevieve continued to withhold information from me, in 5 minutes she would be without her trust fund and other accounts or access to any DeLowry properties, including the one she was standing in for years to come. She swallowed.
Le Magnifique,
she whispered. "How long?" She shook her head and shrugged.
"A couple of hours after you left, I don't know."
She leaned forward, her eyes beseeching me.
"She was a wreck, Atticus. I couldn't stand to see her like that."
"What right did you have to interfere with our relationship?" I seethed.
"I was trying to help her."
"Help her? Why the fuck would she need your help?" "Did you encourage her to leave me?" Her eyes were to the floor.
"You disappeared without a word, leaving a stack of cash like a payment. She thought you were paying her for sex."
"Cash? The money for her sisters? Was that how things suddenly became so fucked up? We made love. And then I had to get on a plane, not sex, not fucking," I growled, hearing the broken edge in my tone. She heard it as well, regret evident in her expression.
"The room is under my name. I don't think she's left it."
I spun and headed back to the elevator, leaving her staring after me. In the elevator, I texted Damien that I was on my way down. By the time I made it to the garage level, Michael was jumping out of the passenger seat of a sedan to hold open the door. I glared at him as I slid in. She was his responsibility, and he'd lost her. After the first time, I didn't think he would fail again, but he did. "Le Magnifique!" I barked. My knee bounced with excess energy and anxiety. Until I saw her, held her in my arms, nothing would calm me. Until then, my murderous intent was on the surface. The car had barely rocked back to a stop when I burst from the back seat, Michael hot on my heels, as I ran up the steps and through the doors held by the doorman. There were people all over the lobby, and I wove my way to the check-in desk.
"Mr. DeLowry, what a pleasure it is to—"
"What room is Genevieve in?" I asked, cutting her off. She blinked, then looked down at the screen.
"She is,
1208, sir." Thomas, the manager, said before stepping around the corner. "Let me show you up." I gave a curt nod, following him to the elevator bay. The seconds ticked by, itched my skin with their slow movement. It would have been better if I'd taken the stairs than waited in the elevator. I reined in my anger as we approached her door. I didn't trust myself, so I had Thomas knock for me. We waited but were greeted by nothing but silence. Not a single sound resonated inside. The anger in my veins morphed into anxiety with each second. Until I saw her, I wouldn't be able to calm down. "Open it," I growled once there was no response, my mind unable to handle the images circulating. Thomas wasted no time unlocking the door. As soon as it was open, I rushed in, but was once again greeted with nothing but silence. The room was filled with Ophelia's bags, but completely empty otherwise. She wasn't there. I walked toward her things to find her bags open, her toiletries case on top with a laundry bag, a single change of clothes inside of it. The only other signs of life were her laptop and its bags strewn all over the bed, the power cord stretched across from the wall. Something wasn't right, and the alarms in my mind began going off. Genevieve said she dropped her off the day I left. There was one dirty outfit. A cold dread slid through my veins as the truth stared me in the face. Ophelia hadn't been in that room in days. There was no way she would have left everything, which only left one alternative. "Get me the access log for this room, phone records as well. Send it to my office now." "Yes, sir," Thomas said before we heading out. "Boss," Michael asked, "get the CCTV footage of the hotel. Find her and follow her," I ordered before turning and heading back out. "I'm going to my office. Call me as soon as you find something." "Yes, sir." Damien was waiting for me out front, and minutes later we were stopped in front of the DeLowry Tower. I wasn't dressed in my normal office attire, nor did I care as I blazed a trail to the elevator, ignoring everyone in my path. Holly greeted me as the doors opened, her brow furrowed. Someone from the security team called her. She took my hand and dragged me to my office. I let her. An unknown cold seeped into me, and it felt like I was shutting down. Until I found her, it felt as if the ice would work its way through my body until I was frozen solid. "Anything?" I asked. She shook her head. I threw my head back, my fists clenched. Never again would I let her out of my sight. "Where is she, Holly?" The unknown was suffocating. It wasn't only that she left, it was that she completely disappeared.
Atticus,
Genevieve called as she rushed in. Her eyes were watery.
she just wanted to take a break. She was in the hotel. I left her in the hotel.
"What's going on?" Hamilton asked from the doorway, Reese behind him. "Ophelia is missing," I said in a monotone voice. "What?" Reese cried out. "I don't know what happened, but there is no sign of her." "Kidnapped?" Reese asked. "We have a lot of enemies." I turned to Genevieve. "How did you find out?"
Jason got a notice from Michael.
"Damn it! We need some answers before this explodes all over the news." The pent-up emotions exploded out and I slammed my fist onto my desk. Fuck! I needed to get a grip, but I didn't know how to process the hurricane growing inside me. By the expressions of my family members standing in my office, I needed to lock down my emotions before they left utter destruction in their wake.
What the hell is going on?
Penelope asked as she stormed in. It seemed no one was showing my office any respect. "What are you doing here?" I asked.
Jen called,
Penelope answered. I looked around the room. "Why are all of you here?" People blinked at me.
Because we love you, Atticus. And Ophelia is special to you, which makes her special to us.
When did my siblings start caring about me? Especially caring enough they would drop everything to come to my side. "Atticus, we have a problem." My office door swung open, startling all of us as Hugo barged in. So little did I see the man that it took me a moment to recognize him. Early 50s with graying brown hair, deep-set brown eyes, nearly my height with a portly belly. Communication was always through the phone or email, therefore his appearance put me immediately on high alert, especially with Ophelia's missing presence. "What happened?" I asked, the alarms going off in my mind again. He stopped in front of my desk, huffing from exertion. "It's Milner." He slammed a piece of paper down in front of me. I scanned over the document, my eyes going wide. The document contained fragments of information that pointed to one thing. Lou, Ophelia's stepfather, was on the run. "When?" "He skipped bail. They served a warrant, but the house was cleaned out. The landlady said they were behind on rent and ran out sometime earlier this week." I sat down in my chair and ran my fingers against my lips. Lou Milner had somehow made bail. It was a mystery, because the man had no assets, leading whomever lent the money to be out $1 million when he failed to show up to court 2 days ago. My stomach turned, and my chest clenched as every siren blared inside me. "Any leads on his whereabouts?" "Every single one has come out to nothing. Amy Milner emptied out their accounts 3 days ago, and she's been withdrawing cash from her credit cards over the last few weeks. They're all maxed out. Cell phones aren't sending out signals. I've been using facial recognition, but we've had 0 hits in the last 2 days." "Where are the daughters?" I asked. "Are they still in New Haven?" He nodded. "They are confirmed to still be with Amy Milner's sister in Connecticut. All of my information leads me to believe they have no idea what is going on and do not know what kind of people their parents are." "They know, just not the extent," I said, recalling Ophelia's frantic call to have them removed. For now, they seemed safest where they were, and we would keep it that way for now. Once Ophelia was located and Lou and Amy were dealt with, I would talk to Ophelia about what to do with her sisters for the future. My thoughts moved back to Ophelia, and the sirens grew louder. "Find Milner, now." "What's wrong?" Reese asked. I clenched my fingers into a fist. "I don't know, but I have a feeling."
Your feelings are often right,
Penelope said. "What is it?" Hamilton asked. "Ophelia is missing. Her abusive fuck of a stepfather who tried to blackmail her is suddenly released on bail." Everyone went still when a hiss of fuck was heard. Hugo's head hung, and I was immediately out of my chair. A crushing vice circled around my chest. Her stepfather was up to something, and I feared he would take the events of my doing out on her. My phone went off, breaking the silence and gaining everyone's attention. Ice seeped deep into my bones as Michael's number flashed across the screen. "Tell me," I said as I answered, wasting no time. "Sir, we have a problem."
Chapter 40. Ophelia.
Darkness and pain. Those were the only 2 things I could sense. A throbbing in my head, the bite of something sharp against one side of my body, and the tingling sensation of one of my arms having gone to sleep. Slowly, my eyes began to open, my head spinning as I tried to see anything. But there was nothing.
The more aware I became, the more I began to notice my surroundings, the more I noticed the stiff and sore muscles. How long had I been out? I tried to remember, to recall how I ended up in pain in a strange place, but my mind was still muddled. A groan left me, and I tried to sit up, but when I moved to press against the ground, I found that my wrists were secured together in zip ties. The plastic scraped across my skin, and I hissed out. Thankfully, my legs weren't trapped. But that didn't stop the cold dread that began to crawl through me. A million questions filled me. How did I get here? What happened? And how long had I been out? I retraced my steps as the fog cleared. I'd been working on my computer when the phone rang. Andrea. She'd been frantic. When I moved to the hotel, I'd called Brooke and gave her the number there because I'd left my cell with Jen. Andrea's whispered pleas filled my mind. Mom picked us up. She said she left Dad, that she was going to do better. She promised. What happened? What's going on? I could hear someone in the background, and a shriek that was close but also far away. He's hurting Brooke. There was a tussle and another shriek, this time from Andrea as she cried out, "No!" The adrenaline pumped hard in my veins, gearing me up, frantic to know where they were so I could take them away. "Stop!" I cried out, my chest clenching. How could they? Harsh breaths came through the line, sending a chill down my spine.
You come take their place, and I'll stop.
You fucking asshole.
Piss me off and I'll take it out on little Drea, he hissed,
calling her by the nickname she hated. What do you want?
I want you here, now. We'll talk, come to an understanding, and in exchange, I'll stop hurting your sisters.
They're your daughters, you sick fuck. A scream rang out in the background.
Yeah, mine. You have an hour to get here before I start whipping 'em with my belt.
I flinched at that, remembering the welts left by the strap of leather. Give me the address, and don't touch another fucking hair on their heads.
Glad I have your attention. When you leave that fancy hotel you're staying at, make sure you aren't followed.
Before I left, I'd tried to get a hold of Atticus, but the call had gone to voicemail. I didn't leave a message, and I regretted it the moment I stepped out of the hotel doors. He would notice the call, right? Despite my unease about our relationship status, I'd long since realized that the only one in my life I could count on was him. No matter what, Atticus would help me. He would find me. I grabbed a taxi to some run-down house in Jersey City. It took nearly the full hour. Mom answered the door, and I was barely through when I felt the prick of something at my neck. Nothing like realizing what a total and complete monster your mother is, or any parent for that matter. Mom had never been the loving, cooking, and baking type. She was the cigarettes and booze type, just like Lou. Her style of raising was neglect. I cooked more for my sisters than she ever did, and I made sure to teach them to fend for themselves when I left. I didn't worry about them, because I was the punching bag while they were the princesses. They were Lou's kids after all, while I was the thing he was forced to feed. Eventually, it seemed they became more like Cinderella, slaves given no affection, no longer princesses. With no windows, there was no light, and I had no way to tell how long I'd been stuck wherever I was. The basement? Or did they take me somewhere else? Instead of cowering against the wall,
I knew I had to get a better understanding of the space I was in. I stood and held my bound hands in front of me, shuffling slowly forward. My stomach clenched and my breathing became ragged, but inch by inch I continued. I drew in a shuddering breath when I found the comforting rigidity of a wall. I continued on my slow path, following the wall, feeling for anything. Neither my feet nor my hands came across anything. After hitting a corner, I made my way down the next wall, but it wasn't until the next wall that the surface changed. There was a bump with an edge, then a seam, followed by a wide expanse until the same bump was found. Drawing my hands down, I ran them across what I now knew to be a door in search of a handle. Finally, protruding from the wood, I gripped the rounded handle and turned it, but nothing happened. Despite the handle moving, neither pushing nor pulling made any movement. "Fuck," I hissed. Following the edge, I moved my hand up until I reached another bump, this one smaller and round. There was a slit for a key, and I leaned forward, my head slamming against the door. There was no way out, no way for me to escape whatever hell I'd been dumped into. I just wanted to get away, take time to settle my mind and my heart without, as Jen said, DeLowry influence. Now, all I wanted was to be locked up in that tower, because the fear was creeping in. Like long vines twisting and twirling, it soaked into my body. "Atticus," I whimpered, tears filling my eyes. "Help me." I slid down the wall, working on my breathing before I began hyperventilating. The silence was so great that the loudest thing was the whooshing of my blood. I didn't know how long I sat there completely defeated, but at some point the stress had me drifting off. The sound of a latch releasing, followed by footsteps echoing in the dark, empty room, had me on high alert. Blinding light filled the room, and I hissed as I covered my eyes. "You stupid bitch," a gruff voice said. The brightness stung, and as I looked up, a familiar figure stood. Lou. He looked like he hadn't shaved in a few days. A grimy, button-down shirt sat on his rounded shoulders, his beer belly protruding through the open placket, exposing his trademark dingy wife-beater. "About time your lazy ass woke up." "Where am I?" I asked. "Doesn't fucking matter," he said, which neither confirmed nor denied if I'd been moved while out. "How long have I been here?" The door opened again, and my mother walked in. A tiny spark of hope fought to light, but the fight quickly died. She was part of the plan, and not on my side. Never on my side. She tossed a bottle of water at me, then a sandwich. "Those drugs were stronger than they said. You've been out for over a day." A day? No wonder I was sore. "And no one in that fucking family has even noticed you're gone. That's how little you mean to them." No one? That didn't make sense. Atticus wouldn't. I swallowed hard. No matter my fears and doubts, there was one thing I was confident about. Atticus would come for me. He would search until he found me, no matter what. Contract or not, I knew that truth. The goal was to hold on, to not lose hope in him while I waited. He would come. "Where are Andrea and Brooke?" "We had 'em, but took 'em back to your aunt's. Didn't want your prince to figure out too quickly." At least they were away from him. For now. "What do you want?" I ground out. The situation was extreme, even for them. I want that shithead fiancé of yours to pay, and I want to have him watch your fall from grace. What would he want with you when I'm done?"
A shiver rolled down my spine. "First, I'm going to get your sisters again," Mom said. The blood drained from my face. "What? You just said they were with Stacy." The corner of her mouth twitched up, and she sneered down at me. "Gotta keep appearances. And keep my cunt sister from blabbing. Little traitor cried when I tied her up. She put up a fight. Only bringing them 'cause you might need some incentive to cooperate." Lou took a set of keys out of his pocket and handed them over.
"I'll handle the little bitch. You get the girls."
I scoffed, gaining their attention. "You really are the shittiest mother ever." Her face twisted and she stomped forward, her arm swinging back before her hand collided with my cheek. "You have always thought you were better than us. Always staring at me with those eyes just like your father's. But don't worry, Lou's gonna straighten you out." My cheek stung, and I pressed the back of my hand against the warming skin. They kissed, making my stomach turn, before she disappeared through the door and leaving me alone with him. His dark eyes narrowed in on me.
"Now, should I start with my fist, or—"
He pulled something from his pocket, and that familiar schnick sound hit my ears. Once upon a time, that sound filled me with fear, and he used it to threaten me again and again. "What the hell did I ever do to you? You're the fucking drunk that would fly off in a rage and hit me. You're doing it again now with Andrea and Brooke."
"Shut up,"
he roared as he raised his arm holding the knife. A tremble vibrated in every muscle as I stared at his hand, wondering where he'd strike first. It took everything in me not to crumble at the situation, but I was stubborn enough I wasn't going to let him see my fear. Not ever again would I give him that power over me.
"This is all your fucking fault, bitch. I should have fucking put you down when your no-good father stopped breathing."
"Don't talk about my father like that. That's it. Stay strong."
"When he was gone, you were worthless. If he just would have given custody to your mom so we could get the child support, but no, made me ram him with the car."
I froze, the blood falling from my face as I stared at him. The world seemed to turn on its axis, my stomach dropping as the ground went out from under me. "What?" He sneered at me.
"Yeah, it was me. I hit your little bitch of a daddy. Asshole wasn't supposed to die. Just take the hint to back off."
A lightning bolt broke through my chest. I was frozen as the dam inside me broke. For years, ever since Lou married my mom, I wasn't allowed to talk about my dad. If I cried about missing my dad, Lou would get angry and push me against the wall or slap me. It all made sense why. "So what now?" I asked. What did he have in store for me?
"Now I gotta think about what I'm gonna do to you. We got some time. Think I'm gonna take some of this anger out of that pretty skin of yours."
I sat still, unmoving, trying to figure a way out of the situation. Running would result in him stabbing and possibly killing me. Staying would result in him probably killing me. Either way, not the greatest outcome for me. My bound wrists left me at a disadvantage. Otherwise, I could easily outmaneuver him and lock his ass in the dark. "What pissed you off so badly?" I asked. I'd never seen him so hyped up, and began to wonder if he was on something. I couldn't tell how long I'd been in there, so my tactic became stalling. Atticus had to notice I was missing by now, right? He would check in or return my phone call, and when he couldn't get a hold of me, he'd have someone look for me.
Some trumped-up charges were pinned on me. Think I can guess who tipped them off?
It wasn't me.
No, but it was that bastard you're engaged to,
he snarled.
He's the reason the girls got taken away. Your mama's been miserable without them little shits.
After her act and what I remembered from living with them, plus what I'd heard from Brooke and Andrea, that was a lie. She probably just missed them doing everything so she could sit on her ass all day. If you hate them so much, you should have wrapped it up.
Why, you little...
He charged forward and grabbed at the hair at the back of my head, squeezing his fist around the strands as he pulled. I cried out from the pain and reached back to loosen his grip.
You're gonna do as I say, and if you don't, I'm gonna hurt you real bad.
I don't think you're man enough. His hand wrapped around my throat, squeezing hard, cutting off my air supply.
How about now?
What does it matter? You already said nobody is looking for me, so why all the dramatics? If he doesn't care enough, what are you going to do that will make him? Keep him talking, Ophelia. Find out all his secrets. Find out the truth. Find a way back to Atticus.
Were you always such an uppity bitch?
Yup. An annoying scratch in my mind broke open, and my gaze snapped to him. How did you know where I was? He specifically mentioned making sure nobody followed me from the hotel I was staying at.
Been tailing you,
he revealed.
Couldn't get near you in that heavily guarded tower, but then you went to that hotel, and I know those girls are your weakness.
He pushed me back down to the ground and headed toward the door. Fear shot through me when he flipped the switch, blacking out the room.
About time you were good for something, and when the payout comes, your usefulness will be gone. Get me?
He slammed the door and locked it, leaving me all alone in the bare room with his words ringing in my head. A blanket of dread settled on my shoulders, and it took everything in me to not sink into the fear. Atticus would come for me. He would come. Just hold on.
Chapter 41. Atticus. Shortly after my near breakdown with still no notification on her whereabouts, a video link was texted to my phone from an unknown number. I immediately shared the screen with the TV mounted to the wall in my office so that all could see. My body went numb as I watched the infrared video of Ophelia, all alone in the dark, tears slipping down her cheeks. What tore at me and ramped up my thirst for blood was when she cried out for me, my name a whimper in the black, searching for comfort. I promised I'd keep her safe. I'd done everything in my power to avenge those who had wronged her, but my ego failed to think of retribution. Are we tracking where this came from? I asked. The tech team is on it, Damien answered. It was minimal, keeping my anger from exploding. Suddenly the lights flashed on and color filled the screen. She cringed against the flash of illumination, holding her hands up to cover her eyes, exposing raw skin and a sheen of blood from shallow nicks. It was then I noticed the zip ties cutting into her wrists. Red filled my vision, blotting out everything else. Where? I was going to fucking kill whoever had her. We're working on narrowing it at this moment. She lowered her hands, her eyes still fighting to adjust. How long had she been trapped in the dark? Finally, I was able to get a good look at her condition, and every muscle tensed. The question wasn't simply how long had she been in the dark, but how long had she been in that room? Dirt covered her clothes, her hair was matted, and debris coated her sweat-covered skin. Her beautiful face was littered with bruises, and her lip was split. "Say it," a low voice growled through the speakers. I expected to hear her beaten down, and while tears did stream down her cheeks, her jaw was locked, and there was a hard set in her eyes as she glared up at someone. "Go to hell!" A figure stepped into the line of the camera, and a cry rang out as she fell back to the ground. A fist grabbed at her hair, pulling, and she reached up to push them off as her lips curled back and her face twisted in pain. A gasp sounded behind me along with a choked sob. Everyone in the room, all of my siblings, Reese with his siblings, and security along with Holly stood powerless to the images before us. In all my life, I'd never felt as helpless as I did at that moment. For all my money and power, I couldn't stop what was happening to the woman I loved. Stuck, forced to watch her be assaulted and unable to stop it. The man that had her dragged her forward, closer to the camera, and held her by her throat, his other hand still fisted in her hair. "Do it!" Her cheeks were red, tears pooling in her eyes, and blood dripped down her chin from the newly reopened split in her lip. The fear in her eyes, the pain, had me nearly doubled over, but I refused to look away. This was the penance for my pride, and I vowed that whoever had her would feel all that she felt 100 times over.
"You son of a bitch! I said no!" she hissed, a small smile on her lips as he roared with anger. The smile faded as he threw her into the wall, her head slamming against the plaster. Her head lulled, but she tilted it back to look up at her captor. "You won't win. I won't let you."
"You'll do it for Andrea, won't you? For Brooke? If you don't say it, I'll bring them down here and start in on them until you do." Her face twisted in anguish.
"You fucking bastard!"
"Say it!"
Her head drooped, her shoulders shaking. She looked up and into the camera. "The fucker wants $1 million before he'll tell you where I am. Don't give it to him." A smirk lit up her face before her body jolted as a foot slammed into her stomach. Again and again he kicked her until the camera fell over, leaving only a view of her delicate fingers blocking everything else.
"Give me her location now!" I yelled. The grimy, overweight face of her stepfather filled the camera, his breath harsh from exertion. I was going to kill him. "You want her, DeLowry? I'll give her back for a price. $1 million. The longer you wait, the less I can guarantee her condition when she's returned." There was a pause before a knife entered the picture. "For every hour I don't have my money, I'm going to use this on a part of her. Wonder how many hours it would take before she dies of blood loss. Don't keep me waiting." On the screen was a phone number and a bank account. "I want him dead," I growled. Every muscle was so tight I was shaking in furious anger.
Chapter 42. Ophelia. I drew in a sharp breath, a cough taking over that only made my stomach hurt worse. I'd forgotten how powerful Lou's kicks could be. With no windows, I'd had no way to track how long I'd been there, but it had to be days. My body had grown weak, and it took every ounce of energy to keep my spirit up. They didn't give me food often, and a drink even less. All of my body's energy was spent trying to repair itself from the damage inflicted every few hours. The tang of rust hit my tongue, and I swiped at the cut in my lip. It had first broken open at least a day earlier. Brooke's tear-streaked face filled my mind, her cries for me as she pleaded with Lou to stop hurting me. He struck her in front of me, and I mustered all of my strength, tackling him to the ground. I diverted his anger and became the outlet, while Mom pulled her out of the room. The latest round was the most brutal. Though I paid for my defiance, hope was renewed. That video was for Atticus. The end of suffering was in sight. Lou underestimated Atticus, and soon the wicked king would rain hellfire down upon my captors. That I could have faith in. Faith in Atticus. Faith in his destructive anger. That darkness that slept beneath the surface. The door swung open, and I glared at the man. He turned to close it, his shirt lifting up, giving me just enough of a peek at a familiar silhouette. The blood drained from my face at the revolver stuffed in his waistband. So, that was how it was going to end. Lou's endgame. My stomach turned and a wave of nausea rolled over me. "Hurry." "An hour's up," Lou said as he stomped into the room. The knife was back in his hand, and he waved it at me.
Where should I start? How about your eyes?
A grin spread on his face, sending a shiver down my spine.
That's a great place.
He squatted down in front of me and grabbed my face.
Your mama always hated your eyes. Think of how happy she'll be once I destroy them.
My eyes widened and I struggled to release his grip. He moved the knife in closer and I pulled back, shifting my weight to press away from him. "No!" I cried out. I shut my eyes, sealing them tight as I pulled my arms up to protect me. The sharp edge of the blade hit my cheekbone. His breath was harsh against my face.
Open your eyes.
"No!" I hissed as the tip of the blade sliced into my skin. The sudden slamming of the door banging against the wall startled us both. Lou turned his head ready to yell at my mom, but we both were frozen as we stared at the figure now in the room. Relief flooded me, and tears slipped down my cheeks. Atticus. Our eyes met, and there was a flash of pain in his expression that was quickly surpassed by anger. Lou released me, backing up as he stared at Atticus. My heart pounded in my chest, a sob erupting from me as happiness rushed in. He came. He made it.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the fucking asshole who destroyed my life.
Atticus cautiously stepped toward me, his attention locked on Lou, who was blocking him from getting closer.
And I'll do it 1,000 times again if you touch her one more time.
Lou looked behind him at me.
Bitch is still breathing, ain't she?
Emotionally, I was frantically trying to hold myself together. Fear rocked me as elation raised me up. What if he got hurt? Lou was definitely in a vindictive mood, and I knew what he was hiding at his waist.
She is, but you've hurt what's mine. And for that, you will not be breathing by the time the night is over.
Atticus snarled.
She that good of a whore? Should have been selling her body off long ago.
My stomach rolled again at that thought. I remembered his friends, and I knew they were all as crooked and sleazy as him.
You will refrain from speaking about my fiancé in such a manner.
I couldn't see Lou's expression, but I could see the tension in his shoulders.
So fucking proper and shit. Just another jackass with a golden spoon in his mouth, money flowing from his mama's tit. Release her to me, now.
Lou reached for me, grabbing hold of my hair and pulling me forward. I flinched and cried out, falling back to the ground when he let go.
Show me the motherfucking money and I'll hand her over. But you seem to be empty-handed, and my bank account is still empty, so how's about I just kill you both?
I was finally able to look at Atticus. The gleam in his eyes was murderous, but when he glanced at me, I saw pain flicker in their blue depths.
And then what? I've ruined your life, and taking mine would ruin your future. Speaking of, where is your wife? Went to fetch the girls again. We had taken them with us.
Atticus smirked.
Are you certain of that?
Lou's gaze narrowed.
What the fuck did you do? What I had to.
It almost felt like his aura increased, becoming larger and taking up more and more room, threatening to pull everything into its darkness.
You threaten me, I take from you. You take from me, I end you. There is no mercy and no second chances.
All of Lou's attention was focused on Atticus. I was weak, but I had to try to get away. There was just enough in me for one sudden burst. Pushing off the floor, I launched myself toward Atticus. Lou yelled out, and Atticus reached for me, catching me by my bound arms and pulling me tightly to his chest.
"You think you got the upper hand now 'cause he's here?"
Lou sneered before locking onto Atticus again.
"I ain't letting you take her. She's payback, 'cause I never did nothing to you."
Atticus held me tightly to him.
"You did to Ophelia. As my soon-to-be wife, she is an extension of myself. Ergo, you threatened me. You harmed me."
"He killed my father," I said, a tear sliding down my cheek. Would Lou take away the only other man I'd ever loved as well?
"I already suspected."
I looked up to him, but he wasn't taking his eyes off Lou. "You did?" He nodded.
"Hugo has been looking into it for a month."
He looked back to Lou.
"There is more than enough evidence to convict him."
The anger surged in Lou, and he reached behind him for the gun he was hiding. His arm rose, aiming the gun at us. Atticus pushed me behind him, shielding me. I gripped his arm, watching Lou. What were we going to do now? I was a liability, slowing him down, and we couldn't run.
"You don't want to do this,"
Atticus said, but Lou was past reasoning. His dark eyes were trained on me.
"Yeah, I do. Ending you both would feel so good after the shit you've put me through. Using your money to fuck with me. But I'd be satisfied if it was just her."
Lou's lips twitched up.
"If you don't want to die, move so I can end the bitch."
Atticus clenched his fist, not taking the bait Lou was throwing.
"I already told you. You're not going to touch her again."
The next second felt like an eternity as Atticus turned, his eyes meeting mine before he pushed on my arms, throwing me back away from him. I tripped and fell to the floor, tumbling before stopping against the wall. The commotion caused Lou to freeze in confusion, and Atticus took the opportunity to rush him. I was no longer in the line of fire, but Atticus was. Years of sports and training made him faster and more agile than Lou, and he had Lou's arm up in the air. The gun went off and a scream left me. Terrified Atticus had been shot. They fell to the ground, both fighting for possession of the gun. Atticus straddled Lou, his weight holding Lou down as they struggled. The gun went off again, and Atticus's arm whipped out, sending the gun flying across the room. Then, a force I'd only seen once before took over Atticus. He pulled his arm back and slammed his fist into Lou's face with such force, I swear I could hear bones crunching. Over and over, he hit until Lou's struggles died down. Atticus was breathing hard as he stood, his eyes still watching Lou while turning toward me. Blood dripped from his fist, but it wasn't the one he'd been hitting with. Fear swept through me, and I rushed forward, watching the adrenaline drain from Atticus. He started to drop, and I couldn't hold him. We fell to our knees, and tears filled my eyes as I cupped his face. "Look at me," I cried. He blinked, his eyes unfocused, and shook his head, trying to clear it. Red pooled around him, and a sob left me.
"Ilya,"
he struggled to say. His forehead pressed against mine, and he finally focused on me.
"I love you."
Time moved in slow motion, and terror ripped through me, slicing my heart in half, watching his eyes roll back as all his weight collapsed down to the floor. "Atticus!"
Chapter 43. Ophelia. Seconds later, the room was rushed by men in suits, but my attention was focused on Atticus. They were simply a movement in my periphery as I fought the break happening inside.
Someone took hold of my arms and pulled me off. I cried out, fighting against whoever had me as I was forced to watch them load Atticus onto a stretcher, a pool of blood beneath him. Everything was in a strange combination of slow motion, with fast-forward moments with the volume off. Suddenly, for the first time in days, my arms were freed from the zip ties, and an arm swept under my legs, lifting me off my feet. When I looked up, Michael's familiar green eyes stared down at me. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't hear anything. The bounce of each step up the stairs jostled my injuries, and pain began to seep back into my senses. The bright light shining in from large windows was blinding. I cringed against the sun as we exited, people still flooding in. Black cars and SUVs parked up the street at both ends. And in a parking lot across the street, a strobe-like effect was created on the ground by the large blades of one of the DeLowry helicopters, sitting in the center. They were loading Atticus in, and we were headed right for them. We loaded in, but Michael kept me in his arms as the helicopter lifted off the ground seconds later. I couldn't keep my eyes off Atticus. I wanted to go to him, to throw myself at him, but they were working on him, putting a tourniquet high up on his arm. My whole body shook as I was transfixed with each slight rise and fall of his chest. We landed on the roof of a hospital minutes later, and then they were off, forcing me to watch Atticus disappear into the elevator. Michael carried me over to the elevator, and we got on with a guard. We entered a floor of the hospital that appeared empty. I was seated into an awaiting wheelchair, the sudden loss of touch causing my body to flood with cold, and my teeth began chattering. Someone approached us, but I continued to look down the hall, searching for him.
"I think she's in shock,"
Michael said, the first sound to penetrate since Atticus's last words. Shock? The doctor bent down in front of me, his brown eyes meeting mine, and I blinked. "Mrs. DeLowry, we need to get you evaluated." "Evans," I said, correcting him. His eyes widened in surprise. "What?" "We aren't married yet. It's Evans." Everything came flooding back, and a scream ripped from me, letting loose all of my suppressed anguish. Footsteps sounded behind me, and suddenly Penelope was in front of me. She slipped her hand in mine and squeezed. It calmed my heart just knowing she was there, even though I didn't really know her.
"Can you tell me what happened?"
the doctor asked. I nodded. The shaking in my other hand stilled when warmth surrounded it. "We're coming," Genevieve said from my other side. I glanced up at my two soon-to-be sisters-in-law and gripped their hands. "How?" "We've been on high alert. We're here for you." The doctor almost seemed like he wanted to argue, but then looked at the family and decided against it. We entered into a single room, and before I even sat on the bed, multiple photos were taken of my extensive injuries before my clothes were stripped and put into evidence bags. More photos were taken before I was poked, prodded, and scraped, before the doctor was even able to examine me. I didn't even have the energy to be embarrassed, standing in the middle of the room of half a dozen people with only my underwear on. The doctor grimaced as he looked me over. My arms were covered in dried blood, and there was no way to tell if it was mine or Atticus's. "Mostly not mine," I whispered.
"There is a shower in there. Why don't you get cleaned up so we can see what we're dealing with?"
I nodded and, with the help of nurses, moved into the bathroom. "Let me help," one of them said with a small smile. I nodded before stepping into the warm spray. I cried out as raw skin was scrubbed and sealed wounds reopened. Once the torture was over, I stood under the spray trying to relax a little. When I exited, I felt a lot better, despite my weakened state, but was suddenly aware I no longer had any clothing. "Jack brought this," Penelope said, holding out one of my bags I'd left at La Magnifique. "Thank you," I said before digging in for some panties and a sports bra.
"You can get dressed once the examination is done," the doctor said, signaling for me to lie down.
More prodding was done, and I cried out a few times, especially when he pushed on the developing bruises on my stomach from Lou's kicks. It wasn't the first time he'd done it, but he'd also never been that angry before. After multiple tests, it was determined that the worst was a minor concussion. The kicks to my stomach left the area sore and painful, and contributed to my level of shock, but there was no internal bleeding. Everything else was superficial, and only a few stitches were needed. I was bandaged up, given IV fluids and antibiotics, and allowed to leave my room. "You should rest," Penelope said in protest, as she and Genevieve helped me to pull on some yoga pants, a tank top, and a loose hoodie. I shook my head. "I need to know." Her brow furrowed, and she grabbed the wheelchair, pushing it over. "You're going to sit here." When we arrived in the waiting area, Hamilton and Reese stood, their eyes wide as they looked me over. "Anything?" I asked. They shook their heads. Every minute the elevator pinged when a new family member arrived. As I looked around, I noted a lack of staff and other patients. In fact, the level wasn't laid out like any hospital I'd ever seen. For one, the waiting room was open to the rooms. "It's the DeLowry wing," Genevieve said, seeming to note my confusion. "Wing?" She nodded. "This section is for our family and our family only." With all that I knew, it shouldn't have surprised me. I stared at the loops of the carpet, watching the expensively clad feet move back and forth against the tightly woven blue and gray. There were words, but nothing I could process. Raised voices and cries broke through, but still I couldn't make out what they were about. My chest clenched and I let the numbness sink in, losing focus on everything around me. I stared down at my hands, in the deep red that still stained the creases in my knuckles and around my cuticles. What was taking them so long? The tears that had stayed away began sliding down my cheeks. I tried to understand the reality of the past few days, the truths that were revealed, all in an effort to stave off the panic of not being beside him. I didn't know where he'd been shot, only that there was a lot of blood. Atticus had been shot. A fresh wave of agony ripped through me, and I started to hyperventilate. Hey, a familiar voice said as arms embraced me. "He's going to be okay. We have the best doctors taking care of him." It was Penelope again, and I welcomed her warmth, but it did nothing to assuage my guilt. "It's my fault." "You're damn right it is," Vera hissed, her shiny heels coming to a stop in front of me. "Mother," Penelope admonished.
"Michael is her bodyguard,"
Charles boomed out, gaining the attention of the whole room.
"He should have been with her."
I froze. "What did you say?" Charles sneered down at me.
"You really are useless. Michael should have stayed beside you. That is his sole job."
"The other part." "What other part?" Penelope asked. "The bodyguard part." Vera scoffed.
"Did you really think my son would let you go out on your own without protection?"
I shook my head. "But he's a driver."
"All of our bodyguards are drivers," Vera clarified. "Are you so naive that you believed we ran around without security all the time?
We are De Lowry's, Ophelia. We are always with security. The fact that you never noticed only proves how much you need them." My stomach dropped as I tried to process what they were saying. I knew there was security, but I never saw them, so I never thought much about it. But often when Atticus and I were together, there was another man, Damien. They fit so well into the background. I never noticed they were there. "Mrs. De Lowry?" a doctor called as he entered. An entire room of heads snapped in his direction, and I stood as he approached. His eyes widened as he looked me over. "How is he?" I asked. Penelope slipped her arm around my arm, helping to steady me. It calmed my heart just knowing she was there. "He's doing well." The bullet passed through his bicep, barely missing the brachial artery and grazing his humerus. He was incredibly lucky. Millimeters, and he would not have made it before the helicopter arrived here. "All that blood?" I asked as fresh tears streamed down my cheeks. He nodded. "Smaller arteries were severed, causing a lot of blood loss. He went into shock. We were able to stop the bleeding and give him a blood transfusion." "When can we see him?" Vera asked. "Soon." He gave a nod and walked away. Relief flooded me, and I looked to Penelope, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She gave me a small smile. "He's too stubborn to die anyway." Charles stepped forward and loomed over me, his jaw tight as he stared down at me with eyes full of contempt. "This is all your fault. If he hadn't met you, my son would not have been shot. You are unfit for this family. Leave now." It was a shock to my system, his anger reminding me of Lou. If I hadn't backed down against Lou, there was no way I would let Charles push me. I glared back at him. "Never. I don't give a shit what you think of me, because you're nothing but a bully. You bully your children, your wife, and countless others. But you don't have that power over me. Only Atticus can remove me from his side." His lip curled up in a snarl, and his arms swung back. I flinched, my arms instinctively raising to protect myself as they'd done for many years, and many times of late. But there was no impact. When I looked up, Silas held his uncle's wrist in his hand. "If you strike her, there is nothing anyone can do for you when he finds out. You want to blame her for her circumstance, without even noticing that one movement had her cowering and folding in on herself. What that man did was not her fault. She is a victim." I stared at Silas, his blue eyes cold and dark as he glared at Charles. My interaction with the twins was mostly a glance from across a room, so I was shocked that he came to my aid. I only recognized him as Silas due to the length of his hair being longer than his brother's. Charles yanked his arm from Silas's grip, and as he did, Silas moved to stand in front of me, his brother following suit, blocking me from Charles. With a growl of rage, Charles stormed out, the door banging in its frame. Once he was gone, Silas turned toward me. "Are you all right?" I looked up at him and nodded. "You're intuitive, Silas. Thank you," I said. His hollow eyes stared back at me, his expression blank. "I observe. Besides, I saw the video feed. He didn't." "Video feed? You saw it?" He nodded. "Many of us were in Atticus's office after it was discovered you were missing, when the link came in." "You showed great bravery," Atlas said. "With all the attempted kidnappings and successful ones the family has dealt with, it was surprising to find it was your own family that betrayed you," Reese said. I froze as I stared at him. "Kidnappings? Multiple? Did you finish the binder? Genevieve asked as she stepped up next to me. I nodded. Yes, but I don't remember anything about that. It would have stood out. Even in all the DeLowry books I'd purchased, only mentioned one from the 30s.
I don't think she has access to the family files,
Reese said from behind me.
They have information her binder doesn't cover. Jack should have set it up,
Hamilton said. Yeah, but if he or Atticus failed to tell her, it can't be helped, Georgiana said.
Maybe Atticus wanted to shield her, to keep her completely to himself for as long as possible,
Silas said. Everyone looked to Silas.
The Dark Prince speaks truth,
Reese said.
Don't make me punch you,
Atlas said, turning his bored expression to his brother. The space around me was getting quite crowded, but for the first time I was seeing them in a new light. They were the same as any family, and they cared about each other, even if they weren't the best at expressing it. Come, Penelope said as Georgiana took my other hand. You need to sit back down. An hour later, the doctor returned and ushered us down the hall. When we reached his room, what I now knew to be security flanked the door to Atticus's room and lined the halls. Some of the faces were familiar, but I noticed a lack of Michael and Damien. The hallway was noisy, filled with more than a dozen DeLowrys. It was a fight to get in the door, but whoever was pushing me made a path to the front. Tears pooled in my eyes as I looked at him lying on the bed. His brow was scrunched, and he glared at everyone in the room.
You're too noisy. Everyone but Ophelia, get out,
Atticus yelled, his head falling back against the pillow. There was an uproar of protest, but his steely gaze halted them, conveying that there was no room for argument. Once the door closed, our eyes met and I couldn't hold back the tears any longer. Why did you do that? Now, I was the one near hysterics as I sobbed into my bandaged hands.
Chapter 44. Atticus. My mind was still clouded and my body exhausted, but I still couldn't stand to see her cry like that. Come up, I said, holding out my arm, inviting her to take the space next to me. She shook her head, her brow furrowed. I don't want to hurt you. You're hurting my feelings and making me angry by not getting your ass next to mine right this instant. She jumped and nodded before gingerly, standing up and shuffling toward the edge of the bed. Gauze wrappings peeked out from the cuff of her hoodie, and various other bandages and butterfly stitches dappled her swollen face. I scooted over a bit, cringing against the spike of pain in my left arm. Her tear-filled eyes stared at me as she climbed on. Don't think about it. Lie down now, I ground out. Once she settled in my arms, I let out a sigh, my body relaxing. I leaned down, ignoring the jolt from the tug on my arm, and breathed her in. She was with me. She was safe. We were fine. Now tell me, why the fuck did you leave me? Her face scrunched up and her body gave a hard shake before she turned her face into my chest. Hot, wet tears fell upon my skin. I reached up to rub circles on her back and pressed another kiss to the top of her head. There was no way in hell I was letting that insect harm you. She lifted her head, sniffling. I almost lost you. Don't cry. I can't stand to see you cry. She cupped my cheek. Don't do that again, promise me. I can't, I said with a shake of my head. If you are in danger, I will protect you. I'm sorry. I got scared. Elaborate. Scared of what? We're just a contract. I know it was originally a business contract, but to me it's become more than that. Am I not good enough? Am I not enough for you to fight for? I asked. My voice was raw, exposed. I hated showing emotions, but between my injury and her distress, I wasn't able to keep it in. Why did you leave? Because the other night was real to me and it was just another business deal for you. Everything is contractual to me, but that night wasn't. What was that stack of bills for other than paying me for my services? My eyes widened. The money for your sisters? She stared up at me, her eyes wide in horror. Days before, she told me her sister's tuition deposit for their new school was due, and the school didn't take credit cards, and she didn't have a checkbook.
You didn't tell me you were going out of the country, and then Jack handed me that envelope, and I thought...
The anger seeped out of me as understanding flooded in. From the beginning, despite our attraction, Ophelia didn't want to feel like she was selling her body to me, the whole reason for her clause in the contract. Handing her a stack of cash after sex with no explanation attached was bound to cause mixed signals. You thought something stupid, didn't you? She nodded in between sobs.
You left and then... But you didn't say goodbye.
Didn't say goodbye? I tilted my head to look down at her. Do you think me so cold to leave you like that? She nodded. A groan left me. Well, next time, I'll make sure you're fully awake so you won't come to idiotic conclusions. Better yet, I'll just take you with me.
What?
I brushed the hair from her forehead, fully exposing her beautiful light brown eyes. I very much said goodbye. I pressed my lips to yours, and you reached up and drew me closer. It was nearly impossible to pull myself away, but you were already asleep again before your head hit the pillow. Her brow scrunched, and she shook her head.
I don't remember.
A sigh left me. You are the most infuriating creature I have ever encountered. Fuck the contract. I just want you.
What?
You heard me.
Why?
I paused and clenched my jaw. The words I was about to say I'd never said to a woman before. They weren't words that passed my lips often, foreign and weighty, and the verbal expression of the emotions I held for her. I'm in love with you, Ophelia. Utterly and all-consumingly in love with you to the point of madness.
Really?
Truly.
I love you too.
Another sob broke from her, but her expression wasn't filled with anguish, but rather a hypnotic glow with a blinding smile. What am I going to do with you?
What do you mean?
I'm completely wrapped around your finger and you don't even notice. And you have a bad habit of running when you're scared. Stop. Her fingers curled into a fist around the thin blanket covering me.
That's what I do. I run. I'm a runner.
Stop running from me. She met my gaze.
But you're the most dangerous thing to me.
Why?
Because you can break me?
That's the last thing I want to do. Talk to me and tell me how you feel.
How do you feel?
She asked. Overwhelmed? And besides the pain, I'm cycling between panic that is wearing off, euphoria of finding you unharmed, and the need to chain you to my bed so that you can never leave me again. Her eyes widened.
Never leave you?
Never. Not in 5 years and not in 50. I cupped her cheek, making sure she was looking at me. I mean it, Ophelia. I love you. I can no longer live without you beside me. And next time you can't find me and are worried, call until I answer.
I'm sorry.
I shook my head. What am I going to do with you?
You already asked that.
Do you have an answer for me? I asked. She took her bottom lip between her teeth.
Love me forever?
I ran my thumb against her bottom lip to soothe it, relishing the pink that spread across her cheeks. I don't think that will be a problem. I was certain I would never love anyone else but her.
Chapter 45. Ophelia. The flurry of events after Atticus was shot were a blur. Lou and my mom were both in jail awaiting trial for multiple offenses, including false imprisonment and aggravated assault, not to mention the growing case for the murder of my father. Between Lou's confession and the information Atticus's team uncovered, the answer to the question I'd asked from the moment the cops appeared at our door was answered. A selfish, greedy, evil man had taken away the person that meant the most to me, and he almost did it a second time. I had hope that when the trials were done, they would both rot in jail for the rest of their lives. There was no goodwill left with my mother after I found out her involvement in addition to all that she had helped Lou with. My father's death was on her hands as well. Reese had tried to alleviate my anxiety by informing me that the first-degree kidnapping charge alone held a minimum 25-year sentence, and that applied to both Mom and Lou, and that didn't even cover the list of other sins they were being charged with. Brooke and Andrea were going to continue to stay with our aunt in New Haven, with financial help from Atticus and me.
Their private high school and any college they wanted to attend was paid for. I also set aside 2 of our extra bedrooms for any time they wanted to visit or stay. They didn't blame me for anything that had happened, only themselves for not telling me what was going on sooner. But I knew Lou had struck fear in them. Fear was a hard thing to break. Over the past few months, they'd overheard Mom and Lou talking, plotting, and even whispering, "We'll kill Ophelia if we have to." Thankfully, Brooke and Andrea remained as sweet and innocent as I remembered, not seeming to take on some of their parents' vile traits, though they were showing signs of being the teenagers they were with their bickering. We had plans for them to come out the following week for a few days before the new school year began. For now, we were taking a much-needed break, mostly due to Atticus's injury, but also my own. Cuts were still healing, and bruises were still visible, but faded more and more with each day. Once Atticus was released from the hospital, we stayed at the tower for a few days before moving out to the Hamptons house for a few weeks, the asylum, to heal. Atticus's doctor told him he needed rest, and he wasn't going to get that in the city. A few other DeLowrys followed. A very pregnant Elizabeth and her family, Reese, Georgiana, Hamilton, and Penelope. Though Georgiana's side had their own house, she stayed with us. I had to admit I liked it when there were more people, because that also meant more security. Michael and Damien were always with us, of course, and Michael kept an eagle eye on me at all times. Guess I deserved that. None of them stayed the entire time, coming and going as they pleased. Although we were outside the city, I couldn't get Atticus to completely shut off and relax. Even Holly had come out for work, bringing her partner Becca along with her, which only served to make me even more embarrassed about my jealous outburst weeks before. Like all DeLowry properties, it was huge, though small compared to Stronghold. My favorite part was sitting on the porch and listening to the waves crash on the shore. If only the water were warmer. I sat on one of the plush lounge chairs on the covered porch as I stared at the list of invites for the wedding. I was thankful I wouldn't have to address all 700 myself, as Vera had already hired a calligrapher. 700. I invited 6. Aunt Stacy, Brooke, Andrea, Mitchell, my friend Danny from college, and my grandfather. Atticus had his private investigator, Hugo, track him down, and I was happy to find that the last link to my father was still alive. I'd just gotten his address and telephone number the day before, and was working up the courage to talk to him. Mom had brainwashed me that my father's family didn't want me, and that had created an insecurity, but I had resolved to contact him by the weekend. Long ago, before I was even in the picture, Vera had employed a wedding planner who was thankfully consulting me more about the wedding. Once I truly understood the scale of the event our ceremony would be, it didn't bother me at all. I just submitted ideas and was happy they were being considered. Less stress on me anyway. And I was excited about it for the first time. Why? Because I'd stupidly fallen for the wicked king, and I couldn't be happier. He loved me, too. He said it over and over again, and my heart was fit to bust. We were in love and getting married. We were a legit couple planning a wedding, no longer simply carrying out the terms of our contract. I moved my attention away from the never-ending list of names I didn't know, though half-ended with DeLowry, and moved back to my arch-nemesis, the Binder of Doom. After 2 months, and after skipping to the end that held the code of conduct and list of businesses the family ran, I'd finally finished.
In between mind-numbing years of information on my future husband, I'd gone through the family history and genealogical information mixed in with other books I'd acquired. There was so much information, I wasn't sure I would ever remember it all. My guiding light was the fact that I was learning about his life in a more organic way these days. The binder of doom couldn't tell me that he had the scariest side-eye I'd ever encountered, or that a smile was like winning the lottery. The man was much more interesting than his history book. I closed my computer and soaked in the soothing sound of the waves crashing on the shore. It was such a peaceful sound. And while for the most part it was relaxing, there were still times of tension, especially when everyone was together at the dining room table. Hours later, we all sat around the table. Atticus hissed as he grimaced in pain after trying to lift his arm up to cut his food. "Here, let me," I said, reaching out with my utensils to help. "I can do it myself," he growled. At times his attitude ramped up, the wicked king leaking out. Coming across as weak and not having control were two things he hated. I slumped back into my chair. "Fine, but you don't have to be so stubborn." "See? This is what happens when you get involved with the help," Hamilton said with a sneer at dinner one night. Of all the DeLowrys, Hamilton was the one I was getting the most tired of. The ruthless prince didn't mince words and was constantly expressing his opinion as bluntly as possible. "What has your panties in a twist?" I asked, having had enough of his attitude. "You're not good enough to be a DeLowry." "Watch your tongue, Hamilton." Atticus glared at his younger brother. "I'm telling you, you're going to eat those words, and I'll be laughing the entire time," I said. I knew from experience the proudest men could be brought to their knees by the most innocuous of women. His glare darkened. "That'll be a cold day in hell." I grinned at him. "Better bring out that winter gear." He threw his napkin down and abruptly stood before stomping off down the hall. "I think you may have hit a nerve, Ophelia," Penelope said with a giggle. "They bicker like brother and sister," Holly said, laughing. Reese shook his head. "They butt heads because Ophelia doesn't bow to him, reducing him to a child hurtling insults." I started to laugh, then cringed as pain shot through my brain. A sigh left me, and I pushed my plate forward, my appetite gone as the pain increased. Atticus stared at me. "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "Headache." His lips formed a thin line. "They've been happening more since then." I nodded in agreement. The doctor said they'll lessen when everything regulates again. After my initial retelling to the police where he was present, we didn't talk about my time locked in the basement. Atticus's anger was nearly unstoppable when the subject was brought up. He'd already worked hard from his hospital bed. It may have only been a few days, but all the beating combined with days of starvation and dehydration was proving hard to bounce back from. "I'm going to go lie down," I said, pushing my chair back. Atticus reached for my hand and pulled it to his lips. "I'll check on you shortly." I nodded, then made my way up to our bedroom. It reminded me a lot of his room at Stronghold, full of navy blue. But instead of dark woods, they were painted white, giving it a lighter, more vacation home type feel. The room was illuminated from the setting sun, and I crawled onto the bed and snuggled in. Every night, I couldn't help but touch him as I slept. Even if it was simply my hand resting against him, as long as I could feel him, I was okay. He was safe. I was safe. We were safe.
Chapter 46. Atticus. There was an odd feeling in my chest. It was as if my body was lighter and I found my mind wandering yet again. Ophelia filled my every thought, distracting me from my work. Is this what love is? It had to be true, because after admitting it to her, it felt like a shackle around my heart released, leaving nothing but an all-consuming desire to possess every part of her. No more barriers were in our way, and what was once just a marriage of convenience was now one of love. The only woman to ever have my heart. The problem was that she'd completely infected my mind, and I'd wasted most of my limited day. After everything and we were released, I took Ophelia out to the asylum. Her smile was missing, lost in all that happened, and I was determined to bring it back. It also got us away from the constant barrage of the press and the stress they created. Somehow they got wind of the kidnapping and my being shot, and they'd become relentless trying to get photographs. The incident was all over the news, and I'd even had to force the leakage of some information to keep them from spinning it however they pleased. When a photo cropped up of Ophelia sitting on the veranda, we packed up and fled. It was better, less crowded, and we were finally able to relax some. However, I was also determined to get some amount of work done. I barely took weekends off, making being forced to slow down excruciating. I didn't know how to relax. Getting anything done was difficult, not only because of my doctor's orders to rest, but also due to my left arm being in a sling. While Ophelia's injuries were superficial and she was healing quickly, my own would take a bit longer. The bullet had passed through my arm, barely missing vital arteries. Even with one arm down, I was able to force her to relax, to make her writhe and blast away everything from her mind. Her flushed skin and tight nipples combined with her sounds was enough to drive any man mad. "You are looking entirely too full of yourself. Stop it immediately," Reese called out, pulling me from the memory of Ophelia's flushed face. Probably a good thing, as next would be the auditory memory of her moaning. "Excuse me?" He'd actually managed to catch me off guard. I seriously needed to get my focus back. I'd never found myself in such an absurd state. Reese sat down with a smirk on his face. "Gotta hand it to you, cousin. I doubted you when you said you'd have her pinned to your bed in less than 6 months. What I didn't expect was you falling in love with her in the process." "Really?" Somewhere deep down I'd always known. That was why I couldn't let her go. Why I chose her. His head tilted to the side as he scrutinized me. Well, perhaps. It was her after all, your siren. She lured you in with ease. You think the last few months have been with ease?" I asked. Ease was not the word to cover the struggle, the walk through fire we'd endured to get to where we were. "You haven't complained much," he blew out a breath. "Well, I suppose it was about time it happened to one of us. I'm certain our ancestors are rolling in their graves with 9 descendants in no hurry to marry and procreate." It had been inconceivable to our grandfather that only one of his grandchildren had borne the next generation of heirs. Elizabeth was both praised and shunned by him as her children didn't bear the De Lowry name. Before Ophelia, I felt that children were an obligation. That's because that was all you were seen as. That was correct. I was an obligation to fill the role of successor. My being wasn't created out of love, and that was why I had such a difficult time with the concept of love. Not anymore. It's hard to admit that I'm not confident in my abilities to be a father, but that isn't enough to negate my desire to have children with her. I find I want and am excited to see the perfect mixture of the both of us. Ophelia will be a great mother. The image of her with the baby filled my mind, and I smiled. Yes, she will. She demonstrated her devotion to family with her sisters. Her maternal instincts to protect were strong. Her moans resonated in my mind, and I internally cursed. I needed to heal, and quickly, because I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold out from being buried inside her. More than that, I wanted to take the first step to ensure she would always be mine, and that was making her my wife.
Chapter 47. Ophelia. Over a week had passed since we began staying in the Hamptons. As with every morning, I took a swim, keeping up with it to become stronger in the water, and exited the pool just as the sun was reaching its peak. I had to admit, the asylum was quickly becoming a favorite of the many properties the family owned. True, I hadn't been to that many, but I loved being close to the city while feeling like I was far away. It was refreshing. Reese had come out again the night before, and he and Atticus had spent the morning locked in the office.
It was difficult for Atticus to relinquish any of his responsibilities, even for a short period of time, and I worried it was hindering his healing. A physical therapist was coming soon, and I hoped it would help. Seeing Atticus in pain always made my guilt flare up. I padded down the hall to our room in my cover-up, my hair a damp, wavy mess. A shower would be good, followed by some lunch, and then maybe I could pry Atticus away for some relaxing around the pool. My eyes widened when I opened the door. Atticus was sitting on the end of the bed, his sling half off. "What are you doing?" I screeched as I rushed forward.
"I hate this thing,"
he grumbled, grimacing as he stretched out his arm. I took hold of his arm, checking over his wound. "It's starting to look better. The bruising is fading," I said.
"Get that look off your face,"
he growled. I blinked at him, our eyes meeting.
"I can't fucking stand to see it. You have no guilt that needs assuaging."
His other hand tugged on my arm until I was standing between his legs.
"You did not do this. I will be fine. Healing just takes time."
He reached up and lightly touched the last remnants of my own wounds.
"Besides, I should shoulder the guilt. How many days did you suffer because I couldn't protect you?"
I cupped his face and pressed my lips to his. "You saved me. That's what matters. And you are not ever allowed to scare me like that again. Got it?"
"Yes, my dear."
I slapped at his chest. "You know I hate it when you call me that." His bad mood faded away.
"I think you secretly love it."
"Couldn't you find a better term of endearment?"
"What would you prefer? My Leah?"
I scrunched my nose at that one. Mom called me Leah.
"Baby and other overly used filler names are out."
He hummed as he thought it over.
"My love?"
I pursed my lips. "Better."
"Darling?"
I shook my head.
"Waitress?"
I pulled back and glared at him, which made him throw his head back in laughter. "You think you are so cute, and you are not at all," I said.
"My beautiful wife."
Heat rose in my cheeks. "You like calling me your wife." His eyes sparkled.
"I do."
"In a few months." His brow furrowed as he stared out the window.
"Do we have to wait that long?"
He looked back toward me, our eyes locking.
"Can't we just go to the courthouse one afternoon, and after I can call you that and it be true to your standing?"
"What about the wedding?" I asked.
"You didn't say no. There is hope. With regards to the wedding, my mother would slaughter me in my sleep if we didn't go through with it. But who is to say we can't marry legally and still have a ceremony months later?"
"Nothing, I suppose. She'll flip, though." Vera's angry face from the hospital flashed in my mind.
"I'm not afraid of her. Are you?"
"Deathly," I said, then let out a laugh.
"Well, if you won't marry me right this instant, which I'm going to guilt you on over the next 5 months, especially when my mother is driving you crazy, there is one thing I know we could do."
"And what's that?" I asked, curious as to what he was up to.
"A small bonfire."
I pulled back and looked down at him. "Bonfire?"
"I have our contract with me."
My eyes widened and my mouth dropped open. "Really?" He nodded.
"You love me. That was all I ever wanted."
My chest clenched and my heart soared, a smile overtaking my face. "I do love you." "Okay, let's do that. Then we'll go get married." His brow furrowed and his lips twitched.
What?
I shrugged. Once that contract is burned, I can't exactly let you get away. Gotta nail it down, seal the deal, make you mine. His forehead rested against mine.
I've been yours from the moment our eyes met.
My heart felt like it was going to explode if he kept talking to me like that. Can we add the binder of doom? His expression dropped.
Have you read it?
Cover too boring-ass cover. I find talking to the real thing is a much better way to get to know you and your family. My brow scrunched. Though maybe keep the family tree, property, and company lists. They would be good for reference.
If you will become my wife today, I'll get the matches.
I was certain a manic expression grew on my face. Give me 10 to take a shower. It was possibly the shortest shower of my life, the adrenaline of what we were about to do buzzing in my veins. I threw on a sundress and sandals while letting my hair air dry and applying some simple eyeliner and mascara. Is this okay? I asked as I turned to him. It was definitely not a DeLowry-approved appearance, and so I was shocked by the warm smile that graced his face.
Perfection.
He reached out and took my hand, and we descended to the first floor to look for Reese. We found him in the office, sitting at one of the 3 desks inside the large room. He looked up as we entered.
Why so excited?
He asked.
Do you have that prenup on you?
Atticus asked. Well, it was the first I'd heard of it. I wasn't surprised. With a man of his status and wealth, it was a given. His gaze snapped to us.
Dear cousin, you aren't thinking about going against Auntie Vera, are you? If you are, I will weep for you. Shut up and tell me yes or no. I do, but it hasn't been revised since my initial draft months ago.
He turned his attention back to his computer, and a moment later turned the screen toward us. As I looked over the document, which I knew was a necessity no matter what our original contract stated, I was overwhelmed. Even back in the beginning, when he didn't owe me anything past our contract, he had ensured that I would be okay, that I wouldn't struggle, and any children would be well taken care of, even a place to live free of rent. I nodded, fighting back the overwhelming emotions. Print it. I'll sign it.
Now?
I smiled at him and nodded. We're going on a field trip. Want to come? Reese's eyes widened as he looked to Atticus.
Now?
He shrugged.
Why not?
He blew out a breath.
Get Penelope in here. We need a witness.
2 hours later, we walked out of the local courthouse as Atticus and Ophelia DeLowry, officially married. My heart was so full and I couldn't stop smiling. The rock was more than just a very expensive ornament. It had meaning that bound the 2 of us together.
Well, cousin, you finally got the girl,
Reese said with a smile. Atticus tugged me to his side.
Yes, I did.
He leaned down and pressed his lips to mine.
And I am never letting her out of my sight again. Because she gets into trouble, right? Correct.
Hey! Everyone laughed, which was good after all the heaviness we'd been through. I'm going to work with Chef for a celebratory dinner, Penelope said as she headed down the hall.
And I'm going to check the champagne and wine stock,
Reese said with a wink. Georgiana let out a giggle as she looked to Hamilton, who was staring off grumpily. She wrapped her arms around his and pulled. Come, Hamilton. I think the newlyweds need a little alone time. Hamilton's face twisted and he glared at me.
Did he have a brother complex, or did he really just hate me?
You can tell me all about Uncle's assistant.
Hamilton's eyes widened before narrowing. What do you think you know?
She beamed at him, then looked to me, giving a wink before tugging him outside.
I wonder what that was all about, Atticus said as he watched them walk away.
Maybe hell froze over?
Well, no need to worry about him.
He pulled me closer with his good arm.
I think it's best to consummate our marriage.
My skin prickled in anticipation at just the thought. What about your arm? His lips ghosted up the column of my neck.
It's been far too long since I've been buried inside your pussy. As my wife, it is your duty to relieve me, is it not?
I don't want to shirk my duties. I grabbed his belt and pulled, directing us up the stairs. That would be a bad start as your wife. He chuckled and leaned down, a mischievous grin on his face.
I'd have to punish you.
Well, you'll have to catch me first, I said, then ran up the stairs and down the hall.
You have to be quicker than that, he growled as he smacked my ass.
A shriek of laughter left me, and I picked up the pace, flinging the door open to our room. I stopped in the middle of the room, my body tense in anticipation, jumping when the door slammed shut. His arm wrapped around my waist, and he pulled me into him.
Caught you,
he whispered against my ear, sending a delicious shiver down my spine. Heat spread through me, and I turned to find his eyes dark and heavy.
Get this fucking thing off me,
he growled, pulling at his sling. Once it was off, we clawed at each other's clothes, frenzied in our need, our lips crashing together, his tongue brushing against mine, sending heat and electric shocks to settle between my thighs.
My wife,
he whispered. Skin against skin was filled with warmth and comfort, love and desire. Only with Atticus could I feel these things. We climbed onto the bed and I cupped his face, pulling his lips back down to mine. He wrapped his arms around me, cringing as he froze. Your arm. He gripped my jaw, his eyes dark.
Don't worry about my arm. Any note of pain, erase it, because I will ignore it for one reason. Your pleasure.
I pushed on his chest and he fell back down to the bed. Then we're doing this my way, I said as I straddled his hips. With my hands flat on his chest, I rocked my hips against his hard length, wetting it, teasing us both with the light friction. Each time my clit brushed against his hard flesh, I got a little bit wetter and needier. His hands dug into my thighs and a groan left him.
Ophelia, it's been weeks. Stop fucking with me.
I bit down on my bottom lip as I smiled down at him. So bossy. I rose up and reached between us, lining him up before slowly sinking down on his cock. His eyes rolled back and his muscles tensed. I could tell that as much as he enjoyed the view, he wanted to flip us so that he could have control. Each roll of my hips elicited another groan. I leaned forward, my nipples brushing against his chest. There was one last thing I forgot to tell you.
What?
He asked, the strain coming through in his tone, the thick cords of his neck standing out. I brushed my lips against his and made sure his gaze didn't leave mine. I stopped taking my birth control. It was like a switch was flipped. His pupils dilated, and suddenly I was thrown onto my back, his hips slammed against mine.
I stared up at him and the wild, needy desire that emanated from him. With his good arm, he pinned my hands above my head, while his other arm kept my leg against him. "Take my cock," he growled as he pulled back, then slammed back in. My vision blurred as shocks rocked my body. "Yes, I want it all." "Who does this pussy belong to?" You," I choked out. His grip on my wrists tightened and his thrusts became more forceful. "All for me. Your heart, your body, your orgasms. All mine." "All yours." I squeezed my walls against his cock, causing him to curse against my ear. "Just as you are all mine." "Everything that I am is yours." My mind was going black, caught up in the system-overloading pleasure of each bottoming rock of his hips. Every muscle wound tighter as my body geared up, climbing higher and higher into euphoria. "Look at me," Atticus said, his forceful tone cutting through the fog. The deep, dark intensity of his blue eyes was too much, and my back arched, a cry leaving me as my muscles snapped, shaking with each pulse of my orgasm. "Always," I managed to whisper as I came down, shocks still rocking me. He cursed and slammed his hips hard against me, a roar leaving me as I felt him twitch deep within. His breath came out in harsh pants, and I watched as clarity returned to his eyes. Strength left him, and he relaxed beside me on the bed. We were married. I was officially Ophelia de Lowry, and madly in love with my husband. A smile crept up on my face as I lay there, boneless, staring up at the ceiling as I felt Atticus's warmth beside me. "How do you feel?" I asked. "Indescribable." He patted his chest, rubbing at it with a curious look on his face. "That feeling in your chest, that's called happiness." He pulled my hand up to his lips and placed a kiss against my knuckle. "You make me feel this way. Only you, my beautiful wife." A happy sigh left me, and I scooted closer to rest my head on his chest, the soothing beats of his heart beneath my ear. For so long I'd been uncared for, unloved, with nobody to stand up for me. Then a handsome king came and took my hand, and for the first time in a long time, I felt cherished. It turns out, even wicked things can love. Epilogue. Ophelia. January. I stared at my reflection and bit down on my lip, unbelieving of the woman before me. It seemed like something I would be used to after all these months, but still, every time the de Lowry stylists got a hold of me, I transformed into another person. Today, the styling was a little different, and the dress white. While Atticus and I had technically been married for 5 months, it was our wedding day. "Leah! Leah!" Andrea called out as she ran into the dressing room, bounding as usual, her eyes wide as she looked at me. "You look just like a princess." I beamed at her. "Right?" I felt like my smile was going to break my face in half. I hoped Andrea would always stay so bright and cheery. "You know she's going to tell everyone in school her sister's a princess now, right?" Brooke said, her expression pinched in annoyance. "That's mean." Andrea pouted. Brooke rolled her eyes. "Oh, grow up." Andrea stomped her foot. "No, 'cause then I'll be mean like Sissy." "Girls, calm down," Aunt Stacy called from the doorway.
She stepped up to me and smiled as she took my hand. "You look beautiful, Ophelia." I squeezed her hand. "Thank you." "Your dad would be proud of you for all you did." "Atticus is the one to thank." He prepared for Lou to be an issue long before he became one. The man was always 2 steps ahead of everyone. "But it's because of you and for you that Atticus helped so much. Paul was the same. He loved you more than anything." My eyes started to water, and I had to fan them to keep the tears back. Stacy had really liked my dad, and she'd helped him a lot when things started to crumble with my mom. As far as sides went, blood wasn't thicker than water, and her allegiance was with my father. "I wish he was here," I said, my voice cracking. "He is, in you and in your grandfather." I perked up at that. "Is he here?" After reconnecting with my grandfather on my dad's side, we had talked in some form nearly every day. That connection to my dad was the last piece my damaged heart needed to heal from the pain I'd had to bury for so long. She nodded. "He's waiting to walk you down the aisle." "Hey, Leah?" Brooke said, stopping by the door. "Yes?" Her brow scrunched and she chewed on her bottom lip. "Thanks for everything." Yeah, we love you, Leah," Andrea said, popping back through on the other side of Brooke, her smile blinding. "I love you both. Spring break will do something, okay?" Brooke cracked a half smile, something I'd gladly take from my moody, hormonal teenage sister. "Can't wait." The door closed behind them, and I was once again left alone. Which was weird. Where did all my bridesmaids go? Vera originally wanted 10 bridesmaids, but I'd talked her down to Holly and Atticus's sisters. It gave a little more of an intimate feel having a small wedding party with such a huge guest list. The door creaked, and I expected to find someone from my bridal party, but instead the most handsome man in the world appeared. "Atticus, what are you doing here?" I asked as he strode forward. Once he reached me, he wrapped his arm around my waist, gripped my jaw, and pressed his lips to mine for a toe-tingling kiss. "I stayed away all night. I'm not staying away any longer," he said when our lips parted. "Breaking all the rules," I chided with a smile and a shake of my head. "You're already my wife. Superstitions mean nothing at this point." "Still, you're going to see me in a few minutes anyway." "But then I'll have to share you with many other people." He raised my hand to his lips and placed a kiss, then nipped at my knuckle. "I need a calm before the impending storm. And I have something for you." "What's that?" He pulled his arm from around my waist, presenting a box. My brow scrunched as I stared at it, reading the name. My eyes widened and snapped to his. "Oh, yes. I keep track of your cycle, my dear," he said with a grin. I shook my head. "It's just the stress from the wedding," I argued. My period was 3 days late, but that sometimes happened. While I wasn't ready to pull out the pregnancy test, it seemed my husband was. "Fine. For you on our wedding day." He smirked at me and held the box out. I snatched it from him and headed to the attached bathroom. "Couldn't you have done this before I was trussed up like a Christmas turkey?" I asked as I tried to figure out how I was going to pee on a stick and not all over some part of my very expensive dress. "Need a hand?" he asked from the doorway. "I don't trust your hands." "I think I'm insulted." "You can be insulted. I just know what happens when you get your hands on me, and I swear to God if you mess up my hair, your mother will kill you." He could only chuckle, but it was an honest threat. There would be hell to pay if we messed up Vera's big day. She eventually let our early courthouse marriage slide, but only after claiming we'd ruined everything. Finally, I found a way to gather up my dress and hold it out of the way. With success, I managed to hit the target and finished, letting my dress fall back down without any issues except for the light sheen of sweat from wrestling with the 20 pounds of fabric. By the time I was straightened, Atticus blocked the doorway while I washed my hands and we waited. "You better act surprised when you see me," I warned him as I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around his waist.
"Your beauty always surprises me, so that won't be hard. Especially not on a day like today."
He glanced down to the sink, and I watched a smile spread on his lips.
"Even more so when I know you're carrying my child."
I snapped my eyes down, the word pregnant visible in capital letters. Whoa! His lips trailed up the column of my neck, the sensation spreading goosebumps across my body.
"I'm still an overachiever."
"How so?"
"I told Reese I'd have you pinned to my bed in less than 6 months. And look at all I've accomplished in just over that."
We fell in love, we got married, and he knocked me up, all in the span of the last 9 months. "I love you," I said. His gaze met mine, and the once dispassionate gaze was lit with fire and passion.
"Not as much as I love you."
He cupped my face and pulled me toward him as his lips crashed down against mine. "Atticus William, don't you dare mess up her hair," Holly screeched from behind Atticus. He groaned against my lips before pulling away.
"I'll see you shortly, my love."
I bit down on my bottom lip, my heart skipping in my chest. Every time he called me that, I melted. I hated watching him walk away. But before he crossed through the door, he turned back and gave me the most wistful smile I'd ever seen from him. "Really, what was he thinking?" Holly grumbled as she double-checked my hair and makeup before attaching the veil to the crown atop my head. She smiled at me. Can I blame him? I'm guessing it was positive, so I really can't. "What was positive?" I asked before it hit me. "You bought the pregnancy test." She beamed at me. "Atticus DeLowry buy a pregnancy test? Ludicrous, I know. I know, due to a misunderstanding on your part, that we had a rocky beginning. But I want you to know how happy I am that Atticus has you. In nearly 20 years, I'd never seen him happy. Then he met you. Thank you for loving him." My lips thinned out and I was fanning my eyes again. "Damn it, Holly." She took hold of my hands and laughed, then tugged. "Come, let's show the world who tamed the wicked king." I didn't really tame him. Maybe not for everyone else, but he's so cute when he's talking about you or to you or is with you. Don't let him hear you say he's cute. I'm not afraid of him. I hog-tied that lion and beat my friendship into him long ago. I threw my head back in laughter. Their friendship was so strange to me. But I knew my ability to touch Atticus's heart was due to the groundwork she'd laid years before. When we reached the doors leading into the hall, my grandfather stood awaiting us. His warm brown eyes, the same as mine, filled with tears.
"You look so beautiful, Ophelia,"
he said as I approached. "Thank you." Holly handed me my bouquet before excusing herself to join the procession, as the first bridesmaid was already heading down the aisle.
"I'm so happy I could be here to see you like this,"
he said as we moved to get in line. "Me too."
"Ready?"
he asked, his eyes twinkling. I nodded and looped my arm into his. Ready. I blew out a breath as the music picked up and we began walking. The aisle was long, the space filled with over 1,000 people. But there was only one that mattered to me. Standing at the end with a wide smile that was all for me was my husband, my love, and the father of my child. He was the ruler of our family and king of my heart. 5 years with him, 500 wouldn't be enough. We didn't need any more contracts or false affections or binders of doom. I was his, and he was mine. Together, forever. This concludes Wicked Rule by K.I. Lin. Narrated by Alexander Sendiz and Carolyn Eve. Copyright 2021 by K.I. Lin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with K.I. Lin, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.